as they'll face the Indiana Pacers. Big trade involving no less than a half dozen teams this week in the NBA, with the main result being Chris Middleton now with the Washington Wizards. Thanks to a sign and trade, he ended up with a 3-year, $17.6 million contract. Other teams involved were Dallas, Detroit, Memphis, the Clippers, and Milwaukee. Former Cavalier Karis LeVert is now a member of the Bucks. Can now find 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Subscribe to our YouTube channel. Get the best content from our shows each and every weekday. That's 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas. Up next time for Baskin and Phelps here on 92.3 The Fan.
The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima.
You got to get your ass out there and make some sort of a public pitch. If
Kenny wants to see it.
If that's what's needed, that's what they need to do. It sounds like you're just taking nostalgia for granted. Because LeBron could sit there and look at all this and say, hey, we've had great memories together. And by the way, you'll still build me a statue when it's over. And if you don't, they'll do it in Akron, and then they'll wonder why you didn't build me a statue. Try not retiring my jersey. Try not having me back for the 15-year and 20-year and 25-year, et cetera, anniversary of the one championship that I know you'll win and probably will only win if you don't get me back, because you didn't think it was worthy of having to come make a pitch to my agent, one of the three most powerful men in sports. You're crazy.
The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima. Weekday mornings starting at 6 a.m. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan. Talk sports with guys in the know.
It's embarrassing. I mean, are they not embarrassed?
It's time for Baskin and Phelps. Cleveland's Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Just a gut feeling here.
Uh-oh. What'd you eat?
That wasn't it.
Oh.
Just a gut feeling here. The longer this goes on, the LeBron free agent sweepstakes, the more likely it is he comes back to Cleveland.
The longer it goes on?
Yeah. The longer it goes on, the more likely it is he returns to Cleveland. Welcome to Baskin and Phelps, everybody. I'm Jeff Phelps. My pal over there is Andy Baskin.
I don't know. I'm not riding the emotional ups and downs of what's going on with LeBron right now.
Nor am I.
We've gone through this before. And, if you go back to the original decision.
Which happened.
He was the last to say where he was going, not the first. Because, remember, everybody was waiting in free agency to see what was going to happen. And they were like, well, LeBron's going to go first, and then all the dominoes are going to fall. It was endless. And then all of a sudden you're like, no, oh, man, did he really box in the Cavaliers at the end by saying goodbye? Because it left them no options, nowhere to go. And by the way, when he left, maybe it helped him a little bit by the fact that he went last. In the beginning, I thought it didn't. I thought it hurt him. But it might have helped him because it forced them to know, hey, we got to totally rebuild here. We've got to start from scratch. And so I remember thinking, wow, man, I can't believe LeBron did this, that he did a TV show. And
that was 16 years ago today.
Yeah, I know. I'm going back and thinking about that. And I was thinking about, I just happened to peek in or listen in on the morning show. And when all those teams came in, and we talked about this the other day, and all the planes landing at Burke to come on up the hill to go talk to LeBron in the IMG building, and there were like hundreds of people outside that building, just kind of waiting to see who was the next person that walked in, and every media outlet was standing outside on the corner over there by the Galleria, and this whole thing was so stupid. Now that I think about it, LeBron knew he was going to Miami in the beginning, right? I think so. I think he was pretty confident.
Maybe.
And then
I just get the feeling that the longer this goes on, Cleveland's the most likely destination. And I say that for this reason, Andy. He's just stepping back as James Harden has stepped back.
Yeah.
And they're allowing the Cavaliers to see what else might be out there and maybe get a piece or two put on this team before they bring other guys in. So in other words, the minute you sign LeBron, you eat up money. The minute you bring back Harden, you eat up money. And maybe in this situation, you step back a little bit and give the team a chance to do some things. That to me is interesting. There's just that thought. There's also a thought that I pieced together over the last couple of days based on something that was said by a an all-time great a few years ago.
Okay.
And there's a piece that came out recently about Larry Bird. And Larry Bird talking about LeBron with former Pacer guard Jeff Teague.
Okay.
And Jeff Teague was a good point guard, real solid.
Yeah.
And, Larry was running the Indiana Pacers. And Bird told Jeff Teague, and Jeff went on a podcast recently and talked about some of this, the Club 520 podcast. And he said that Larry Bird told him, I will never pay anybody that played with LeBron. Larry Bird, I will never pay anybody that played with LeBron.
That's a weird thing to say.
Well, I would never pick them up on my team. And Jeff Teague responded, well, why?
I don't.
Hold on. And Larry Bird said, because he makes them all look good. They're all really sad.
Oh my God.
And then he said, Teague said, Bird said, you go get them, and then they're not going to be the same player that you wanted. And Teague said that Bird was talking about roster building and everything else. And then the guy who wrote the story pointed out, and I thought, well, that's really true.
I like. There's one name one came right to my head that said that's not true.
And
Kyrie Irving.
Okay, well, hold on. Kyrie was pretty darn good before LeBron came back.
Yeah.
Okay, so Kyrie was already pretty good. Let me throw a name at you.
Okay.
Timofey Mozgov.
Oh, he got paid.
Timo, when he was here, served a role, right?
Right.
And then kind of fell out of favor a little bit. Only in minutes played. It got cut.
Right.
And then he left for the Lakers, 4 years, $64 million. And guess what? It just didn't work. He's the poster child for what Bird was talking about. Tristan Thompson never played better than when he was playing with LeBron.
Correct.
J.R. Smith was extremely effective when he played with LeBron.
Okay.
Channing Frye, very effective when he played with LeBron, although Channing had success in the league.
Okay.
But it's just an interesting point by Larry, and I don't mean to argue the point, but what I mean to do with it is this. Can LeBron still do that at the age of 41, 42 in December? And if he can, Andy,
Yeah.
what could that mean for Evan Mobley? What could that mean for even Jared Allen?
Well, maybe that's the master's class that Evan needs.
And maybe LeBron being here unlocks a lot of stuff in this offense that we'd like to see unlocked. Again, Evan's put up fine numbers. Jared's put up fine numbers. But I think everybody would like to see a little bit more out of both of them on a regular basis, which might be offense more than it is the individual player. But those quotes from Bird, as translated by Jeff Teague, made me think, maybe if he can still do that at this point in his career, and I've said I think he'd be a perfect fit for what they're doing. The only issue would be, can you figure out how many, can everybody get their shots and be effective in the offense while somebody's playing defense? But those thoughts from Bird made me think, gosh, what could happen with Mobley if he's playing alongside LeBron? What could happen with Jarrett? What would Harden do?
Hey, let's
playing
be honest.
along? I mean, James is going to the Hall of Fame,
Right.
but what could Harden do in this system, playing alongside LeBron, if he can still pull off what Bird said at the age of 42?
Yeah, you're talking about all these guys. I'm thinking about, Donovan Mitchell needs that next step to be a champion.
What could he do for Donovan?
Yeah, and he's missing that step. That's what we're all waiting for. And, I mean, they have 273 million reasons then to bring in someone to help him understand how you get from regular playoff guy to beating Detroit and then all of a sudden taking a team on your back to the NBA Finals against the Spurs, and then having to realize you got to go somewhere else, and then you go somewhere else, you win, you finally clear the hurdle where it says 00 at the end and you're the champion. Like, Donovan doesn't have that on his resume.
I mean, look at other guys. Naquan Tomlin, Jordan Tyson. You know, could LeBron have that kind of an impact on this roster if he came in? I don't know the answer to that.
I got to be honest.
Do you think he could at his advanced age?
It is up to LeBron, though. And one of the reasons why I do think it would work is because of what happened in Los Angeles. That, you know, I don't know. Did LeBron still want to be?
He was the third leading scorer last year.
That's right. And I don't remember hearing
he
a lot
let Luka and Austin Reeves run the show.
Were there a ton of complaints about that?
Not really.
No. But maybe if he was going to complain, he gave him the ultimate say, I'm out of here. I mean, if that's the way you want to look at it.
Yeah. You know, there's a I had the fun of televising along with our buddy Jim Clark, who's been on the show before. Jim's the voice of the Akron Rubber Ducks. Mm-hmm. And we did the pay-per-view of LeBron's high school season at St. Vincent St. Mary.
Oh, I didn't realize that was with Jim Clark. Okay.
Yeah, Jim was play-by-play and I was color.
Yeah, I remember.
And we had fun. And so it was St. Vincent St. Mary in LeBron's senior year.
Will there ever be another high school that has pay-per-view for all their games? I guess they all are if you think about it.
Well, kind of.
They all are if you think about it.
But back then, Andy, that was a different thing. But it was, his buddy Drew Joyce and Romeo Travis, and Sheon Cotton and Brandon Weems and Willie McGee. And there was another kid on the team, and I think he's still in the area. But there was this kid on the team named Corey Jones. And, all those guys I just mentioned before were LeBron's friends. Right. They'd been together for a long time. Romeo came in a little bit later.
Yeah. Seen the movie.
But Corey Jones transfers in. Mm-hmm. And Corey it's like, well, which kid doesn't fit maybe? Because he's not.
Transferred in from where, though? Do you remember?
I think it was somewhere in Canton.
Okay.
And Corey could play. He lives in North Canton right now. And Corey could shoot. Think Kyle Korver. Okay?
Yeah.
And what impressed me so much about LeBron was that, and Corey ended up playing at Walsh University in Canton.
Okay.
Corey was a great shooter, and he would spot up, and LeBron would get him the ball exactly where he needed it.
Right.
In other words, what he's done his entire career since.
Sure.
But it impressed me so much that this 18-year-old kid knew that this kid who's kind of an outsider in our group can help us, and I got to get him the ball. And he did, and he got it in the right spot. And as soon as I read Bird's comments, I thought of Corey Jones.
Wow.
Because LeBron made him better.
Yeah.
He got him the ball. He's playing with LeBron James. He's going to get open shots. Well, he knocked him down. And I just thought, could LeBron do the same thing at his age if he comes back to the Cavaliers? Could he make everybody better? Because if that's the case, it's not just LeBron. It puts this team, if he can still pull that off, and he's done it his whole career, can he still do it at the age of 42, which he turns in December? What do you think, folks? Because that could be the underlying point of this whole thing with LeBron James coming back to Cleveland if it happens. 216-474-0092 is the number to join us. I'm Jeff Phelps. My buddy's Andy Baskin. We're on The Fan.
Hey, it's Adam.
today, get over to 923thefan.com or favorite 923 The Fan on the Odyssey app for all today's headline segments. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 923 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas.
Larry Bird said it. Jeff Teague said it on a podcast. Larry wouldn't sign LeBron teammates because LeBron made them all look better. And then you end up with a guy, if you signed him, who wasn't anywhere near what you thought you were going to get. And it just got me thinking. I've seen him do that throughout his career. We've all seen him do that throughout his career. If he came here, forget just his presence, with LeBron being here, elevate the rest of the Cavs and make this a significantly better basketball team? I think that's a good question. And I think, like with everything with LeBron right now, Andy, it goes back to, can he do that? And here's where it comes in every time. At the age of 41, at the age of 42 in December. I would think that aspect of his persona is the one thing that would definitely translate. But you still have to be able to do it on the floor.
So the one part of that that's interesting is that that's on LeBron though, right? Like, we talk about this all the time about, bringing in a player who's just like a coach. I don't need you to bring in players that are just like a coach, especially at the quarterback spot. I need leaders. I need guys that can, motivate their teammates to want to be better and make the team better. But when you hire a player, I'm not asking you to hire a coach. That's why you have coaches. And you've got to be all in. And you have to also wonder, how will LeBron approach this next contract, right? So if I actually, from the outside looking in on this thing, think that LeBron would like to make one more run at a title and put himself into a roster where he knows he's going to complement at least and help them propel themselves at least to the finals. I actually think it's win the finals. If I'm him, I want to be on a team that I know has a really, really good chance to win the finals, not just get there. But by the same token, he probably wants to have some buddies on the team too, guys that he's been around that he enjoys playing with. And so I think that's part of the.
Do you want buddies or do you want guys who can get the job done?
At this point in his career, you have to wonder, what does he want? We talked about this before.
Because threading the needle on buddies who can get the job done might be a challenge.
It was, and that's why I keep going back to that last year LeBron was here when, guys like Dwayne Wade, the real Dwayne Wade, was here, real D Wade, was here, and there were a bunch of guys on that roster. You were like, well, they're. I mean, and to me, it was like the Cavaliers trying to make him happy to make sure that everything would be good and that he, maybe he'd want to stay a little bit longer. But I think we all kind of knew what was going on at that point. I also think, Jeff, and I know we've talked about this before, that I wonder.
Here's some of those names, by the way,
of guys that were on that team. Yeah, go ahead.
This is when they threw it together in 2017 for the 2017-18 season.
Yeah,
and you wondered, is this going to work? And it didn't. It worked as well as you wanted it to. Jose Calderon, Jordan Clarkson.
Wow.
Jay Crowder.
I forgot Calderon was on this.
Yeah, Channing was still there. Jeff Green, who will forever love Cleveland.
Yeah.
George Hill was on that team, point guard from Indiana.
Yeah.
Rodney Hood, Kyle Korver, Kevin, Larry Jr., Perk, Derrick Rose for about a week.
Derrick Rose was the guy that was.
For about a week.
Yeah.
Shump, JR, Isaiah Thomas, Tristan, Dwayne Wade, and one of my favorites, Ante Zizic.
That makes you laugh.
I loved Ante was a nice guy. I mean, they threw a bunch of talent there, and we had a call yesterday. Hey, put as much talent on a team as you can. It was one of our guests yesterday. Put as much talent on a team as you can and figure it out. And I agree with that. They just didn't do a good job of that in 2018. At least not what you were looking for. They still won 50 games, still went to the NBA Finals, but they didn't reach the ultimate goal. Can they do that this year? Donovan Mitchell has his contract extension. That's going to be good to go. He's making gobs and gobs and gobs of money. They're going to bring back James Harden. If they bring in LeBron, well, at that point you kind of got to make it work, right?
You got to figure out it's a puzzle that you might even have to make up the pieces to go. But here's my other thing that I wonder if LeBron is looking at.
Okay.
I mean, his entire career, there's been a mirror to Michael Jordan, right? And so, I mean, most people remember, and some people don't.
Yep.
That, and even going back to the beginning, like I keep thinking about one of the first stories I saw LeBron, even when he was a kid, was Jordan's poster hanging up in his room, and and looking at all that. But then we all remember, Jordan at the end of his career for the last 2 seasons played in Washington. So, he was done in 97 and then came back in 2001. Wow, that seems weird. And you know what else is weird? Like Jordan he didn't have a lot of years where he even made, wow. I'm looking at his numbers. Jordan's financial worth from the NBA was minuscule until his last 2 years.
Yeah, he made like $30 million the last couple of years.
Yeah,
he was extremely highly paid, like out of the stratosphere, to make up for what he didn't make in the past.
Yeah, he went for. I mean, wow, he had years where he was only making $3 and $4 million. In fact, in the beginning,
chicken feed, Andy.
Jeff, in 84, 85, 86, and 87, he made less than $900,000 cash.
It was 40 years ago.
It's insane.
It was 40 years ago.
And then he made $60 million in 96 and 97. Those
there
last
you
couple
go.
Years
There's
in
your
Chicago.
30.
And he earned it. But then he was done in 97. Came back in 01 and 02, and took $1 million contracts. Right. And so it's like, I wonder if LeBron looks at, and he was 38 and 39 years old when he did it. And I wonder,
just a kid compared to LeBron.
True. I wonder if LeBron looks at the way Jordan ended his career, and if that's playing into what he's doing right now. Because if you really think about it, if he goes to any team other than Miami or Cleveland, and it doesn't work, it'll be similar to like, remember when Jordan went to Washington? I wonder if any of that.
Jordan goes to Washington.
He's LeBron's a student of the game, and I got to believe that part of that's going through his head because he knows it'll have part of his legacy. I still, the Washington jerseys that he was wearing, it's just like, what? It's still, to me, it will never look right, never did look right. It was awkward.
Yeah, but he had fun.
Yeah, okay, well, if he had fun, that's all that matters.
He had fun. Brad's in Willowick. Hey, Brad.
Hey, Bradley.
Hey, guys. Long-time fan of both you guys. Long-time listener, first-time caller.
Oh, outstanding. Good to have you with us.
Yeah, thanks. I primarily wanted to talk about Donovan Mitchell's contract, but just to touch up on LeBron since you guys are talking about him. Yeah, you stole my thunder. LeBron is a student of the game, the history of the game. And I think LeBron really does want to go out a winner. He knows all of these legends, Larry Bird, Magic Johnson, Michael Jordan, etc. None of the legends went out with a ring. And I think LeBron wants to go out with a ring. I definitely think LeBron's coming back here, but I think LeBron isn't just the answer. If you add LeBron James to this current roster, I don't think we're still going to win a title. We still have to make another move to bring another stud in to be a championship caliber team.
What kind of a stud, Brad?
Probably through trade. Package Jared Allen and Max Strus, or Jared Allen and Sam Merrill for a stud wing. Not just a 3-and-D wing, but a wing that could create his own shot off the dribble.
But where's he going to play? Because LeBron's going to be out there, right? Or is LeBron going to slide over to the 4?
I think LeBron can slide over to the 4 depending on whether we get rid of Mobley. And I just don't understand the insistence of keeping Mobley. It's been 5 years. Trade Mobley for Jaylen Brown, please. That's just no-brainer to me.
Yeah, Brown's already been traded.
Too late. I think there's a lot of young all-stars out there. I'm not remembering their names, but there's a couple of guys that have been mentioned that play the 3 are scoring 20, 25 a game, and I think Altman can find somebody. I haven't studied every roster and every team situation and the apron situation, and who's willing to dump a young talent if the package is right. So I don't know every team's roster, but I know there's at least one or two, probably more than that, young guys that fit the bill. Even at the center position, if you trade Allen, just all depends on who you trade. I think we should trade definitely either Allen or Mobley and leave one up front and pair that out there.
All right, Brad. Hey, thank you for calling. And keep calling. All right.
Moving to Mitchell real quick.
Up. Brad, you were going there. You got played off.
Press 1 for LeBron James. Press 2 for Donovan Mitchell. If you'd like to talk about.
If you know your player's salary cap number, you can dial it now.
If you'd like to fire the general manager, press 1.
Brad was going, man. He had it going. He wanted to trade Mobley. He wanted to trade Allen. See, that's not what LeBron's looking for if he comes back here. If LeBron comes back here, you can be sure that Rich Paul, because LeBron doesn't talk to people, right?
Right.
That's what these negotiations are.
Is that what it is?
That's what we're hearing. It's all Rich Paul. You can be sure Rich Paul has said we'd love to come back. Don't trade Mobley.
I mean, he said they're not.
Why would you do? Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
We'd love to come back. Don't trade Allen. Not going to do it. Not going to do it. Brad mentioned, add some guys, and there are players out there. There's another guy who is available now. And Dan threw it out quickly yesterday and said, do you want him back? And I said, do you want him? And I said, no. And that guy's DeMar DeRozan.
That's okay. It's okay. I saw it this morning. I might have saw it last night too. I think that would be I think that if LeBron does come back, that would be the another piece that we could get, somebody else that could score off the bench. And he's always loved DeMar DeRozan, so having somebody there that he would like would also be good. Biggest thing for me, guys, I think, is the fact that Donovan signed his extension yesterday. I think that might be the move that entices LeBron to come back, because I don't think he's done. This might be the last 1 to 2 years, maybe 2, maybe 3. Who knows? The guy's 41 and he's still top 10 in the league. I mean, in 2 years, could he still be top 20? I think so.
I think top 10 now is pushing it, Zach, but I agree with you. He can still play. He got it done last year. There's no question about that.
Yeah, he's up there. I think DeMar might be the play. Obviously, we got to get LeBron here first, but it's definitely fun to talk about, guys. I'm going to hang up and keep listening. Thank you.
All right, Zach, thank you very much. Zach in Cleveland, 216-474-0092, the number to join us. I mentioned DeMar DeRozan. Yesterday I said no. I thought about it a little bit more. Might have tweaked my thinking a little bit. I'll share it with you next on Baskin and Phelps.
Hey, everybody, it's Andy Baskin for FanDuel. On the biggest stage in the world, FanDuel is changing the game, because sometimes your player gets subbed off, and then your bet goes with them. Not anymore. With FanDuel's Super
team heads off to Las Vegas for Summer League action. The Cavs will start play Friday afternoon against the Indiana Pacers. Listen to the Fan Rewind weeknights 11 to midnight. All the best segments from all our shows, and you can always listen on the Odyssey app. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas.
We're going to talk some basketball with Sam Amico, our buddy from hoopswire.com at 1 o'clock. So later on in the show, we'll be talking basketball as well. Talking baseball with Jared Diamond from the Wall Street Journal coming up at noon. And maybe he can make sense of why Stephen Vogt put Gabriel Arias into pinch hit for Kyle Manzardo, his cleanup hitter with 2 outs in the ninth yesterday.
Is that him or is that the front office?
Well, let's talk about that later.
I mean,
I'm not ready to talk about that. You know why, Andy?
Because it's bothering you? It's
Yes.
upsetting you?
Yes.
I don't want to do that to you.
Yes.
That would be, I mean.
I don't get mad very often.
I know it's not.
But I was like, what? We're going to talk about that coming up.
Oh, I can feel your pain.
Talking about LeBron James and his ability to make his teammates better. And could LeBron's game be just a part of what he could bring to Cleveland? In other words, could he help Donovan Mitchell make that next step in his career? Could he help James Harden become a better facilitator even? And James is already good at it. Could he help Evan Mobley?
These are all good questions. Hey, I want to remind you that Basketball Talk right here on 92.3 The Fan is presented by Xfinity. Score the most reliable Wi-Fi. One price, 5 years guaranteed. Xfinity. Imagine that.
Got a new thought on DeMar DeRozan. We'll get to that in a second. Jeffrey's in Cleveland. Hey, Jeffrey.
Hey, Jeffrey.
Yeah, that's what LeBron is going to have to do, is to help the other guys, because he's unhappy because he's not going to catch Jordan floating around in cyber now. He had a chance to surpass Jordan if he would have stayed in Cleveland in 2016 after that championship. I think LeBron could have got 2 or 3 more championships if he would have stayed in Cleveland. He's unhappy. He's unhappy. He know he can't catch Jordan. His shoe's going to have to take a back seat to Jordan. And Jordan just floating around. Every time you see Jordan, he's got a big smile on his face because he shook LeBron. He shook LeBron. Okay?
I don't think he thinks about LeBron.
I don't think that's it, Jeffrey.
Jordan,
When it comes like that, I just not buy it. He did win a championship in L.A.
well, LeBron had Jordan on his heels. He was going to be the next Air Bron. But
I think he's done pretty well for himself. By the way, do you know what Michael Jordan's middle name is, Jeffrey?
Huh?
Do you know what Michael Jordan's middle name is?
Jeffrey.
That's correct.
Wow.
That's correct.
Jeffrey.
Northeast Ohio, you can sleep better now knowing that. Insomnia? No way.
So those pesky Sacramento Kings decided not to keep DeMar DeRozan. They cut him loose. He's a free agent now. Dano threw it out yesterday in our headline segment, said, "You want him?" And I thought, no. And then I went back and I was thinking about it yesterday. And I thought, still don't want him if you're thinking he's starting for you. So I changed my thought a little bit, Andy.
Okay, why?
Well, DeMar DeRozan can flat out score. And his game is based around mid-range shots more so than the outside shots. He's historically not a good three-point shooter, just 30% in his career. And last year shot 32%. It was one of those, hey, way to go, you were better. But if you remember him, especially when he was with Toronto, I mean, his three-point game was just not very good. And I usually don't harp on the three-point game. I'll do it in this instance because you have Donovan Mitchell. You have James Harden, we think. You're going to have LeBron. Andy, those are 3 guys who like to get to the basket a little bit and who shoot mid-range, which means you're going to need somebody to open it up, get the spacing a little bit better by being able to stretch the floor and knock down some threes. DeRozan's not that guy.
No, so he doesn't fit here.
Well, but here's how he might.
Okay.
And this is where I thought, all right, I'd go for it. You sign DeMar DeRozan if you're the Cavs.
Okay.
He has a little history with LeBron, I think, from Olympics. And you say, hey, look, you're going to be a super sub for us.
You're saying to go along with LeBron. I just want to make sure not to come in and be a starter. Okay.
Right. You're going to be a super sub for us. And here's what we're going to do. When Harden, when Mitchell, when LeBron are off the floor, and they're going to miss games. LeBron's going to play, 65 games, maybe.
Maybe.
You're going to go out and you're going to pick up the scoring slack for us. But, you're not going to start. You're probably not going to be a crunch time player because I don't think his game fits perfectly with the rest of what would be the starting five. But if you bring him off the bench for instant offense, Andy, you can turn him into your Vinnie Johnson, that old reference from the Pistons.
Wow, Michael.
And have a guy who can come in and score 15 points a game off the bench. He's not scored less than 15 points a game since his rookie season. So he'd have to be willing to accept a role. But he might be. 6'6", can play small forward, could play a little shooting guard.
All right, so CBS Sports also talked about this too. I'm trying to think who wrote the story. It was Sam Quinn wrote this on CBS Sports, talking about
he's mighty
teams. Yes, he is. Teams that would be a good fit for him, and he kind of made it.
Menigan just looked at me and shook his head.
Kind of made. Who knows the mighty Quinn? So
everybody's going to jump for joy. Come on without. Come on within. You don't see nothing like the mighty Quinn.
Yeah. Too bad he's blinded by the light.
Are we done, Manfred? Are we done? So
I was going Dylan. I don't know where you were heading.
I was going. He went. I guess I could have gone Springsteen too, right?
Yeah. Well, there you
go. So CBS came back and said that when you talk about DeMar DeRozan, he is going to be the first runner-up for LeBron on a couple of teams. So if you miss out on LeBron, now you have the what is it? First runner-up, yeah. So if Miss Ohio can't fulfill all of her duties as Miss Ohio,
and oftentimes they can't.
Well, so they bring in the number 2? They go to the bullpen?
Heck yeah.
She's not Miss Ohio.
Bringing in the lefty.
She's Miss Ohio runner-up. Let's big round of applause. But the team that misses out on LeBron, and they're saying that it's Denver, Miami, Golden State. Those are all good fits for DeMar DeRozan. And to get into, they actually talked about, who was missing out.
I could see him with Golden State.
Yeah. So they said the Cavs, Minnesota, and the 76ers are so heavy on shot creation at this stage that none would be a fit. The other three teams all make varying degrees of sense. And that's what I just said,
that was my thinking.
Yeah.
But if they could convince him, hey, here's your role. Off the bench, you'll be the key to the second unit. You'll go score points. See, and this is where, okay, and I said earlier, the longer it goes, I think the better the chance is that LeBron comes to Cleveland. All right, so you put pieces together, and then, boom, you bring him in.
He has made a lot of money in 17 years.
Holy DeMar DeRozan? Yes. Oh, yeah. He's one of the more highly paid guys in the league.
$305 million.
Is that good?
Yeah. Once he got out of his rookie deal, he's been like $9 million, $10 million a year ever since. He jumped in 2015 to 2016. He jumped from $10 million to $26 million. Wow, man. Oh, if I just had any athletic ability. It's so hard to look at numbers when you look at pro athletes and go, wow. It's such a diamond in the rough, though, for all those guys. How many guys didn't make it compared to the guys that you're looking at that made gigantic money? Where does he – and again, I think we find ourselves with guys like him and Kuminga trying to figure out what their role would be in the future, because either one of those guys swings from, maybe more Kuminga, but swings from starter to bench guy, right?
Yeah.
And so you have to ask yourself, where do I want to be, and am I setting myself up for what for the rest of my career? Because Kuminga,
that's
we
part of
talked
it with
about
a guy
Kuminga.
like Jonathan Kuminga.
So, yeah. Kuminga's probably still in a spot where he could be a featured player on a team.
Well, Andy, I don't think he's even scratched the surface of what he might be able to be in the NBA.
But someone's got to give him a shot. And then
right, the problem is might be able to be means you may never get there.
And you're not helping yourself by probably being that guy who's going to end up on a team that might be a play-in team or might be a outside looking in team.
Kuminga's,
you may be the best player on that team, but again, if you don't have any help around you on the outside, you may lose some untapped potential down the road. It's a weird place to be, isn't it?
You know, the one thing that I think I've picked up from Cav fans who have called our show and just talking to people, I don't feel this huge sense of urgency from Cav fans to sign LeBron, or even to fill, if he doesn't come back, and again, I think the longer it takes, the more likely it is, to fill that spot. And that to me is a little weird, because if they don't fill that spot, Andy, what are you doing? You're just keeping your fingers crossed that this team is going to somehow get better from within, that Jordan Tyson's the answer at the 3, that Naquan Tomlin is going to be the guy who steps up. Then maybe they are. But, boy, I think that'd be a tough way for the organization to go.
I also wonder, ask yourself this. I heard this, don't take it for granted if LeBron comes back, but I also think Cavalier fans have maybe a little bit of LeBron fatigue on this too, knowing that we have been up and down, and it's just and sometimes it's been the greatest marriage ever. Little time there, it was not good. It was volatile. We were throwing pans at each other.
That's what counseling's for.
Yeah, and so I do think there's some fatigue here for Cavalier fans that might be saying, all right, if this happens, it happens. And I'm going to be okay with it because I want to cherish the championship they won. I don't ever want to think ill of LeBron. I want to think that, man, look what happened when he came back, and look at the team they were able to put together to win a championship and go to all of those NBA finals. I mean, whether you win or lose,
really
to get
cool.
there
It was really cool.
It was an era, you know, and it for us, it'll always be the Warriors-Cavs era. But,
think of the way people think of the Indians teams of the 90s.
Yeah.
I mean, that was that late, mid-90s into the early 2000s. Didn't win a World Series, but, boy, it sure was fun. And it was a great run. And it was the same thing with the Cavs when LeBron was back for his second run with the Cavs. It didn't last real long, but it sure was fun. And now could he be the difference maker if he comes back? And there's more to it than just his abilities as a basketball player, because they aren't what they used to be.
No, but
which
the
is
more
only
to
natural.
Does the more to it only apply to Cleveland?
No, I don't think it does, Andy.
What does the more to it mean? Other than if he goes to another city, it's 100% about winning another championship and making sure that
I would think he thinks that here too. Although they've said happiness, if the Cavs stunk, you can be sure he wouldn't be coming back.
Let's just say in the back of his mind,
wouldn't you think?
Yeah,
if the Cavs won 30 games last year, you think the Cavs were even on his radar because of
they're
this
not,
being
not
his
at all.
hometown?
Nope, totally agree. But I also think that if things go sideways, and let's just say it doesn't look, although I can't see the Cavs not being a playoff team next year, that's just not going to happen. So he's going to be in a position to make the playoffs, and he understands the whole role of, all right, well, this happens during the regular season. So what if we come in? Maybe we come in as a 4 or 5 seed again next year. We know how to turn it on for the playoffs. At least he does. And maybe he needs to teach the guys that are on this team how to turn it on for the playoffs so you're not burnt out after the first round. That might be the greatest gift he could give this team, and having this team understand how to do that. I just think that if it ends here, it's okay. Like there's no. I don't think of Jordan in a Wizards uniform. I think of LeBron in a Cavs uniform.
Former NBA front office man Bobby Marks, now with ESPN, was on the afternoon show, and he had some thoughts about a possible LeBron and Cavalier reunion. They're coming up on Baskin and Phelps.
This
Karis LeVert finds himself in Milwaukee. You can now find 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Subscribe to our YouTube channel and get the best content from our shows each and every weekday. That's 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
Follow the Cavs every morning. The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima. Weekday mornings starting at 6 a.m.
Welcome back to Baskin and Phelps. Coming up 1 o'clock, Sam Amico is going to talk a little basketball with us. He's from hoopswire.com. We're going to talk baseball at noon. Then we're going to bang our head against a wall after we talk to Jared Diamond from the Wall Street Journal.
Why, you don't?
We'll get into that.
You should pinch hit for your cleanup hitter?
Well, by God, it's become a habit.
Well, Jeff, the number 2 hitter in the lineup is the most important hitter in the lineup these days. I don't know if you've seen the analytics on that. Aren't you the one that brought that up about 2 months ago? And then
Guess what, Andy?
I started reading a little bit more about that.
Guess what?
Like, yeah, maybe he's right.
They pinch hit for him, too. We're going to get into that.
Who's making
I'm going to get mad.
As always, you can listen to this show and all of our local shows on The Fan on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
That's Andy Baskin. I'm Jeff Phelps. Talking about the Cavs. Talking about LeBron's impact if he comes back, perhaps on getting everybody better. We had a former NBA front office guy on the afternoon show, Bobby Marks. We're going to hear from Bobby in just a second. Mike is in Avon Lake. Hello, Mike.
Hey, how's it going, fellas?
Well.
Hey.
So, this is all we're thinking about, right? Or at least as a diehard Cavs fan, this is all I'm thinking about. And I'm putting everything together, and I did a stint in L.A. last 18 years. And my thing that worries me is I think our biggest rival to losing LeBron is Philly. And I think when you think of happiness, what makes him happy, he's been spending a lot of time with Kevin Hart and those DraftKings commercials. Philly.
They shoot all those in like one day, right?
But listen, you're going to tell me. So who's he been razzing on his Instagram? Who's he got that running joke with now?
Yeah, I get it. I mean, why wouldn't you? If you were LeBron, I mean, it's good for your marketing ability to let everybody know that one of your buddies is Kevin Hart, and it's good. I mean, that
you carry butterscotch without the wrapper.
Yeah,
that's nasty.
Philly hasn't won in a while, and as he's doing this reunion tour of winning it for Cleveland, who hadn't won, now that was all intertwined. So if he's cryptic and everything's calculated, which you guys both say that on the show.
I think he knows what he's doing. I think he knows what he's doing.
I do too.
Yeah.
So I think my worry is I think he knows what he's doing, and I just can't wrap my head around him like leading on Cleveland again. Like I would have thought he would have cut us loose. That's what I'm hanging on to, is that he's not going to burn that bridge again, and he would have just said like, "Hey, I'm not coming home," but anybody else is fair game.
Mike, I still think the longer it goes, the more likely it is he comes here. Do you buy that?
Yeah, because I think we're the only ones who are going to wait around for him. I think at a certain point, Gansey's going to be like, all right, it's not happening, and he's going to pull the trigger on somebody else. And I think, I agree. The longer it is.
Mike, let me ask you. Okay, so you said, how long were you out in L.A.?
18 years. I left in 2007, so I left before he did.
All right. But I mean, you still have a good vibe for the city. Like,
yeah.
Playing in L.A., LeBron is big, is big, but he's not the biggest thing in L.A., right? Like, fans, I think, and I've read a lot of things that like fans were tired of LeBron in L.A. right now, okay?
100%. 100%.
You come back to Cleveland, you're not going to have no one's. It doesn't matter how you play. You're going to be loved, even if you start to
careful there,
Jeff. I don't know, guy. Look, if it goes sideways towards the end of the season and his age finally catches up with him, he's still LeBron, and then it becomes the LeBron farewell tour, and that's what you'll hit at that point. Man, he goes to Philly and it goes sideways, and they have big expectations
that'd
for him.
Be nasty.
That is an ugly city to turn and go the other way on. Like they're closer to us as far as live and die by it.
But think about Maxey, Jaylen Brown,
and what if it doesn't work? And
LeBron.
what if those guys don't get along?
Jaylen Brown will get more grief than LeBron would.
Well, where has he gone that it didn't work?
Mike, very good thought. Mike, thank you very much for the phone call.
But I'm not. This isn't about not. Well, you know what? You can look at that last season in Cleveland and look at all the guys that came in here at that point.
Still went to the finals.
And no one was blaming
LeBron.
Yeah. LeBron's not going to get blamed for anything here. He's not.
I would think that's true. Bobby Marks was the assistant general manager of the Brooklyn Nets for a number of seasons. And he's worked with ESPN for about a decade now. Bobby's a really smart basketball guy. He was on the afternoon show, and he was asked by our guys in the afternoon, Nick and Jonathan, so LeBron, Cavs, what do you think?
It started with three, with Cleveland, Golden State, and Miami, and it certainly has expanded with Denver and Philly, certainly because of the Jaylen Brown trade. Minnesota is up there. We hear some other teams, of course, also. I think we're just kind of in this holding pattern. People say, well, what do you think? And I said, I know what you know. If you're just looking purely basketball, right, and I know you take the Cleveland part into it as far as them drafting him and already winning a championship, I think Cleveland probably has the best fit when you look at their roster, ready-made roster here. And I think all the teams have compelling arguments. When you have Mitchell and Harden and Mobley and Allen, and then you have the shooters with Merrill and Max, and Jalen Tyson still there, of course. And I think that's probably the most ideal spot here. But as I said, Miami has a compelling case, and I think Philadelphia certainly does now. Not as high on the Golden State fit as probably some other people, just because I think there's so much work to do with that roster here. But we'll see. We'll see what LeBron wants to do.
Thing that stands out to me there is he thought the Cavs roster was the best fit for LeBron.
We've been saying that for a year.
We kind of have since all this came out. Drop him in at 3 and let him go.
Go. And what would hurt the Cavs next year? Bench? Yeah. The bench is taking a hit here in the offseason. Well, again, I ask you, if they don't sign LeBron, what are they doing?
Well,
it feels like that's the only hook they have in the water right now.
Look at you.
Isn't it?
Didn't know you fished.
Oh, yeah. Are you kidding? Did a whole fly fishing series once.
Nice.
Oh, yeah.
That's fabulous.
You had the whistle from Andy from your show. Man, it was good.
Did you really?
Did a beginning of it in black and white.
No, you didn't.
Yes.
Oh, that's fabulous.
It had a little open. It was great.
That's fabulous. The one thing about the Cavs bench, careful now.
Why am I getting? Is that?
If somebody owns it. The one thing about the Cavs bench, don't yell at me here.
I can't even whistle anymore.
I think it's a little bit more intriguing than some folks think. And I say that for this reason and this reason only. If Tomlin, if Tyson can develop a little bit, then I think you might have something. Naquan Tomlin's interesting, and he's 6'8". That helps. Jalen Tyson is feisty as all get out. He's 6'6". If Schroeder is still here, Schroeder can play. If Max Strus is still here, Max can play. And you brought back Thomas Bryant. That alone, Andy's 10 guys. If you find somebody to start at the 3. So that's 9 guys anyway. Sam Merrill makes 10. So you have some guys there. The question is, are any of those guys going to be really impactful coming off the bench? I mean, it's okay to have guys.
Merrill for sure. Don't you think?
Sam has his moments where he might not be there. If he's on, look out. I mean, that guy can just shoot it. He might be the best shooter in the NBA today. But, if he were that on a consistent basis, he'd probably be making more money and playing more minutes. But I like him a lot. I do think you still need to add some guys, and I would add some veteran depth, which is why the DeMar DeRozan thought sticks with me a little bit more now. You also wonder, we haven't talked about Malik Thomas, which I think is good because just because he was the Cavs' first draft choice doesn't mean he was a guy who should have been taken high in the first round, because he wasn't. He was sitting there in the second round for you. But there is some work to be done. But if you don't get LeBron, if he doesn't come here, if Kuminga doesn't come here, if you don't sign DeRozan to be your scorer off the bench, then you're banking on getting better from within, at least right now. There's a lot of time to go before the season starts, and then you even have the trade deadline. You know, I mean, you can get into the season and still change things up. But right now, just right now, you're banking on the team getting a lot better from within after losing two guys at a position that you wanted to add guys to anyway, out there on the wing with Keon Ellis and Dean Wade. So right now, I think it's very fair to say, what's exactly going on here?
I just perusing the roster, you know, the guys you're asking to get it done are all over. I mean, with the exception of Evan, who's 25. You know, you're all 28, 29 years old.
That's not too old.
No, it's not. Thomas is the only.
You're in your prime.
Yeah, Thomas is the youngest. Thomas is the only guy in his teens, so that won't be lasting for long. But you got a 19-year-old on too. I just. We're not like no one.
If he spends more time in Cleveland than in a Cavs uniform than a Charge uniform,
right?
I'd be stunned.
No, I agree. I just the age factor on LeBron has to be taken into consideration. It just does.
Sure.
But I think a lot of people overlook that. They want to believe that LeBron's going to play like he's,
35,
32 rather than 42, and so
And if you look at what he did last year, you're hard pressed to think, well, that's
if there's anybody that can
good.
do it, it's him. I don't even question it. There's no other athlete that I would like. Okay, all right, I get it. He's in his 40s. He can still play. He can put up, the numbers aren't going to go away.
Well,
you're going to get 20 points a night from him, right?
No,
you don't think so?
I don't think you want that. See, that's where this is going to have to be. If you were to come back, there would be a buy-in, and it would either be on James Harden's part or LeBron's part. You don't need those guys taking excessive shots just for stats. And LeBron's averaged 20 points a game every year of his career.
Yeah, that's why I'm sitting there. Going,
I know, but
can you imagine a game?
But at some point, Andy, right? At some point, a good 16 to 18 points a game for LeBron, playing 25 minutes a game for the most part. Then you get to the playoffs and you can crank it up if you need to. I want to protect the guy. You bring him back. He's 42.
At
some point that hits.
His lowest average points per game.
20.9. Rookie year and this last year.
Yeah. I can't see LeBron not being on a team that where he's not getting 20 points a game.
But see, now that's the problem. You don't need that here. It wouldn't, if it fit in the flow of the offense, that's fine. But you have James Harden, who you would have to say, hey, James, how about 14 and 10? Would James Harden be okay with that? And here's the other thing. If you're doing all that, what are you going to do with Evan Mobley?
True.
Well,
you've got to get Mobley better.
But you want Evan to develop. By God, putting three guys who are going to score 20 points a game on the team is not the way to do it.
At least we're up to 60. Still need another 40.
No, in the NBA today, you need another 60.
I'm trying to be nice. So maybe it is there for him. You kind of think, okay, what do we need from LeBron every game for him to make this thing work?
Good basketball.
Okay, so define good basketball.
I'm not going to put a number on it. He needs to be what he's been in the past.
26 minutes per game?
Which is a great team. No, just a great team player. Andy, he puts up unbelievable individual stats while being a really good team player.
26 minutes per game would be down.
That's
7.
tough to do. That's tough to do.
I'm just trying to do the math as I'm looking at some of these numbers. I just don't. I mean, can you honestly see a game where LeBron's not going for 20 every game? And if you're saying that does that mean he's not the piece they need if he needs to have 20 points per game?
We just heard Bobby Mark say
yes or no. This doesn't work if LeBron's 20 points per game.
No, it could work.
Okay.
If Harden's 14. See, this is where, if this were to happen, the individuals would have to do some soul searching, and the coaching staff would have to do some selling. Can that happen? We just heard Bobby Marks say, you know as much as I do about where LeBron's going. Another big-time ESPN voice has some thoughts on that. We'll hear those next on Baskin and Phelps.
Roof.
Cavaliers continue Summer League minicamp out in Independence today. That's the final practice before they head out to Vegas for Summer League play. Cavs open up their summer tournament on Friday when they face the Pacers. You can listen to the Fan Rewind weeknights from 11 p.m. to midnight, all the best segments from all our shows, and you can always listen on the Odyssey app. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
You know, you can listen to The Fan anytime, anywhere on the free Odyssey app. That's right, the free Odyssey app.
That's nice.
Or by telling your smart speaker simply, hey, play 92.3 The Fan. Try it now. Play 92.3 The Fan. And now you can find 92.3 The Fan on YouTube, including The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima from 6 to 10. Our show from 10 to 2.
No kidding.
Afternoon Drive with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin from 2 to 7.
They're nice guys.
Yeah, they're doing 5 hours a day, man. They kill it. Each and every weekday on 92.3 The Fan's YouTube channel. Subscribe to our channel for free and watch all the best content from your favorite shows on The Fan, live and on demand now.
That's Andy. I'm Jeff. Dan Mennigan behind the glass. Meredith taking your phone calls. 216-474-0092.
Dan, you okay today? I just want to make sure, check in.
Hey, you better today?
Oh, God, yeah.
Day removed from the colossal thumping that Team USA took.
They removed, and the Argentina-Egypt match was the kick in the shorts I needed to remember how beautiful this game is.
Okay.
Highest rated soccer match in American television history, right?
Egypt and Argentina?
No. U.S. Belgium.
Bet your sweet Aunt Bippy it was.
And what they do, they let you down.
I believe the phrase collective 11-man pants pooping is what took place.
I think you had the feeling, like I have the feeling when the Guardians open the season and with new guys on the team that not maybe everyone know and they don't put their names on the back of the jerseys. That bothers me. What? I think it's a great marketing tool for the Guardians. When they opening day, when it's sold out, you know it's going to be sold out, and they decide not to wear jerseys with their names on the back of them. They just wear jerseys with numbers on the back. You ever notice that? Every once in a while that happens?
Question here, Dan Mennigan, 92.3 The Fan.
Yeah.
How do the two things correlate between the soccer game and what you're saying right now?
It is an unbelievable opportunity for those who are not in the know to become fans of players. Now you have more eyeballs on soccer than ever before, and many of them are not regular soccer fans.
Now I understand the correlation.
And so now if you play a really, really bad game in that situation, that is the reference point or the resume for all of those people that now have suddenly decided to watch a soccer game.
So you're saying 11 grown men soiling their shorts in front of public television is not exactly the best way to go about growing your game. That's good to know. I'll write that down.
And that's my point. The other thing that I keep reading, and I don't know if you brought this up yesterday.
It's a big point.
Yeah,
write that down. In fact, you know what? Give me a Sharpie.
Okay. Oh, really?
Yeah, we're gonna Sharpie that one down.
Do you want the erasable Sharpie?
No. That's a permanent one.
The other thing I keep reading about is how
thou shall not soil shorts.
How soccer fans are now upset about the reason that we got beat is because of
I like that.
It's a we. Can I say we? Am I allowed to say we?
It's our country
what
team.
You got to see, my
Pay
friend.
taxes.
Yeah, I was gonna say tax-paying member and a landowner.
It has to do with what I think a lot of other sports agree on too, like because of youth sports and the fact that these guys are playing travel soccer rather than learning the skills of the game. I read 2 articles on that in the last 24 hours.
Get out more.
You are scratching the surface of a place that you don't want to be in right now.
Oh, look at him. He gets so it's either like a yes or a no. And
we're still talking Cavs here.
Yeah, I know.
No,
do you agree with that?
If you want to go down the youth soccer rabbit hole, that's going to take over the next 20 minutes.
Our kids played for like 2 years, and that was it. They were tiny.
Youth soccer in this country is an absolute mess when you get past rec programs. Rec programs are exactly what they need to be. They're so much fun. It's one of the best things in this world, I will forever say, is to go see your child, your niece, your nephew, your friend's kids, whatever, play 6-year-old soccer. It's one of the greatest things on this earth. It will bring a tear to your eye to watch the ball roll and the herd follow the ball, and then the ball roll and then the herd will follow the ball the other direction.
Yeah, but but all of a sudden you find that kid that knows how to kick the ball into the net.
But that needs to be said before we get too far.
They've got to travel all over the country.
it needs to be stated before we get too far down this rabbit hole. There's a lot of arguments going on right now. You can find all of the pieces when it comes to youth soccer. I don't know.
Cavs here.
Yeah, we know.
You want me to make his mic not work for a minute?
Yeah, for a second. Go ahead. Turn him off. Yes. Turn him off. You know how I could drag him into this conversation in 2 seconds? Baseball, Jeff. Same issue. It's the same.
What's the same?
The issue that we're talking about. I don't know if you were listening to any of that.
I was listening.
Do you agree with that? That like rec ball is a chance for kids to learn, but then you get the kids that start, like some kids hit puberty before other kids.
Well, it's training that takes place that's way too damn expensive for its own good, and pay for play is out of control.
Yeah.
I mean, that's what will hold soccer back in this country for a long period of time. For example, Norway, it's all for free. Now their taxes
and their skiing thing is insane too.
Now their taxes are far higher. I'll be the first to state that as well. But in Norway, it's all free. You know, your training is free, your coaches is free, and all that kind of stuff, and your tax money is compensating all of these things. Also for skiing,
but wait
also
a second.
for all of these different things that are there.
But who's paying for the jerseys? Who's paying for the shorts? Who's paying for the travel bags?
Taxes.
Who's paying for all the shoes?
Taxes.
I'm just joking.
Taxes.
If you don't have a matching jacket with a sweatsuit that you're able to warm up in and look like a team as a team before you get there, and then you got to make sure you got all the names on the back of the jerseys, and then you got to have your matching shoes that go with everything else. I don't even know how you. I don't even know how the teams
sorry,
anymore.
we're talking to a guy who coaches travel hockey.
This is a wormhole that I am not smart enough
we don't
to
have
the most expensive sport going.
We just didn't have. There's not a lot of girls teams here, and so I've coached that before, and so I kind of get it there. But then I would tell any girl that plays hockey, young girl, play with the boys as long as you possibly can until it becomes physically
detrimental to your health.
Yeah, that you feel, especially for parents in that scenario too. Like,
no, we're still talking Cavs.
Once you think you're in harm's way, I thought we were talking youth hockey. I was enjoying every second of it.
Our buddy
Did
Brian.
the Cavs get LeBron yet?
No.
Okay,
but they're working on it.
So we just waiting for one man to make a decision. This is obnoxious.
At least, yeah, exactly right.
That's it. We are.
We heard
Literally
Bobby
what we're doing
Marks.
here.
We heard Bobby Marks last segment say, you know as much as I do, but he thought that Cleveland was the best fit for LeBron. His ESPN pal, our buddy from Akron, Brian Windhurst, was on ESPN. He chimed in about destination for LeBron.
So you talk to these teams who are interested in signing LeBron, and there's a dearth of information. It's all one-way information. And this is how his previous free agencies have operated. Just nobody has known. Like, look, Dwayne Wade and Chris Bosh got about 12-hour heads-ups when he came to Miami. And Dwayne Wade got roughly that, maybe a little bit less than that when LeBron was leaving to go back to Cleveland. He keeps a very tight circle, and when it comes to announcing his free agency, he does a very good job of keeping the secret. So there's a lot of people out there who are basing things on vibes. They're like, well, the vibes point this way, and that may end up being correct, but the circle is kept very tight. And I think Giannis's heart was beating, not just because he would love to see LeBron join him in Miami, but also because the team that gets him will be very formidable. As we show with that lineup, the Cavs having that type of lineup is very formidable in the Eastern Conference. So as you can imagine, this has got a lot of the NBA on edge right now.
He was talking about the Giannis video I was talking about. Sitting in the limo, I think.
Yeah, where Giannis was like, what?
And then he was like, oh, I think I'm having a heart attack. He's going to Cleveland? Is that real? Is that real? I think we all have to be careful on that, too.
I would think that's true. I would think that that's something that we here in Cleveland need to think about. I get the feeling from a lot of Cav fans that they just think he's coming back. I think at this point it would be a surprise to those of us in Cleveland if he went to somewhere else. Would you? Do you think that's where this is right now?
I do, personally, or what do I think our fans think?
What do you personally think? What do you think the fans
personally think? It's personally, I think anything's up for grabs. LeBron is going to pick where he wants to go. He may already know where he wants to go. And if they, at the end, they're going to say they did this because he wanted happiness. But he had already decided where happiness was, probably sometime during the season. I mean, let's face it, he knows where happiness probably lies closest, and whether that's here or Philadelphia or Golden State or somewhere else, that's on LeBron. I will believe that LeBron's coming back when I hear it from LeBron.
I'd say that's safe.
I am not getting sucked into this the way we have in years past.
So you would want LeBron to say something and or maybe just talk to him personally, like Richard Jefferson certainly did when they were at the 2016 championship team reunion in Scotland that Mozgov wasn't invited to.
I think they just forgot about him.
Didn't everybody?
I feel bad for him.
Richard,
he kind of blended into the woodwork.
Richard
with that big hat
Jefferson
on.
showed up a little late because he was working still.
Yeah.
In the NBA Finals.
Mm-hmm.
But he showed up late. And so he was at the reunion.
Mm-hmm.
He was also on his Road Trippin' podcast and said this about LeBron and free agency.
He told me, but I can't tell anybody. He told me exactly what was going to happen. He told me the date that he was going to tell the Lakers that he moved away. Then he told me where he was going to go. He told me not to tell. I know the whole plan. Me, him, and Rich Paul, we've been talking. So I kind of know their whole strategy. They're waiting on some other dominoes to fall to make sure everything's aligned. You notice how once he told the Lakers he wasn't coming back, they signed all the players the next day. So he's just waiting on a couple of things. So me and him are going to stay together. We're probably going to chop it up today. We've been really kind of game planning how we want everything to go for the next point. But
couple of dominoes got him.
Yeah.
Is Richard busting chops, or does he know something?
Wasn't Richard the guy who said in the locker room in 2016 because he had a couple glasses of champagne? He said, "I'm retired." Do you remember that?
Yeah.
So he knows how to chop it up. He knows how to pull some strings. He knows how to get people to kind of play along.
Okay.
Maybe he does know. I mean, it wouldn't surprise me if he does. It wouldn't surprise me at all. Again, we talked about all the good fortune that a lot of his you talked about Larry Bird saying he wouldn't sign any of the guys that played with him because they all look better because they played with LeBron. Guys that have been around LeBron, that have been friends with LeBron, look, we talked about this yesterday, guys that have gone on to do things and be, kind of bigger and better and have like media roles and general manager role and, a lot of things going on here that if you're able to, get the Midas touch or the LeBron touch, your career is going to be very successful when you're done playing basketball.
And there have been more than a few of those guys.
Yeah, I mean, Richard's one of them, right? But I remember
Richard was a really good player and then finished it out here,
Yeah.
And then played that. I don't know if he becomes the guy who's sitting there with Mike Breen and Tim Legler doing NBA Finals games if he doesn't win that championship in Cleveland.
No, he's not. He's not. But I also remember, Richard would, when I was working TV here in town, Richard would come in and do our Sunday night show every once in a while with us. And he's a good guy and he's funny and he seems like he'd be a great teammate. And I remember sitting there in the locker room in Oakland after they won. And he started telling one of the reporters from New York, "Yeah, I'm done. I'm going to retire." He was totally kidding. Like, I'm sitting here. I know he's joking. I knew he was joking. And everyone was like, "No, he's retiring." And for like the next month, he hung on to that storyline and had some fun with it. Because I don't think he meant it when he said it. And then he's like, "I'm going to lean into this a little bit." And then he ended up coming back. He didn't retire. And it's not even coming back. He never left. So for Richard to say that about maybe, there is a chance. Look, those guys were overseas. There's a good chance that Richard probably does know some things. But at the end, it might be that he thinks he knows, but at the end, it's on LeBron. And Richard could call LeBron and say, "Oh, you told me this." And LeBron would be like, "I changed my mind." Again, it's only true until...
How'd that go?
I changed my mind. It's only true when you're on the dais. The second you walk away from the microphone, the truth may change.
We're going to talk more basketball, 1 o'clock hour. Sam Amico, hoopswire.com, is going to join us. The heck is Stephen Vogt thinking? It's coming up in the noon hour. Headlines next on Baskin and Phelps.
Hey, don't be pressured when it's time to shop for an engagement ring. Stop in and see Josh at Bookman & Son, where jewelry shopping is made easy and comfortable. BookmanandSon.com.
As a fellow Conrad's customer, there's a reason why Conrad sells more tires than anyone in Northeast Ohio. Every tire comes with lifetime rotations and balancing, flat repairs, wheel alignment inspection, plus 3 years of road hazard protection.
Don't wait until worn tires become a problem. During Conrad's summer savings event, get tires starting at just $60 a
each, plus installation. Now offering 0% financing with Affirm. Visit your neighborhood Conrads by July 31st. Learn more at econrads.com.
Here with Ari, owner of Poochers,
Poochers. I've heard it all.
So people have been hearing you on the radio, huh?
A lot of people are coming in mentioning the radio ads.
They mention the ads, but they don't know how to spell the name of the poo.
There's two great debates.
Not only do they not
how
know
do you
how to
say it and how do you spell it?
Right, I was just going to say.
It's Poochers, and it's Puchers.
But no matter how you say it, you guys are going to take care of the customers, huh?
Customers always come first.
So window treatments.
Yes. Basically anything that can cover your windows, blinds, shades, shutters, drapery. We have all the different options on display. Our sales staff is very knowledgeable and really good at design and helping you pick everything out.
You got any specials going on for the spring?
Absolutely. We have through the end of the month 5% off. We have 12 months, no interest financing all year round.
How can we get a hold of you at Poochers?
We have 2 locations in Broadview Heights and Berea. You can also find us at Puchers.com.
All guests appear on the 92.3 The Fan hotline, powered by Wise Hard Right. We make it right. Call Kyle Wright.
Sunny and humid for your Wednesday with a high of 82.
Weather brought to you by Duke's Mayo. Welcome to Duke's Mayo Country, where the mayo is so smooth and creamy, it makes every bite better. Duke's Mayo. Look for the yellow lid.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like
headed to Memphis, and former Cavalier Karis LeVert finds himself in Milwaukee. You can now find 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Subscribe to our YouTube channel and get the best content from our shows each and every weekday. That's 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
Coming up at noon, Jared Diamond from the Wall Street Journal covers baseball. Does a great job of it. Jared's going to join us. Sam Amico talking basketball with us from Hoopswire at 1 o'clock. I'm Jeff Phelps. To my right is Andy Baskin.
Hello, Jeff.
Behind the glass, ready to hit the magic button, is Dan Mennigan.
Live from the pitch.
What'd you call him?
I didn't say that. Said he was live from the pitch, where he will give you much more than nil. Here's Dan Mennigan.
Nice.
Nil is about the bar. It's about what we aim for. We will get to what happened on the pitch yesterday shortly.
Oh,
but first,
good.
NFL Network's Mike Garafolo is reporting the Buccaneers and Baker Mayfield are not close on an extension together. Quote, there is a lot of work that needs to be done on this one. The Bucs are in no rush, according to Garafolo.
What's that mean? Should they be?
I don't think so. I don't think they need to be in a rush. See what he does this year, go from there. What do you think? Would you guys sign Bake to a long-term contract? Let's say for, I don't know the number in front of me, but let's say make him the 10th highest paid quarterback in football.
I would not.
Okay. Please show your work.
I think Baker is a really competent NFL quarterback. I don't think he's upper echelon NFL quarterback. And for that reason, he should be highly compensated, but I don't consider him to be one of the top 10 quarterbacks in the NFL.
Basket, same question.
I kind of feel like he's to be honest, I think he's like a 2-year, when I think about him, I would sign him to a 2-year with an option on the end.
But he doesn't want that.
Yeah, I know. That's kind of where, and at the end of I would do a 2-year with an option on the end and then reassess at the end of this year to see where he's going. Plus, Baker's coming off a high. It's not like he won the Super Bowl, but he was invited to the wedding. So he and Emily were at the wedding.
Yeah, he was there, wasn't he?
He was there.
Of course.
Yes.
Because,
Good
that's
for
what
him.
it all comes back to. It's not about financial compensation for the rest of your
it's
life.
about getting invited to that wedding.
You could make the argument that Baker has done the best job in commercials of any quarterback or football player in some time. Maybe other than Peyton Manning. Baker's pretty good. He was good in those insurance commercials.
I mean, if he wants to do commercials, he'll have a career in TV if he wants it. When he's done,
he'll have a great career in TV if he wants it.
I want to take this moment on July 8th as well to hand out an applause.
Okay.
Gentlemen, to this moment, we have had little to no news outside of Terry and Arnold when it has come to the NFL and guys being out there on their own and getting arrested. Well done, everyone. I'm proud of all of you equally. Keep it up. You only have a few more weeks. Don't get arrested. No news is good news this time of year.
Nice.
Yep. Needs to be said. There was a trade yesterday in the NBA. Are we ready? It was a 6-team trade. That is right. 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6-team trade. Would you like me to read this entire trade? We will do our best.
You're going to have to get some oxygen.
We'll start with the Mavericks, who will get Sani Adamia from the Grizzlies, Marcus Sasser from the Pistons, Tariq Burbovich from the draft rights to him from the Grizzlies. The Pistons in this deal, with a sign and trade with the Clippers, will get John Collins, Gary Harris, Taurean Prince, the second most favorable second-round pick. Now, mind you, the second most favorable second-round pick between the Bucks, Pistons, and Knicks, which was initially from the Grizzlies, a 2031 Mavericks second-round pick, which is from the Grizzlies as well, and a 2032 Pistons second-round pick. The Clippers in this move will get no players. They get $16 million traded player exception for John Collins, a top 55 protected 2028 most favorable second-round pick. The Grizzlies get A.J. Johnson from the Mavericks, Isaiah Stewart from the Pistons, D'Angelo Russell from the Wizards, a 2030 top 20 protected Warriors first-round pick from the Mavericks, 2029 Rockets second-round pick, which is also from the Mavericks, a 2029 Lakers second-round pick, the most favorable of Grizzlies, 76ers, and Jazz 2032 second-round pick in a swap, a 2033 Wizards second-round pick. Now the Bucks. That's all what the Grizzlies get. We are now on to the Bucks.
This might get us called into a meeting.
Karis LeVert heading to the Bucks, a 2027 second-round pick.
Love
the least favorable Nets and Mavericks second-round pick.
You may want to play yourself off there.
Team in this would be the Wizards, who are getting Chris Middleton and a 2033 Mavericks second-round pick. Guys, who won the trade?
Hey, Jeff, you're smarter.
Who won the
Congratulations.
trade?
Who won the trade?
Be a hero. Be a real hero.
Who puts stuff like
See ya,
that
Cleveland.
together? I'm serious. Who puts that stuff together?
This is so
Were
ridiculous.
these guys doing edibles when they did this trade or something?
It truly feels like one person filled out the paperwork and all the other teams went,
okay.
yeah, I don't want to fill
Yeah,
that
we're
out.
good.
Can I just hop on that tab? Like, it feels like one guy pays the tab and then everybody else just Venmos each other.
It's kind of what that feels
That's
like.
what
Is
that
right.
is.
That's really
It's like,
true.
all right, here's my credit card. Everybody Venmo me what you think.
That's really true.
What does this have to do with the Cavs? Anything? Is LeBron coming here after that?
Yeah, is LeBron coming to the Cavs?
Let's break down every aspect of that trade and see how it affects the Browns' ability to get LeBron at the Browns. The Cavs' ability to get LeBron James.
I don't know. They already finished the paperwork, so maybe someone else will have the paperwork going for a different trade, and the Cavs can hop in on that one. So they don't
Was
have to,
Bronny in that at all?
to get those forms. Go over there, get the yellow form, the pink form, and the green form, and fill those out, and then come back up here, and we can make your transaction.
Nice.
So if that wasn't embarrassing enough, the Kansas City Royals attempted to make things a little bit more embarrassing yesterday as Carson Bench stepped to the plate. Audio courtesy of SNY.
Little tapper left of the mound. Lugo fielding, throwing on the run, and it gets on by Caglione. That'll bring in the game's first run as Ewing scores. Bichette to third, and all the way to second goes Benj. Now it's thrown to the backstop, and Bichette digging for the plate. He scores. Now the ball gets away again, and Benj will score.
Oh, my God.
A Little League home run for Carson Benj. 3 separate errors on one play by the Kansas City Royals, and the Mets lead 3-0.
Oh, my gosh.
Is that Ron Darling?
No, that's Keith Hernandez.
That was Keith. Okay. That's great.
The ball never left the infield.
That's beautiful.
Oh.
Beautiful, I say.
It was fun to watch. I will be honest. I was like, oh, this is... Put a little music, put a little Benny Hill music underneath it. It was
kind of
really-
like the Guardians yesterday.
Yeah, you know what, Jeff? You're not too far off on that.
Yeah, that seemed more embarrassing, though.
Ours was more middle school than Little League.
Yeah, that one was full-blown Little League. All right, gentlemen, we've waited long enough.
Baskin and Phelps present Dan's World Cup Roundup.
That's beautiful. Here we go, baby.
All right, gentlemen. So yesterday proved to all of us that every game that goes to penalty kicks is not a good game. Switzerland and Colombia just made my head hurt the entire time. It was a horribly played game by two teams that didn't want to score. And so we will leave that there. Switzerland won in penalty kicks. They will move on to play Argentina. We will go no deeper into that game because I don't have enough Tylenol.
Nice.
So we will go from there. But the game we should break down is the game that was taking place during our show yesterday. Now, it has been between Argentina and Egypt. It has been a really fun tournament thanks to our friend Andres Cantor, who has been fantastic on Telemundo with all of these games. Now, Andres Cantor has done a lot of them. We have been going at this for 27 straight days of soccer we have had to this point. So you're going to get a little beaten up, but you got to make sure you step up to the moment. Andres Cantor knows that. So Egypt gets up 2-0 in the match going to the second hydration break. Argentina comes out with a little more vigor and finds themselves in this position. All the audio you were about to hear, courtesy of our friend Andres Cantor and Telemundo. And gentlemen, once we're done, let's do a little rate the call. Here's what happened first.
Messi levantó el centro.
All right, scale of 1 to 10, 1 being worst, 10 being best. What do we think of that goal? Call.
Does every Spanish-speaking announcer do the screaming of the goal?
No, that's our guy Andres Cantor.
Yeah, no, but
Who's
what
as
was
good
that?
as they come.
What was that guy just doing?
That was Andres Cantor.
Oh, okay.
Correct.
Is he the only guy who does it?
I am not 100% sure. I just know he does it best. And it keeps going. What do we think? 1 to 10
on the call
for him?
7.
I was going to give a 6.
His goal call wasn't as strong as it usually is.
Well,
his voice is usually just like nails on that one. It's like locked in, but not that.
Again, we've had a lot of soccer going on here. A lot of Telemundo calls. Also, keep in mind as well, Andres Cantor, a citizen of the United States, also dual citizenship in Argentina. So it sits a little closer to home. Andy, 1 to 10. What do you think?
Like I said, I give him a 6. I think he was a little less. He ran out of gas at one point, so that's why.
Oh, it was late in the game.
I mean, he is a 10. You
Late
know,
in the game.
The guy is a 10 when it comes to goals. So on his goal calls, that was a 6. What'd you give him?
That'll happen. I think about a 6 or a 7 somewhere in there. Again, it was 2-1. You know, you don't. It was 2-1 at that point. You don't really throw out your A game on that kind of a goal. So then we get to the 83rd minute of this game, and again, that goal was scored in the 79th minute. Now we get into the 83rd minute. Argentina with the ball. Audio courtesy of our guy, Andres Cantor, Telemundo.
Cae al área. No pudo Julián Messi.
So they scored 5 goals there? Is that what that was? They scored 5 goals?
Everything you had in the tank. That's what you gave that one. That was everything in the tank.
Everything you had in the tank.
That's everything in the tank. Here's the ball. We need 8 innings. I know you don't have it in you, but I need it.
Got a buddy who watches Telemundo all the time. He says all the Spanish-speaking guys scream the goal. But your guy does it the best.
Without question. All
Put it
right,
in
1
my buddy
to
Jeff.
10, gentlemen. What do we do on that goal? Now, again, that was the tying goal.
I give that one an 8+, just because it was so funny that he lost it and kept going 5 times.
Just kept going.
That was the tying goal. That means we got a Lulu coming up here.
To me, that was the 10 out of 10. Andy?
I don't think that was a 10 out of 10. I think
he lost it.
Yeah,
like 5 times.
I gotta
he
be
lost
honest.
it 5 times, Andy.
I think he'll be doing. Do you know any Spanish?
Very little.
I think if I'm right, that he'll be doing commercials for Pequeña Pastilla Azul.
Oh, boy.
Good for him.
You know what that is?
Don't get yourself
Bikinis.
in trouble.
Little blue pill.
That's
that's where he needs to go on this. He
Well,
needs a
that's
little
fair.
more.
Well, everybody-
So anyway,
He needs a little more.
Andy, 27 days straight. Like,
Everybody
come on.
need-
We're
everybody
all
needs a
on
goal.
Fumes today. We're all on fumes with Ben Ennis. So then, a little bit later on in the match, in the 90th minute, we are in extra time, 3 minutes in. Our guy, Andres Cantor, audio courtesy of Telemundo.
Se aparece Lisandro Martínez para Lautaro.
Sounds like old Yeller.
Kind of does after
Needs to
a
be
while.
put out of his misery.
You kind of want to go find the wounded animal.
That was poor.
I also love the
I feel for him.
I disagree. I think that was his best call.
I feel for him. That's what I mean. It's like, oh.
I love the fact that it started as goal, and now goals have just turned it.
It used to be just like, oh, and now it's like, oh. You're right, Dan.
Poor guy.
I'm giving him a 9. In the beginning, he had a lot of, he had it all going on. Like, he sounded like he was doing Gigante Sabato at one point, where the announcer there, man, that voice just booms. He sounds exactly like the same voice there. So I'm going to give him, that is, especially knowing where he's at, that's a 9.1, 9.2 for me.
That's a 12, baby. That's a 12 out of 10 for me.
9-1,
You can't-
9-2.
That's above the Call of Duty.
It was really great.
Well done.
That one was actually fun. They're all
Gentlemen,
fun.
That is headlines. There is no World Cup games today. Go reintroduce yourself to your family.
Wow. How many days have they played straight?
27.
Wow.
How about that? That you know what that means, Andy?
That means he's going to be nice for the next
less
24 hours.
opportunity for everyone involved to complain about something.
What
the most
referee are we-
complaining bunch of people I've ever seen in my life.
There's a lot of whining going on.
Oh, my gosh. Yeah. I mean, Roger Goodell needs to throw down some fines on this thing.
He was at the wedding, too.
I'm sure he was.
Yeah.
Jared Diamond covers baseball for the Wall Street Journal. What we have here in Cleveland is baseball. It's just different than what everybody else plays. Will it succeed again this season? Jared's thoughts coming up next.
Hey, everybody.
the Pacers. You can listen to the Fan Rewind weeknights from 11 p.m. to midnight, all the best segments from all our shows, and you can always listen on the Odyssey app. Headline Sports News every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
Summer's here, and Browns training camp is just around the corner. Stay locked in with The Fan all summer long.
Hey, 4-pack of lawn tickets to see your choice of John Mellencamp, Thomas Rhett, Chicago with Styx, or Billy Idol at Blossom Music Center. Man, that sounds like fun. I heard Blossom was packed last night. What you need now is the code word. I'm going to give it to you. It is TIME, T-I-M-E, TIME. That is the code word. And you want to end it by the end of the hour at 923thefan.com to get registered to win, courtesy of Live Nation, for a limited time. Buy 4 lawn tickets to select Blossom shows for $99 at blossommusic.com. The code word is TIME, 923thefan.com.
We go to the Wise Heart Right, We Make It Right. Call Kyle Wright hotline. Gentleman who has been with us before. Happy to have him back. He's Jared Diamond from the Wall Street Journal. All over Major League Baseball, writes like crazy. He's also the author of the book Swing Kings, the inside story of baseball's home run revolution. And it was published about 6 years ago. Obviously, Jared, a book that the Cleveland Guardians have not read recently.
Yeah, they could use a swing king of their own these days, right? I feel like it's been a while since we've seen a real slugger in Cleveland. They could use one. Where's Travis Hafner when you need him?
He's our buddy. We can get him on the show, but he can't hit anymore for them. So
he's too busy coaching his kid.
That's probably true. We're sitting here looking at another Cleveland Guardians season, Jared, and I mean that with affection and frustration, because again, the pitching is pretty darn good, and the hitting is pretty darn bottom of the barrel in the major leagues. How does this team keep contending with that formula?
It is remarkable. It's absolutely incredible that we're sitting here almost at the All-Star break, and once again, the Guardians are, a game out of first place as we sit here right now, despite, I think they have the second fewest runs scored of any team in the major leagues, which is unreal. Second lowest OPS as well. Don't worry, San Diego's worse, so it could be worse.
There you go.
Thank you, San Diego.
And thank you for pointing it out, Jared.
This organization has done an unbelievable job at developing pitchers. Obviously, it seems like the Guardians have become one of those teams that who whatever the name of, or the background of the pitcher, he gets to Cleveland and is good, or is better than he was before, better than you think he should be. And it's a real testament to the organization. They've obviously had not quite the same success developing hitters. Look, it's hard. Hitters are expensive, number one. So the Guardians are rarely in the running for big hitters in the free agent market, which means you have to draft and develop them yourself. And it just hasn't worked out in recent years. Yet somehow, in spite of all that, their pitching has carried them, and they've been able to scrap together enough runs to compete. We saw it last year. We're seeing it again this year. But whoever thought that they'd be a game behind the White Sox of all teams? What a surprise! I guess the second half really depends on whether or not you believe the White Sox are actually good.
Yeah, I think it's kind of scary right now because if they have, if things continue, they've lost 3 in a row, and they're playing Minnesota right now. This could be one of those moments in the season that kind of propels. Like Minnesota's only 2 games behind the Guards now. They walk out of this series and they could be there. Guardians could drop back. I wonder if, and I just don't see it, if the Guardians could make a move at the trade deadline or closer before that to try to pick up a bat for the outfield without spending money. I was looking through a bunch of guys this morning, and I'm like, that guy wants $21 million. I don't think that's going to. He's making $21 million. Can the Guards make a move?
Look, at the trade deadline, you have 2 choices. You either need to be willing to part with prospects or be willing to spend money, right? You have to do one. You can't get anybody without doing one of those things. And to this point, Cleveland has consistently not really shown a willingness to do either. We know they don't spend, and they've also been very, let's say, careful with their prospects. And I understand why, when you're a team that doesn't spend very much, you feel like you have to hoard your prospects, and they're really your only chance to compete, because you need these young guys. You're not going out and getting them in free agency. But look, at some point, there is this question of, well, what are we doing this for, right? Like, yes, it's great that the Guardians win the division or make the postseason. Most years they've made the postseason, 3 of the last 4 years. That's great. But ultimately the goal is to go farther, right? To go farther in the playoffs and get back to the World Series. It's been shockingly a decade since we saw the Guardians in the World Series. And, if I'm at some point, you want the front office to go, we have to take a risk. We have to go for it. We have to do something that makes us uncomfortable. We haven't seen a willingness to do that. And look, it's not just them, right? The Guardians are not the only team in this position. I feel like I'm having the same conversation every year about Milwaukee, right? Like, this amazing team wins the division every year, beats everybody, and they're always sort of a couple dollars short in the postseason. Imagine if the Brewers went out and traded for Tarek Skubal, for example. But there's no sort of indication that they're going to do it. And as of now, the same goes for the Guardians. So I think they're going to do something. I don't think they're going to sit there idling. I think they kind of have to do something. Whether it's something that's going to really excite everybody, that's a different question.
Jared Diamond joining us, covers sports, baseball for the Wall Street Journal. The position players that Stephen Vogt has been given to work with, I get his thought about trying to get the most out of it. That said, he platoons like crazy, pinch hits like crazy, tries to milk it. I wonder, okay, is that the best way to go about it? Because, Jared, there seem to be more than a few guys who could use more at-bats, but they don't always get them. Because they're either getting lifted or it's straight lefty-righty, even though the numbers right now don't seem to back that up. Is he managing the heck out of the team, or is he managing it too much?
Mm-hmm. The big leagues are just not a place to get people at bats because they need the development. You're supposed to be developing in the minors. You're not supposed to be worrying about player development at the big league level, especially, by the way, when you're competing for a postseason spot. If they were in last place right now, it's a different story. Then you throw all your prospects out. You don't worry about matchups, and you just say, we need you to get at bats. So I understand what Stephen Vogt is doing, right? He feels like he doesn't have the tools. He doesn't have the right pieces in the toolbox. So his solution is trying to maximize them at every single turn and make sure that they are winning the platoon advantage as much as humanly possible in baseball, making sure that the pitching match is exactly right. And I get it. And look, if you feel like these guys need more at bats, then they should still be in the minors. That's like really what it comes down to. But this is the best they've got. Like, I don't blame Stephen Vogt for trying to do the best with what he has, with sort of the understanding that they don't really have that much up and down that dugout right now.
I'm in agreement with you, but there are still some things that drive me nuts. Last night, and maybe this is a trend that things are changing in the organization, their first 3 hitters were all rookies. One thing we've seen a lot, and that's like, okay, maybe you're developing some guys. Last night in the 9th inning, he pinch hit for his cleanup hitter, Kyle Manzardo, with Gabe Arias, whose problem since he's been here is that he doesn't hit very well. And I just thought, he's pinch hit for his cleanup hitter, his 3-hitter. It's just strange to me, and I don't quite understand it. What do you make of something like that? Your cleanup hitter is supposed to swing the bat, isn't he?
I think the problem is that Kyle Manzardo, all due respect to Kyle Manzardo, is probably a cleanup hitter in name only, right? His OPS is 692.
Hard to argue with that.
Sound like a cleanup hitter to you?
Not typically, no. But on a team that is 29th in runs scored, you got to make do with what you have, right? But still, are you going to lift him for Gabe Arias?
It's a fair question. Really what they need to hope for is that DeLauder and Vazana continue to develop as the season goes along, because they need a lot of those guys. They're obviously both very young. And I guess you cross your fingers and pray that Reese Hoskins has something left in the tank. Unfortunately, there's not been much indication that there is, the way he's performed so far this season.
The one thing I was just going to ask you about Reese. I was a big proponent for signing him. His track record when he's healthy is terrific, but he's not performed here very well. Did have the only run of the game last night with a solo home run, but he's a right-handed power hitter, and this team doesn't have any. How long can they let him struggle before they make a move, or do they just let him try and find it all year, Jared?
It's tough. It's always tough when there's this veteran guy, a guy everyone likes, who hits a wall like this, and he's been terrible. There's like kind of no way to sugarcoat it, right? He's hitting 180. He's OPSing 678. I mean, it's been really bad. But who are you replacing him with, right? That's really what it comes down to.
Yeah.
Like, who are you replacing him with? You go out and make a move. You're not going to go out in the trade deadline and find some like slugging, power hitting first baseman who's going to change your fortunes, right? Not easily, at least. Like, that guy isn't out there. Who are even the options to replace him? I get it. You want something different. I would too. I absolutely would too. But who is it? Where does it come from? It's not that simple. You can't just make these guys appear out of thin air. You know, the other name, of course, we haven't mentioned yet is Jose Ramirez, who obviously hasn't played in a month. And let's be brutally honest, he wasn't great before he got hurt, right? Like, the Guardians cannot compete without Jose Ramirez being an absolute star. Yeah. Like, that's just the way it is. He can't just be just good. He has to be great. He always has been, right? Like, he always has been great. This season, he's been injured. When he has been injured, he has not been great. He hasn't been bad. He has not been great. And they need him to be. Like, and it's not his fault that there's so much riding on him, right? Like, they haven't built a supporting cast around him offensively. But the fact of the matter is, the Guardians will not go where they want to go if he's not carrying them. So, more than anything else, they need him to come back and be great down the stretch. It's a requirement for them to stay in it.
Jared, let me throw this at you just because we've talked to a couple former players who said this. And, Jeff brought up are you really going to pinch hit your 4-hitter? Are you going to really pinch hit your 2-hitter, late in the game? How much of that is coming from the dugout, and how much of that is coming from the front office? And I'm not saying that necessarily they're picking up the phone in the middle of the game and telling him, but it's more of a, hey, when you get to this position, open up this book and this is what you need to do. How much of it is pressure coming down from the front office? And just leave it at that.
I don't know if the word is pressure. There's no question that the front office impacts things. Look, let's just be honest. In 2026, when you hire a manager, the front office is hiring a manager that they believe they could be good partners with, right? And that's the word. That's the word they would use, good partners. But, what does that really mean? It means it's a manager that, let's say, will be open to collaborating with the front office's ideas. You don't get to manage a baseball team in major leagues in 2026. They are the most powerful people in the organization. That doesn't mean that Steamboat isn't a very good manager. It doesn't mean he doesn't get to make decisions. He absolutely gets to make decisions. He's the one making his decisions during the game. But he's meeting with the front office all the time, and they're coming up with an approach. And there's no question that this approach was something that at least the front office had a hand in. That's just how it works in baseball in 2026. And the manager is sort of out there to execute that vision, let's say.
Fair enough.
That is fair enough. All that said about the offense, boom, here's Parker Messick. Rookie pitcher, all-star. They've done it again. They have found another starting pitcher. They have found another closer in Cade Smith. What is it that other organizations seem to think about this pitching factory, for lack of a better way of saying it, Jared? Because they continually churn out pretty good arms.
It's unbelievable. It's it's really incredible. And if anyone else in baseball knew the secret, they'd be doing it, right? And no one does. Cade Smith, dude came out of nowhere, right? I mean, he wasn't even brought up by. He wasn't even drafted. Originally came to the professional baseball with Cleveland. Now, they acquired him. He was a cast-off who ends up with the Guardians, a young guy, and now he's one of the top players in baseball. Parker Messick. I mean, where did this guy come from? Seems like he came out of nowhere. He's been incredible. He's really been great since the moment he came to the big leagues last year. He's just kind of picked up where he left off in his time with Cleveland last year. I don't know the secret. I don't think anyone knows the secret. It is incredible. If I were a Guardians fan, my biggest annoyance would be why are we able to do this with pitching and not hitters? Because clearly it does not translate to the other side of the ball.
Although, I mean, DeLauder and Bazana are giving him a little bit of a spark.
we're hoping that maybe something's changing a little bit, Jared. Hoping.
Those two have great potential. And they've been good. They've both been good. They're both rookies who have been good. And the reality is that's a dream if you're a team to have two rookies that are performing at a level where they should be playing every day. That's amazing. The problem is the Guardians' offense is so bad that they need DeLauder and Bazana to, hit like their 5-year veterans, and that's just sort of unfair to them.
Agree.
Jared, great to have you with us as always.
Thanks,
we appreciate it very much. He's Jared Diamond, sports reporter, Wall Street Journal, also the author of Swing Kings, the inside story of baseball's home run revolution. Jared, thank you, buddy.
Anytime, guys. Thanks.
Jared joining us on the Weishart Right, We Make It Right. Call Kyle Wright hotline. He made a valid point about Kyle Manzardo. In whose lineup is Kyle actually the cleanup hitter? Well, in this lineup, he's the cleanup hitter, and they keep pinch hitting for him. Why? Let's talk about it next on Baskin and Phelps.
92.3 The Fan, 2020 Sports.
Guardians hoping to snap a 3-game losing streak tonight when they face the Twins for the second game of a 3-game set out in Minnesota. Guardians also hoping for more offense tonight. They only had 3 base hits in last night's loss, 2 of which came from Chase DeLauder. The third was a solo home run from Rhys Hoskins. That was also the only run of the night in the 3-1 loss. Slade Ciccone will look to get things back on track for the Guardians tonight. He'll be getting the start for the 7:40 first pitch. Cavaliers continuing Summer League minicamp out in Independence today. It's the final practice before they head out to Vegas for Summer League play. Cavs open up their summer tournament on Friday when they face the Pacers. While the league is still waiting for LeBron James' decision, teams continue to make moves this offseason. Last night, the NBA saw a massive sign-in trade involving half a dozen teams, and that resulted in Chris Middleton landing with the Wizards. D'Angelo Russell headed out to Memphis, and former Cavalier Karis LeVert will find himself in Milwaukee. You can now find 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Subscribe to our YouTube channel and get the best content from our shows each and every weekday. That's 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
92.3 The Fan is giving you tickets to the biggest shows coming to Blossom. You can win a 4-pack of tickets to
John Mellencamp, July 21st. Chicago with Styx, August 5th. Thomas Rhett, September 12th. Billy Idol, September 13th.
Your choice.
Tune in weekdays at 9 a.m., noon, and 5 p.m. for the Fan Winning Word. When you hear it, enter it on the contest page at 923thefan.com, and you're registered to win.
Because summer isn't summer without your crew on the lawn at Blossom Music Center.
Purchase 4 lawn tickets to select Blossom shows for $99 at blossommusic.com.
Part of the Minutemen Workforce Solutions Concert Series from Live Nation and Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Diving, Bazana in right, has it, gets up, throws him out. What a play by Bazana!
Your Cleveland Guardians battle the Pittsburgh Pirates in a 3-game series July 17th through the 19th. Tickets start at just $20, including all fees. Only at CLEGuardians.com.
Using Chat or something to research your next home improvement project? Forget all the prompts. If you want replacement windows and doors without all the hassle, it's time to look up Window Nation. Homeowners love the one-day installation process, especially since Window Nation installers leave your home cleaner than when they started. This month, you could get 50% off all window styles, plus 0 down, 0 interest, and no payments for
Essentials Choice 55. $35 connection charge per line required. Best mobile network and fastest 5G home internet based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence Data 2H 2025. All rights reserved.
LeBron watches on.
And this fall, I'm going to take my talents to...
Could he make another return to Cleveland? We are the place for all the latest NBA news and rumors. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Sam Amico from HoopsWire.com joining us at 1 o'clock. I'm Jeff Phelps. My buddy over there is Andy Baskin, Mennigan, Meredith, all having fun today. I'll start with this for the segment. I think Stephen Vogt is a good Major League manager, and I'm really glad he's the manager of our team. Yeah, I like him.
Too.
I like him,
too.
and I think he's good at what he does. Last night, now he's dealing with a team, Andy, that doesn't hit very well right now. I'll throw in the right now. My hope is that there are guys on the way, and right now they don't hit very well.
We expect that every game, right? Like you expect
You
that,
expect your pitchers are going to have to hold the other team to 3 or fewer runs.
and they've got one other thing you have to expect. If you're not going to hit, you better pitch, and
You tell me.
you better be able to field.
Okay, well, you didn't do that last night.
To me, that's if you're not if they're missing the fielding, it doesn't. Even the pitcher's great. Like they had a good night last night, and the infield him.
Well, let me throw this out to you. Okay, Jared mentioned a couple of these rankings. Offense, batting average is 28th in the major leagues for the Guardians. Runs 29th, home runs 27th. Total bases, 29th. Walks, 7th, which doesn't help the on-base percentage that much because they're still 23rd in on-base percentage, 30th in slugging percentage.
But that means they're working harder at bats, right? Doesn't it?
No, it doesn't.
I
And
don't know.
29th.
If you're up there at walks, you're doing okay.
I'd rather have you not work as hard and smash a double.
Man, you are.
And they're 29th in OPS.
Does he realize that a run that scores that's been walked is the same as a single?
Yeah, well, they don't have very many of those, Andy, because they're 29th in runs scored.
Well, maybe they need more walks then.
They need more walks then. Yeah, sure, let's get more. So last night, they're down 3-1. They had 3 hits in the game. 2 by Chase DeLauder, 1 by Rhys Hoskins. It was a home run in the second, only run of the game.
Okay.
I know Steven doesn't have a ton to work with, okay? You get to the 9th inning, you're down by 2 runs. Stephen Vogt has Khalil Watson at the plate, and he pinch hits for Khalil Watson, who is hitting second in the lineup. Your number 2 hitter.
What does that say about a guy who's been here? Has he been here a month yet?
And he's the number 2 hitter.
Yeah.
Well, last night, the 1-2-3s were Bazana, Watson, and DeLauder, 3 rookies. I mean, those are your top. And Jose's out, we know, and Angel Martinez is out, we know.
Should they have changed the name to the Clippers?
Those are your top 3 hitters, and they're all rookies. Which, depending on how you want to look at it, well, that stinks. Or, boy, a great sign for the future. I'm going to go great sign for the future.
I'll buy into that. I'll buy in.
But last night, you have Khalil Watson hitting second, and he pinch hits for him. And they were going up against Taylor Rogers, who's a left-hander, and he brings up the right-handed hitting David Fry. Okay. We know Stephen Vogt loves David Fry.
Right.
Watson was not good last night, 0 for 3 with 3 strikeouts. And he's facing a lefty. He's hitting 167 against lefties. Everything screams pinch hit for the rookie in that situation. He was 0 for 3, 3 Ks, hitting 167. He pinch hit Fry, who, as a right-hander, is supposed to be better against left-handed pitching. David's hitting 179 against left-handed pitching. So, okay. All right, I kind of understand that move. Is that all right?
Okay.
But what you really need there, you're down by 2. You need base runners. I would think Watson would have. I don't know. I can buy the David.
I would have given Watson a chance to get on base.
I would have too. Personally, I would have let him go. But they didn't, and they pinch hit Fry, and that didn't work. So you have 2 outs, and here comes Kyle Manzardo.
Although Watson had struck out 3 times. So
right.
Maybe
I mean, he had had a bad game.
I'll give him the gut. But sometimes those guys get hits in that spot.
I know. And, he's fast. Put a bunt down. Try and beat out. Do something. I don't know.
Dan, he said the word. He said the B word.
But he was bunting for a base hit, not to give up an out. I understand David Fry for Watson, but I would have let Watson hit. Okay, I don't know, but David Fry didn't work. So you get to 2 outs in the inning, and here comes your cleanup hitter, Kyle Manzardo. And if you had, and you're going up against a lefty, okay, Rogers was still out there. They announced that Gabe Arias is going to pinch hit for the cleanup hitter for the last out of the game. You're down to 1 out left.
Right.
So what happens? Derek Shelton, Twins manager, brings in Yandris Gomez, right-handed hitter out of the bullpen. So you kind of, if you're Stephen Vogt, you got to figure, okay, if I'm going with Arias, they're probably going to bring in a righty to face him. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
Manzardo against, and had you let Manzardo go against the left-hander, Manzardo hits .255 against lefties, .217 against righties. So I would assume if they had left Manzardo out there, they'd have left Rogers on the mound where Manzardo's hitting .255. You pinch hit Arias, who, if they don't change Rogers out, is hitting .222 against lefties. So 33 points lower than Manzardo. You make the move. Shelton brings in the righty. Well, Manzardo hits .217 against righties. Arias hits .220. So it's a push, right?
It's a complete push.
And he's your,
I can
he's
tell you
your
why,
cleanup hitter, Andy.
Okay, so why would you go with Arias?
Because he has more home runs against right-handed pitching.
And?
Give me an and.
The last game, he hit a big home run.
Okay,
had 2
great.
hits. That's the only reason. Maybe you feel like there's a little bit
Manzardo
going on.
hit like 27 last year.
Yeah, I'm just saying, if you're going to have to nickel and dime this whole thing, that maybe you got to kind of go with the flow a little, and maybe that's why he felt Arias was the answer there.
Andy, I don't get it. And what has the complaint been about Gabe Arias since he's been here in the majors? He doesn't hit very well. And you pinch hit him for your cleanup hitter? I know. I'm baffled. Now, Manzardo was 0 for 3 in the game with 2 strikeouts. Okay? But this whole team hasn't been hitting. I couldn't believe that move. And then Arias struck out on 3 pitches. Ball game.
Yeah, that was kind of lackluster, wasn't it?
It just made no sense to me.
Jeff, he has to figure out a way to get that. So this is where I wonder, and I go back to that last question I asked in the interview with Jared, who's controlling the lineup when the game starts? Right? Who is controlling? Is that your manager? Is that your general manager? Or where is that? Is that some guys in a room with a computer saying, well, in this position at this time, and, well, it's Minnesota, so it's against Central. I don't know. I think some of that stuff feels like gut. It looks like gut on the outside, but I don't think it is. I think it's internal. I think it's strategic. I think that, they're trying to put together and hope for they can get something going based on a computer. It's just, I wish we were another team sometimes.
Well, to be honest, when that happened last night, I thought, man, I sure hope Andy's right. When you occasionally throw out, is the front office putting together all the stats and telling Vogt to work off of this? I thought, God, I hope so, because I don't want to think our manager is thinking, yeah, I think Gabe Arias for Kyle Manzardo, our cleanup hitter, who actually was really good last year and is still one of our better hitters this year, that's the move to make right here. It's perplexing to me, to be honest.
It goes against traditional baseball.
And nothing against Gabe Arias.
Who is pinch hitting for their 4-hitter? And I understand.
I
think
that comment alone sums it up. Who pinch hits for their who pinch hits for 2, 3, or 4?
Who's starting 3 rookies up the top? I mean, I can give you the argument on the other side.
I get the starting the 3 rookies.
Is that guards ball then?
Well,
does guards ball mean that anyone can get pinch hit at any time, which is what we're seeing? Is this the new version of guards ball?
To me, guards ball means this. We don't hit, so we sure as heck better pitch.
And play defense.
It's Baskin and Phelps on the Fan.
Guardians today. It's the final practice before they head out to Vegas for the actual Summer League play. Cavaliers open up the summer tournament on Friday. They'll be facing the Pacers. You can listen to the Fan Rewind weeknights from 11 p.m. to midnight. All the best segments from all our shows, and you can always listen on the Odyssey app. Headline Sports News every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
Welcome back to Baskin and Phelps. 1 o'clock, Sam Amico from HoopsWire.com is going to join us. At least that's what Dan says. Sam's not responding to my text.
Yep, you never know who your friends are, Jeff.
Yeah, I know.
Usually it's the opposite. I get blown off and he gets back to you.
He must be out working or goofing off or doing something, huh?
I was too busy making videos. I saw him. He had something out there on video yesterday. It was LeBron update or something like that or another.
Yeah?
Well, we'll get the LeBron update from now, so you don't even have to watch the video.
Well, see, that's the way to do it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we'll just have Sam do it on our show and then take it away from his website.
Yeah, that works out perfect.
Don't you think?
No, not really, but that's okay.
We're talking about the Guardians, and I don't mean to sound disgusted there. I'm still perplexed. You're pinch hitting for your cleanup hitter. I would have understood it maybe if it was Rhys Hoskins there. Because you're going lefty righty, even though Rhys hasn't been hitting. I think that's one thing that might be hurting some of them a little bit, is that they're, probably not settling in as much as you'd like to see a guy get a chance to settle in.
Yeah, I'll buy that.
That seems to help guys when they do that. But that's okay. Rhys Hoskins, when you look at him in this lineup, to me, he looks like a unicorn because he's a right-handed power hitter. No, I'm not saying he's good.
Okay, I was trying to figure out. I don't know which part of the unicorn.
There's one thing. There's one thing in Major League Baseball now that's in demand from an offensive standpoint, and that's right-handed power hitters. The only problem is we have one who has the track record but isn't doing that right now, even though he hit one out last night.
So how long does this last? All-Star break?
That's what I was just going to ask.
It's got to be All-Star break, somewhere around there.
I don't think so. Here's why.
Two things have to happen.
Who takes over for him?
That's the question. So you got to believe that someone in the minors is ready to come up for him.
I don't think anybody is.
Or that they're going to have to make a move when Ramirez comes back. So,
yeah, but Andy, I think he's still your hope for offense. He's hitting 180. It's not going well. And last night he looked miserable on a strikeout later in the game, but he also brought in the only run of the game.
He did.
He hit a home run. And he's hitting enough home runs that you got to figure, all right, even if they leave him alone and he hits 185, he's going to hit 20 homers on the year. That doesn't help you that much. If the guy could even get hot enough to hit 220 for the season, that would mean he'd have a really good second half coming up. I just think they've put themselves in a spot where you don't have anybody else who can be your right-handed power hitter, some right-handed pop. And I think you need that. And I think they're going to be more patient with him and let him go. However,
I mean, imagine if over the next 2 games he hits 3 home runs.
Well, now he's probably in for the season.
Yeah, now he's your leading home run hitter.
Yeah. And he's hitting 180.
Yeah.
I think that's rough, as we know.
I mean, I hate to say this, but I'll say it anyways. It reminds me of like when these guys were coming off steroids and they were great hitters, and then all of a sudden you looked at their batting average after. I'm not implying that at all with him, but I'm just saying it reminds me of one of those scenarios where after the steroid era, teams were struggling to find guys who could just overpower the ball. And you would see someone who was once a great hitter step up to the plate and have horrible numbers, and you'd hang on to him for a while because you're hoping that some of that magic is still left.
David Schoenfield writes for ESPN.
Mm-hmm.
And David, a little early on this, but it's interesting. He handed out midseason grades for all 30 Major League teams. Usually that happens at the All-Star break. He's a little early, but that's okay.
Okay.
And I thought, I want to see this because I'll bet you the Guardians get a really good grade. And I started scrolling through it. A+, White Sox, Brewers. A, Dodgers, Rays. A-, Braves, Marlins. That's 6. B+, Cardinals. That's 7. B, Washington Nationals, Chicago Cubs, Pittsburgh Pirates, and the Guardians.
I think
so they got a B.
Jeff, if you think the AL Central isn't very good, or you think the American League isn't very good, and you've got a team that's 2 games over 500 that can't break away from, the White Sox or the Twins when they've had the opportunity to do it, your offense, as we've said, is not good. They're pathetic at scoring runs. Why? How could you give them? The only reason you're giving them a B is because the pitching staff and a few players are lifting them to good. That's what they are. They're not excellent. They're good.
No, I agree with that. This is funny. This is what David wrote. Ready? As always, they find a way.
Mm-hmm.
Jose Ramirez injured, having a subpar season. No problem. Outfield has the lowest combined OPS in the majors. No problem. The starting catcher was sent to the minors because he was hitting so poorly, and the guy acquired to replace him has a 584 OPS.
But, man, can he get guys out when they try to steal a base. I love watching him throw.
And then he said, no problem. He said, so how are the Guardians doing it? The rotation hasn't missed the start. And they've only used 5 starters all season. Avoiding injury attrition, huge key to succeeding in 2026 era baseball. And he also said, somehow they find a way. As the week kicks off, Fangraphs rates the Guardians as the favorites to win the division. Imagine if this team's offense, Andy, was middle of the road. I mean, it doesn't even have to be upper echelon. Imagine if it were middle of the road. They'd have a 7-8 game lead in the division right now. If it was just mediocre and not bad. Now, I hope, you hope, Dan hopes, we all hope that this team right now is starting the transition to a team that can produce hitters. And I think all you have to do is look at last night's top 3. And Travis Bazzana, all-star as a rookie. Khalil Watson has come up and been impactful so far. It's early. You can't say, hey, this is locked in, but he looks good. And Chase DeLauder, great start, kind of fell off the face of the earth, got hurt, and might be swinging the bat a little bit better. But those are 3 rookies at the top of your lineup. And you have more hitting prospects to come. It's this year more than ever screams, go get even a journeyman bat to play in the outfield.
Jeff, if I ask you to predict right now, based on this team, 1, do they make the playoffs, yes or no?
Yes.
I say yes, too. What round are they out?
First.
Dan, would you disagree with either one of us?
Right now, that's
we
what
both think the same thing.
As this team is built right now, that's what I say.
That's your expectation for the rest of the season.
Right now.
Yes.
That can
change. Unless you got to get red hot.
That can change, though.
Unless your pitchers become lockdown in that series, I just don't see them progressing past. Right now I think they're sitting as a 2 seed as a wild card team.
Dan, give your thoughts, and then I'll tell you why I think it could get better.
Everybody take off your blue and red glasses for a minute.
Okay.
Who is better than the Guardians? The Yanks. The Rays, probably. I'd say the Rays.
Yeah. Seattle.
If it's clicking, that's been a roller coaster to get it to click for Seattle for a chunk of time.
And that's about it.
Kind of like,
yeah, that's about it.
So, yeah, they could win a playoff series or 2. They're the 3rd best team, 4th best team.
Here's how
and it's more of a reflection on the AL than anything else.
Yeah.
Yeah, they absolutely could.
Here's how it gets better to me.
The White Sox are in first place right now.
Hard to believe.
Riddle me that one, Batman.
Good for them. Here's how it gets better. You get Jose back.
Right now they're the 5 seed, right? Then if they're second place in the wild card. Yeah.
You get Jose back and he plays like typical Jose Ramirez and not what he did this last year. Okay, so far this year anyway.
Although Jeff,
yes.
When you get Ramirez, you're going to get better. That's what you just said?
Well, yes, especially if he's like he's been in the past and not just this year.
Yeah.
You get Angel Martinez back, who's become, I think, a critical piece of this team. And Travis Bazzana, Khalil Watson, and especially Chase DeLauder continue to grow and don't have that rookie plunge. And they keep getting better and better and better. And by the time you get to September, they're really going. So I do see a path, Andy. And it would help if Rhys Hoskins could, raise his batting average to 220. And I'm serious about that.
Are you hanging on to him, though, at this point?
I'm not getting rid of Hoskins because I don't have anybody to replace him.
I mean, the Mariners are have the same record as the Guardians, and they're in first place in the West. He's right. The American League sucks this year. It's not very good. And there's only they have the fourth best record in the I can't believe that.
I mean, the AL is oddly terrible, like bizarre.
But even that said, as they sit today, what's your confidence level on them and how far this team can go? Truthfully, if it was just a normal season for the American League, for the American League.
I mean, on the list of teams that are more talented than them, if we're just looking at this on paper, I mean, the Mariners are more talented than them. I still think the Blue Jays are probably more talented than them. I don't know what funk is currently taking place in Baltimore right now. They can't pitch to save their souls. They're also having a hard time hitting. I mean, it's a weird year that is going on. And those are the years where a team like the Guardians with really good pitching and hitting.
But knowing what they have now, my confidence level is they get in the playoffs and lose in the first round. So for me, if they win in the first round, then it's great. Then they're playing with house money. They don't have an offense,
right? But who does?
Well,
the Yanks,
the Yankees do. The Rays. It's
That's
crazy.
About where it ends.
The Red Sox are 12 over, are plus 12.
But they can't pitch to save their souls.
And the Mariners
outside of Sonny Gray.
I mean, the Mariners are plus 26.
Not to mention the Red Sox are probably going to jettison Sonny Gray and Jared Duran and probably play the kids and get worse.
Do the Guardians need to go get a bat?
Yes.
I agree.
Yes.
Yep.
Hands down, no questions asked, without hesitation. Yes.
Well, you've got prospects, right?
Grab some of the kids that you have cuddled every single night before you went to bed and trade them to get a proven stick. Do something you don't do.
I'm not giving up the highest prospects, though, for a journeyman bat. I'll give up lower level prospects for a journeyman that can help me. But if I could actually bring somebody in who's on a decent contract for more than the end of this year, then you can start talking about prospects. At least that's kind of the way I think about it. Good luck to them tonight. They're in Minnesota against the Twins yet again. So we'll see what they do. By the way, Josh Bell, who they traded to Miami, did get Khalil Watson, but Josh Bell's like third or fourth in the American League in runs batted in.
Ouch.
Ouch is right. Sam Amico, hoopswire.com. Next on Baskin and Phelps, where is LeBron going to sign?
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
The U.S. falling on their face Monday night.
Be that guy who missed the biggest Cavs news during the offseason. Hear the latest during our exclusive 2020 reports. Cleveland's Sports Radio, 92.3 The Fan.
It's July 8th. LeBron James still needs a basketball team. When will he find one? When will he find one? And will it be Cleveland? I'm Jeff Phelps. Andy Baskin sitting to my right. Let's go to the Weishart Right. Make it right. Call Kyle Wright hotline. Where Sam Amico, the editor, writer, king of HoopsWire.com, joins us. Hi, Sammy.
Gentlemen, how are you?
Sammy!
We're doing wonderfully well today.
That's good.
That's kind of what I thought. Yeah. So go to HoopsWire.com. Insider, 3 teams keep coming up when talking LeBron James. Sammy, which 3 teams?
It sounds like the Heat, the Cavaliers, and I can't even remember the third because I wrote it last night.
76ers.
76ers, which would probably be the team that seems to be striking a lot of fear in Cavs fans.
Why? Why would Philly be the right place for LeBron? And it would almost seem like an off-the-board choice for him, wouldn't it?
It really would. You know, I think with Embiid and now the Jaylen Brown trade and Maxey and the excellent rookie from last season, VJ Edgecombe, this team, you know, on paper has one of those on-paper feels to it that, yeah, this, other than the Knicks, this could be the team that gets out of the East, or, you know, they may go into the year as the favorites to get out of the East in Philly. I think LeBron's a big Dr. J fan. You know, if you wanted to make the connection, he could say, I've loved Dr. J, and, you know, he played in Philly. I'm just saying, I think that's why people mostly think Philly, because they're going to go into the favorite or the year possibly as the favorites in the East.
Sam, knowing his history and knowing the past, what can we learn from that to try to figure out what's going on now?
Yeah, good luck.
Thank you.
I think the decision or his announcement is coming soon based on history. If you're putting those pieces together, it usually is between the 8th and the 11th.
Okay.
And here we are on the 8th. So I just think that, you know, it's hard to put it together other than all I can come up with for myself was obviously covered that game, I believe, in January when the Lakers were in town. Never saw him so emotional at a game, during the game. Obviously, we've seen the clips of him sitting on the bench and, you know, picking up the Kleenex and wiping the tears from his eyes, and just was very appreciative of the way he was welcomed that night when they ran the tribute video. Boobie Gibson, who I co-host the show with, said Boobie himself teared up, you know. So I think that nowhere else in the NBA is that going to happen, right? I mean, when he goes back to Miami, that doesn't happen. When he goes back to LA, that's certainly not going to happen. So I think that to me was a little bit of a sign at the time. At the time, I thought he might be coming back here, or this is it.
Yeah.
I thought he's done. You know, he's going to hang it up after this year. So that was really the only thing that I could think of that thought, if he plays again, I wouldn't be next season. I wouldn't be surprised if it's in Cleveland and he wraps it up here, only because of that night. But I mean, as far as any kind of clues, yeah, who really knows? And I think that's the way he likes it.
Sam Amico joining us, hoopswire.com. I have said on the show for some time, I think LeBron would be a perfect fit to drop into the 4 starters that are here right now. And there are different angles to take on this in a second here. But do you agree with that? And part of perfect fit would mean that Harden, Mitchell, LeBron, and Kenny Atkinson would have to figure out how they don't all look for their shot all the time.
Yeah, I think that's part of the perfect fit. The good news about LeBron, if he were to come, I do think he would be, obviously slide right into that available spot that they've really been unable to find a consistent starter in that spot since he left. I think that the good news is LeBron's still a magnificent passer. When I watched him last year with the Lakers, there were a lot of times, a lot of games, particularly when Luka Doncic and Reeves were both healthy and out there, where he really did. It got to the point where I thought he needs to shoot a little bit more, and he's, moving the basketball and making that the priority to try to win games. I thought that was – I was impressed with that. I was like, wow, he's not just saying he's fine, or we're not just hearing he's fine with being the third option. He's actually going out there and sometimes being the fifth. So, and there were nights in Cleveland where he would be the fifth, right? I mean, you got Evan Mobley and Jared Allen too. So I think what I saw from that made me think, yeah, he's a very, very willing facilitator. He never forced a shot. He doesn't do that. And I think he understands he's at the point of his career where, this team could use a guy who facilitates from the point forward type of spot. So I don't think that would be an issue. And I think, Harden clearly Donovan Mitchell would embrace him coming back. And I think the other guys would as well. I think he could help unlock the big guys as well.
What are the odds of him coming here? What do you think?
Oh boy. My vibes is he is that he is coming back. But I think vibes are one thing and the reality is I wouldn't be surprised whatever he picks. If he decided, I want to go play with Anthony Davis in Washington, and they've built a veteran team there, and that team. I just think, listen, I think he realizes this would be the place based on what happened in January, that it would be the perfect bookend to his career. Andy, I hate to put odds on it, but I would say probably 60% Cavs and 40% everybody else.
Well, it's good if you're. I mean, I don't think Cavs fans will be mad at him if he doesn't come here. I wonder if Cavalier fans will be mad at the Cavs if they don't do anything. I think that's the biggest thing that's kind of sticking in front of the front office right now. Is this the move? Is this what they're going to do? And how do they get better from a team that kind of got wiped off the face of the earth in the Eastern Conference Finals?
Whether he comes back or not, they have to make some moves. They lost Dean Wade, they lost Keon Ellis, and I think they will. I think they will make moves whether he comes back or not. There are moves out there, the big splashy ones, and I think whether he comes back or not, they will still make at least a semi-splash, whether that's names that we've heard available, names that we haven't heard linked to the Cavs. I think that they're, in a holding pattern right now. And a part of me, guys, and this is no inside information. This is just my personal belief. I think LeBron knows. I have very little doubt LeBron knows, even though Rich Paul has said, no, that's not the case. But I think that he knows. I think he kind of knew. If it's Cleveland, I think he knew when he let the Lakers know, if not before that.
I would think you're right. And Sammy, I said earlier, the longer it goes, I think the more likely it is it's the Cavs. And he's just waiting to let Kobe Altman do some other moves before they lock up that contract. They did lock up Donovan's contract, but James Harden is also sitting back and kind of waiting. Yes?
Yeah, I would think so as well. I think the Cavs might even have an idea by now. I really do. But they need to, listen, whether he comes back or not, this roster has to make some improvements to match with some of these other teams, at least on paper, whether that's obviously Philly improved, we assume. The Knicks are reigning NBA champions. We can't forget about the Detroit Pistons, who finished with the best record in the Eastern Conference. So, I mean, there's a lot of – and Indiana might be back. They could be really good again. So whether LeBron comes back or not, this team has I think they're okay with their main four. Some people are kind of up in the air on Harden, and I would agree with that. But regardless, you've got to do some things to keep pace, and they know this. It's not like they're just sitting there thinking, well, we lost Dean Wade and Keon Ellis, and that's all we're going to do all off season. So they're waiting for this decision or this announcement, and then they're going to make moves accordingly, regardless. But they will be making some moves. They're not satisfied either.
Did they have any choice other than to go all in on Donovan Mitchell? And what do you think of the deal?
Well, I thought the deal was. He could have waited a year, right, and kind of made it a mystery, and we would have heard nothing all season but the narrative of, well, he's, looking at New York or he's looking at whatever. I thought it was the best case scenario for both of them, and I think that with Donovan Mitchell, yes, you have to find a kind of a 1A. Right? I don't know. I don't know that we should say Donovan Mitchell can never win a championship. I don't think that's true. I think if you put the pieces around him, or if pieces such as Evan Mobley becomes more reliable offensively, keeps taking steps offensively, is more consistent offensively, I think that these things can work out. Look, the NBA today, you don't need these super teams to win. You look at how the Knicks won with the undersized guard, Jalen Brunson, and Mike Brown kind of unleashed Karl Anthony Towns. You just need that kind of thing to happen. Now, do we have doubts that Donovan Mitchell can be that guy? Sure, and that those doubts are fair. But I just don't think you just go out and say, you know what, he can't do it himself because he hasn't done it his entire career. I think that you try to build around that guy, and I thought that, I honestly thought he was going to wait until next season or next summer to either re-up with the Cavs or put them through a whole season of wondering and waiting, which was it's great for both sides that he didn't.
Last thought, I've got about 30 seconds. Yay or nay? James Harden back with the Cavs for sure?
Yeah. I don't think there's any. I don't. Even if they wanted to move him, I don't know that they could.
Is a free agent.
Yeah, I think that's. Listen, everything we know, he's going to sign that deal, 2-year deal, a multi-year deal, and he's another guy who's waiting on LeBron. He's waiting on LeBron, and even if LeBron doesn't return, he's waiting so that the Cavs can make some other moves.
Okay. Hoopswire.com, where you can follow everything going on in free agency. Sam does a great job of it. Hoopswire.com. Thank you, buddy.
Thanks, man.
All right, guys. Thanks for having me. We'll talk to you soon.
Sam Amico joining us on the Weishart Right, We Make It Right, Call Kyle Wright hotline. Jason Lloyd covers sports for The Athletic, as we know. Jason, former Cavs beat reporter. Jason was on the morning show, had a couple of things to say that kind of ring along with what Sam just said. We'll hear from Jason coming up next.
Hey, everybody, it's Andy Baskin for FanDuel. On the biggest stage in the world, FanDuel is changing the game because sometimes your player gets subbed off and your bet goes with them. But not anymore. With FanDuel Super Sub, if your player is subbed out, your bet stays in. That's right. If your player leaves the match, your bet continues on with the substitute. So you're still in it until that final whistle. Past extra time, boom, there you go, the final whistle, and you're still in it. So visit FanDuel.com/local, FanDuel.com/LOCAL to get started now. Let there be goals this summer on FanDuel. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official sportsbook of 92.3 The Fan.
21 plus and present in Ohio. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-MY-RESET.
And the match is about to begin.
Most of the team is out with COVID-19, so there'll be some substitutes tonight.
What's this? We have an unexpected guest on the field.
It's a dog.
between the last move he made and what this move is. Like, the Lakers seem to have moved on, and that, like, it wasn't a big deal. When he left here the first time, obviously made a lot of people mad. When he left Miami, there were a lot of folks in Miami that weren't happy, at least in the front office. I don't know how the fans feel. There's so many things to do in Miami that, it's not an end-all, be-all if a basketball player leaves town. Because that's, let's face it, while he might be the best, in Miami, he's a basketball player or an entertainer. You know what I'm saying?
Well, and in Miami, when he went down, he was hired help.
Yeah. Exactly.
He and Chris Bosh were hired help to come in and help Dwayne.
And so L.A.
And team up, big three.
And L.A. has so many more things going on that it's just kind of a thing that he left. This time it's the same. It's, he didn't burn the bridge behind him in L.A. He didn't burn the bridge behind him when he left here last time. And so I think there's a difference. I just think he's at a point now where no one's going to be mad when he makes a decision. This is what I think. And you might be disappointed that he didn't come to your team if he doesn't go wherever. But that's the end. It's disappointment. There's a difference between being disappointed and being mad. And I think we all know that from any one of our family members that say, I love you, but I'm just disappointed in you.
Oh, that hurt.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean it that way. A little psychological.
Ryan's in Tampa, Florida, where it's nice and balmy, about 97 today. Hi, Ryan.
Nice. The weather. Heck yeah, man. I'll be back in Cleveland tomorrow, but I digress, man. It's all about today, man. Yeah, man, you guys are alluding to, obviously, LeBron. Just the irony, man. I remember 03 discussing, Jeff, I heard you earlier today, talking about 20 minutes. Let's get him his time. He's 42, et cetera. And we were talking about when he was 18, obviously, let's get him his minutes, slowly get him in there. And he kicked the door hinges off, against Sacramento Kings, first game, whatever, 18 points. The reason I bring that up is just you can't really put again, Jeff, I know where you're coming from, and a lot of these other listeners, and everyone's who's just a fan of just sports in general. This guy is superhuman. Something genetically is just different. So if you want to put a cap on his capability, and I just don't see it. I mean, we've been through the ride where we've seen his highs and lows and defying gravity, now defying age. I mean, the guy is just – I don't think you could put a cap on him, nor do I think his hypothetical, if he does, hopefully, comes back here, knock on wood. I don't think he could say, hey, LeBron, let's give you 20 minutes here and there. He's not that guy. He's going to say, give me that ball, give me that time. At the same time, there is some accolade I think he's intrigued by. And I'm not saying he's going to be a Ginobili, where he's going to be the sixth man of the year. But, again, there's some things he's not won yet that I know he's still looking at. Is like, hey, there's some stuff out there that I think, I can still do something. And sixth man of the year, I don't think it's going to happen. I'm just saying that is an option. And some other things, there's so much opportunity. And I'm not being hyperbole and a prisoner of the moment, Jeff, Andy, everyone. This is going to be awesome, hypothetically, if he ventures back here, because he not only is going to bring some just energy back, he's going to defy aging. And everyone out there that's watching is going to see a guy in his mid-40s playing like he's 27. It's going to get all of us emphasized.
Mid-40s?
Jump on. Well, he's going to be in his mid-40s, obviously, early 40s. Again, he's just one of those guys that you look at yourself, not you personally, I'm talking about everyone. When you see someone doing something awesome like that, you're going to say, wait a second, I need to get my butt and get activated, because this guy is just defying everything. I tell you, Jeff, Andy, everyone listen, this is going to be awesome. It's going to be, like I alluded to, arguably as good as the first few chapters of his career. LeBron, man, if you're listening, like I know you do
sure.
sometimes,
yeah,
hey, man, you guys, everyone's going to have a blast when you come back. You have a great day, guys. Thanks for taking my call.
All right, Rhino, thank you very much. Rhino said mid-40s. Is he thinking a 3-year run? It's been, guys have played that long before. Robert Parrish played that long.
Yeah. Yeah.
I don't see that.
But their games had all significantly tailed off. Not the way LeBron's game just, it's changed.
Well, so far, he's still playing really, really well.
Yeah, an extremely high level.
Very high level.
So.
Very high level. I wish the Cavs would have made some other moves so far. But I kind of understand this, if this is the case. No moves yet, but we know we have Harden, and we know we have LeBron. If that's the case, then I can understand, okay, hey, let us try and do some other things, fellas, and then we'll get everything finalized later. I can see that. Can you?
Yeah, I totally can understand that. Right now that he's kind of letting the Cavaliers do what they need to do to clear it out, and they'll get there. But the other thing is, though, even if he's giving them time, somebody could sneak in. Somebody could sneak in and go, wow, man, I didn't even think of that. It's a possibility. I'm sure that he's probably gone through, every scenario in his head. I'm sure that, Rich has too. But, sometimes you just never know. Maybe somebody was willing to do something that you're like, what? I think we all know that at the quarterback spot here.
You think I don't dwell on money very much with this stuff, but do you think he'd be okay being, say, the 4th highest paid player on the team, 5th highest paid player on the team, after Donovan, Evan, James Harden, and maybe Jared Allen?
Depends how life is a matter of perspective, Jeff. And if you want to believe that you're the 4th highest paid player on the team because that's what your NBA salary is, then okay. But when you look at all the other entities that he's got going on out there, the commercials and everything, like I was watching him in a World Cup commercial. I mean, no one's making more money than LeBron on that team per year.
Well, there's no question about that.
So if you look at it from the reality standpoint, that it doesn't. So,
but it's still a salary for playing basketball.
I could get over it, easy.
I would hope he could.
I think that's easy to get over. If I'm making I'm just saying $1 million with endorsements, and I'm making $25,000 to play basketball, and there's a guy who's making $75,000 to play basketball. Okay, well then, so what? Who cares? I'm making $1 million.
Well, and it's worth so much money and it's made so much money already.
Yeah, I can't see him going, I got to go do that commercial.
Well, if you're looking for the happiness, Andy.
Yeah, then that shouldn't matter.
I would think that the money at this point, I mean, how much more money would anybody need to make him happy? I would think he's got plenty.
Yeah, it's just that one of his pipelines of economics just is tighter than it used to be. That's all. And if he's looking for true happiness, shouldn't he find Aaron Rodgers? Can't Aaron help him find
Has Aaron found true happiness?
I don't know. Well, it depends where the cave is.
Okay.
Thank you.
It's Baskin and Phelps on The Fan.
Sponsored by BetMGM. Only moment. Make it legendary. Please gamble responsibly. Gamble.
Bradford Doolittle of ESPN put out something. First half MVPs for individual teams. And who do you think he picked for the Guardians as their most valuable player in the first half of the season?
Who would I? It's hard if I don't pick a pitcher. I'm picking Chase DeLauder.
He picked Parker Messick.
Okay, I'm okay with that.
Are you?
Yeah.
Okay. I saw that and I thought I would definitely name Parker most valuable pitcher, probably followed by Cade Smith and or Gavin Williams, because Gavin was off to a great start.
Cade Smith would be another.
You know who he said nice things about? And I don't think anybody is saying enough nice things about this guy. Brian Rocchio.
I agree.
Brian Rocchio.
I said it the other day. I thought Rocchio got snubbed.
Yeah. And he said he had Rocchio and Messick listed under all-star caliber performances. I mean, Rocchio's first half has certainly been better than Travis Bazzana's. It's just that Bazzana's playing second base that might be the most least all-star filled position in the American League right now.
Yeah, he got numbered game out of it, right? This is a numbers game.
Yep.
I'll buy that. Bazzana's done a great job, though. I think he's worthy of being an all-star based on the numbers, right? Because that's weird about baseball. May have the best all-star game, but they might not necessarily always have the best players.
Could you make a case for Travis Bazzana being the first half MVP of this team?
Nope, because he didn't play the first month. I've already eliminated him from that.
Well, Parker Messick has only pitched in 17 games.
Is he here day one?
Yeah.
Okay.
But he's a starting pitcher. He's going every fifth day.
Yeah, and that's what you expect. That's the role of a starting pitcher. So you're not asking him to pitch every third or fourth day. Why must he play this game with me? He plays this game with me. He knew exactly where I was going to go with this. Unless you have a pitcher.
I did?
Unless you have a pitcher who's like beyond lights out in every starting performance. I mean, not losing games too. That he got lucky because the offense decided they wanted to show up that night too. That's another issue.
No, there's that. Ask Tanner Bybee.
Yeah,
Dan, Parker Messick, first half MVP.
I mean, I think he'd have to be just he was the one who was here and producing well. It's either him or Chase DeLauder, though DeLauder did miss some time.
And he also, after a great start, kind of fell flat. Just hit his first home run since May 17th the other game.
I mean, the whole offense is falling flat, Jeff. The hell you want me to tell you?
Yeah.
I don't think it's fallen flat.
Rocchio would be the other one as well. I could see Parker Messick or Rocchio. I kind of actually want to lean Rocchio just because he has more impact on more games than Parker Messick.
All right, let me throw one other thought at you here.
I also kind of want to change my vote to Rocchio.
I think it's Rocchio. I think now that I think about it, Rocchio.
For a first half MVP?
Mm-hmm.
Wait a minute, you both changed.
Yeah, but
more impact on more games. That's why we have the Cy Young Award and the MVP.
And
that's why I agree.
Kind of shows you the way the first half has gone too. That it's not clear cut. It's not Ramirez. Oh, got it.
How's that go?
Oh, Ramirez. Oh,
well, heck, man. The last 10 years, it's been as easy as it comes. Jose Ramirez next.
Jose next.
Yep.
Riddle me this one.
Okay.
How big is the Stephen Kwan problem? Do they need to make a move with Stephen? And by making a move, I don't even necessarily mean trading him.
Do you know why I think Stephen Kwan's a bigger problem than it was?
Because the rest of the offense stinks?
No, because we all thought when he was hot a year and a half ago, right?
You should trade him?
Because of the trade situation. You're like, oh, man, are we really going to trade this guy? He's great, blah, blah, blah. And then, right?
Yeah. Stevens just had such a rough start of the season. And
he's still playing good, although last night it was a little shaky on one play. But he's still playing really good defense.
He has a track record of being a good hitter. No question. But, guys, he also has a track record of fading down the stretch.
Small sample size theater. I understand that before we start. But can I interest you in a month of July splits of Stephen Kwan?
They've been decent, haven't they?
A 333 average with a 444 on base at a 600 slug?
Yeah.
Fine, let's go. It's been 7 days.
I understand that.
Let's go. I mean, the answer to the Stephen Kwan dilemma is for Stephen to hit better. That's all it is.
Now, I have no idea. I have to find out.
And if he does, that'd be great.
If like all the good numbers that you want to go up are starting to go up, such as like exit velocities and swing speeds and all that kind of stuff, then maybe he's starting to find himself healthy. Gives me something to do. Give me 24 hours. I could probably get you that answer.
Get on that, Dan.
Yes, sir.
You know, if I had a wish for this team right now, I wish I could introduce Patrick Bailey to Tom Amansky and figure out how to hit. I love watching him play defense, man.
Oh, he's good.
That last night was just the tip of the iceberg. That guy was trying to steal a base last night, and he hadn't even gone into his slide, and he was running full speed. And the ball was already there in the perfect place.
Doesn't he have a strange release on throws to second base?
Well, it was like they were saying during the game.
It's a little more sidearm than you'd ever expect.
In the game last night, they were saying, and maybe I misheard this, but that he is able to adjust his arm to no matter where it needs to be to get that ball to the perfect spot at second base. So it doesn't have to be over the top. It can be sidearm. It can be, I don't know, it could be at 1 o'clock or 2 o'clock, but it doesn't matter. He is able to get it there. If I could show kids how to play catcher defensively, Patrick Bailey's the guy. Man, is he good. There's got to be a way to fix his hitting. Got to be.
Well, take a look at his hitting when he was with the Giants. It wasn't as bad as it is now. It wasn't as bad.
I thought when he first got here, he was doing okay, and then...
Well, he kind of warmed up just recently.
Yeah. Maybe somebody is working with him. I hope somebody's working with him.
Well, I'm sure they are. It's not like, hey, you're not doing very well, so we're going to leave you alone.
Wouldn't it be great if you could just put Bailey back there for the next 5 years, 6 years, and not have to worry about anything?
Well, I think you're going to.
I like the deal.
By the way, trivia for you.
Okay. Name
the former Indian catcher who used to work with Tom Amansky.
Dave Duncan.
Nope. And worked out with and did his youth baseball camps.
Oh, did youth baseball camps with Tom? I just remember that show as a kid. I think it was on during the baseball bunch or something.
Yeah. And, the guys are throwing the ball in the bucket and all that stuff.
Not Ray Fosse.
Apparently, the guy was never in the video. Eddie Taubensee.
Oh, okay.
There you go.
Eddie, he was a part of that Reds-Indians pipeline, right?
Well, it's real easy. 71's straight shot.
Yeah, I guess so.
It's just that that stretch between Columbus and Cincinnati can be, ugh.
Yeah, you get tripped up by the Clippers.
Not a whole lot there. That was Eddie Taubensee. If Stephen Kwan can just
Taubensee was in those videos.
I said he wasn't in the videos, but he participated in the Tom Amansky youth camps.
Oh, he went as a kid. Okay.
I said all that.
Okay, I'm just making sure.
Did you not listen to a word I said?
I did, but I kind of didn't, Jeff. It's like sometimes I hear you, but I didn't hear you at all.
Just shooting to go 1 for 4 here, all right?
Yeah.
One out of every 4 words. We'll pick the rest up in context.
And by the way, I dropped the first Tom Amansky reference. So.
Yeah, I know. And then I gave you something more relevant.
Did you watch the baseball bunch when you were a kid? Did you ever watch that?
No, I don't even remember it.
You don't? Mm-mm. Tommy Lasorda was on there. Johnny Bench was on there. It was
two really swell fellas.
It was on Saturdays. It was on Saturdays after cartoons.
Shocked they allowed Lasorda to talk to kids.
Can you imagine
That's exactly right.
That is true.
No, he can
Hey,
go.
kid, come over here. Let me tell you how to talk to an umpire. Beep, beep, beep.
Golly.
Can you imagine that I had to sit all the way through Saturday? Those are the only days I got cartoons. And then when I got lucky, as we got older, they started playing them after school.
That's really nice,
Think
Andy.
about that. And then you realize I had to get up to change the channel.
Okay, Andy.
Man, do you know how soft you guys are?
Walk 4 miles uphill both ways.
And had to turn the knob on
in
the TV.
The snow. Back in my day, it snowed in May. You got used to it. You didn't complain. You didn't do nothing.
Now
in fact,
we're
you
like,
took the
just
shovel
don't
with
tell me
to
you
work
liked it.
school.
We're like hungry dogs when the remote's gone. Where's the remote? Where's the remote?
The only one that ever does me in with that one is anyone who ever takes the batteries out of the remote to power something else. That's the thing that will break it.
I got another one that's bad. When you knock the back off of the remote where the batteries are and that clip is missing off there, and now all of a sudden you've exposed batteries.
And you have to tape it up.
And then you can't find it. Next thing you know, you got electrical tape on there. You're like, oh.
Well, if that wasn't the moment of the show, I don't know what is.
I think it was. It was riveting.
Meredith, you tell me. What is it?
We do have a moment of the show. I think that Jared Diamond had a really interesting thought on Kyle Manzardo and his role as a cleanup hitter.
I think the problem is that Kyle Manzardo, all due respect to Kyle Manzardo, is probably a cleanup hitter in name only, right? He's OPSing 692.
Hard to argue with that.
Sound like a cleanup hitter to you? Really what they need to hope for is that DeLauder and Bazana continue to develop as the season goes along, because they need a lot of those guys. They're obviously both very young. And I guess you cross your fingers and pray that Rhys Hoskins has something left in the tank. Unfortunately, there's not been much indication that there is the way he's performed so far this season.
Jared had some great thoughts. He joined us at noon. Go back and listen to him. He's from the Wall Street Journal. Why are we smarter? After 4 hours of Baskin and Phelps, brought to us by QC Kinetics, the leader in regenerative medicine. If you're in pain, give QC Kinetics a call, 216-770-5488. Dan Menningen.
Smarter today because Andres Cantor is welcomed anywhere at any time. It's as good as it gets.
Just drops into the moment of the show.
And of course, social media mentions powered by Scheibman Jewelers, Cleveland's premier jewelry store, with the tweet of the day by far being the person who sent to me, can we get the Browns radio network to do that every time a field goal is kicked? Which would only be awesome.
Ooh, that would be cool.
Let's work on that, shall
I'll
we?
talk to Siciliano. We'll see what we can do.
MK, Meredith Kane.
I feel like if you asked Andrew Siciliano to do that, he would entertain it, and then in the moment he would just be like, and the kick is good. That's my Andrew Siciliano impression.
If you asked Andrew, he'd say, well, let's think about that. We might have to incorporate.
There might be some copyright issues.
There might be. Yeah. Do you think that guy's trademarked one word? One word, and I say it real loud.
No, because he claims he stole it from Brazil.
Oh,
Good
who
for
didn't?
him.
Andy.
I'm smart about Larry Bird and what Larry Bird said about guys who play around LeBron James and making them better or not. I thought that was a really interesting conversation to start the show.
I liked all of our talk about LeBron. Oh, we're all over it. Now all he has to do is go ahead and say one way or the other. What's he going to do? My guess is, Andy, we'll talk a little more about it tomorrow.
Oh, let's do that.
I'm Jeff Phelps.
I'm Andy Baskin. Thanks for listening. We do appreciate you. We're back again tomorrow at 10. Until then, be a hero, be a real hero, be an organ donor. Lifebank.org. See you, Cleveland. See you.
¡Cayanaria! ¡No pudo Julián a Messi!
going crazy. It's like that, the bit in The Simpsons where the American broadcast then it's on the soccer game and it's like center, back to right, back to center, back to right. But then it goes to the Spanish broadcast and the guy's losing his mind. It's like the Spanish version of center, back to right, back to center, back to right, back to center. Oh my God!
It's the Afternoon Drive with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin on Cleveland's Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
The show is back. Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin. We are Afternoon Drive. We are searching for a Guardians win over the Twins as well. Would be nice. Maybe play a little defense. Maybe don't give up like a decent start. Maybe don't blow that. Maybe score a couple runs. I don't know. I'm thinking outside. We are on the watch. That continues. It's no longer Donovan's day, so anytime LeBron James wants to make that announcement, it is the 16th anniversary of the decision. It'll be a good day today. And we continue the march to training camp for the Browns in Ohio State. But that opened courtesy of Mac Robinson on the board. Yes. And my voice is still crap. We salute the Supreme Leader, because if we did not, there would be consequences. And we got Jake Murren manning the 92 The Fan YouTube channel and producing. Hey, subscribe to 92 The Fan's YouTube channel. It is free after all. And like our videos, we desperately need to be liked. Mackenzie Flume, a.k.a. Flume Dog Millionaire, the Big Cheese on 2020s. Hi, JP.
Hello, how's it going today?
Well, I thought my voice was back when I started it, the intro there, then I quickly realized it's not, so that stinks.
Well, that's all right. Do you need some throat coat or anything?
I don't know. Is it possible that my voice? It's almost like when a guy doesn't throw forever, and then the first time he throws out his arm. Is that what my voice was so well conditioned from working at least once a week for a long time that after taking 9 days off, that it's like, man, bleep you.
I always thought it was like a Lambo. It's just, you don't need a get up. You don't need any, it just goes.
Apparently not.
It just goes. That's kind of what I always thought.
Need some voice blue chew over here. Chew it and then do it.
Like you did talk for the 7 days, the 9 days.
But not a lot.
You did speak. You didn't become a monk.
Not a lot.
You didn't go to a seminary.
Everyone else, again, was in a car for many days with 4 hormonal women. I talked less than anyone else on the vacation. At one point, Vanessa kept asking, "Are you okay?" Again, 4 hormonal women. And it was like, yeah, I talk for a living. So when I don't talk and I'm not on, I kind of just relax and enjoy the silence.
I do also have to remind Elise of that sometimes as well, where I have to be like, yeah, I talked all day long. Like I'm good. Like it's like, you do understand it's 5 hours of talking. I always love when people are like, that job is not a serious job. It's like, you're right. You're right about that, but like it still is talking for 5 hours,
and it does take energy. It does take focus.
Yeah, like other jobs, you do. Like this is one thing I always told my brother-in-law, where he was talking about different jobs and such, and I'd be like, like most 9 to 5 jobs, you can show up incredibly hungover and just kind of hide, and just kind of you don't have to be a part of the conversation. You can just disappear. We can't run from that.
Yeah.
Now I'm not complaining about it. But that's our reality, though. That's our reality. We can't run from that. We have to speak and do things. So make me a bicycle clown.
When my sister was like 24, she quit, and she's like a year and a half older than me. She quit a job because, quote, she doesn't want a career right now. And she wants just more of a job. And what's funny about that is it was like telecommunications. It was in no way was it an actual career.
Okay.
And it just broke everybody in the family that she referred to like a $10 an hour job, no disrespect, as like a career. No. And I will tell you, there was a point on vacation that I was like, I have a career.
Maybe
this is a career. No. This is exhausting.
Maybe your sister really bought into the training that was going on there. Like you can really climb up Telecorp, and if you follow these steps, you might make the minimum wage right now. 6 months, you're making $1.50 over that. Year, you're making $2.50 over that. We are talking management material, people.
I worked at Infocision in Akron for a short bit of time before getting back into radio in like 2010-ish, right? And when I worked there, the woman who was a trainer was such a sweet woman. But she talked about talking to people on the phone like it was brain surgery.
Yeah.
Like it was the most important job. And you got to understand, that was like my third job on the phones. And I raised my hand at one point. I'm like, I'm calling people and asking for donations. What are we doing here?
Yeah, no, but I love that.
Can we stop prescribing an importance on this?
I love that. I love that person cares about their job and thinks the job is making and breaking everything. I love that. There's passion that is there. It's the complete farce of like, this is going to be your step to financial independence, and this is going to really solidify yourself. You stay right there. You follow me. I'll take you under my wing, and I'll have you there in no time. That's the part that I have a gripe with.
Now, to my friends in telecommunications, I'll also let you know, I also vastly downplay this job when anyone talks to me about it, because I'm like, it's kind of a ridiculous job to be like, I talk about sports on air every day. It's tough, but I do it because I love this town.
Is that right?
Yeah. Like anytime.
You're welcome, Cleveland.
And you can tell the people who really put emphasis on how important they think this career is and what we do and how important we stand for something. It's like, I am no different than Larry listening in his car right now, driving around Cleveland. I was just fortunate enough to get this job.
Well, except Larry in Cleveland gets to stop after a minute of talking about the Browns and then moving on to something else, whereas it's our day in, day out.
Now, with respect to Larry, it is time to get to Le Watch one more time. Now, yesterday, LeBron wasn't going to announce it, in your opinion, because that was Donovan's Day.
Yeah, Donovan's Day. D-Day, as we call it around these parts.
Different D-Day.
Different D-Day.
Yeah, different D-Day.
But, it wasn't going to happen, and now we have lifted that ban.
So are you saying it could happen today?
Now we're open for business.
Okay.
I don't think it's going to happen today. I don't think he's playing on the date and everything like that some people are insinuating out there.
Our boy James Rapine.
I saw even Tom Withers last night, our buddy there. He was like July 8th, 2010. And I'm getting texts from people being like, well, Withers is connected to LeBron's camp. It's like, settle down, people. I don't think it's happening today, but the door is open for it to happen today. It was closed yesterday. It is now wide open for until basically the end of the month. LeBron can do it at any time.
All right, it wouldn't be funny in the moment. But long term, could I understand the hilarity in if LeBron waited to July 8th, 16 years later, to then decide he was not going to sign in Cleveland? Would I eventually see the humor in that?
No, we're in the rude portion of this.
Oh, no.
That's rude.
No, rude.
Very rude.
On some level, if I wasn't a Clevelander, would I think that's the kind of petty or just like bleep you that I admire on some level? Yes. I would laugh at that if I wasn't from Cleveland and LeBron wasn't my favorite player ever.
That's the long-term play against Dan Gilbert for the Comic Sans letter. That's what that is. That's like
we know he announces the decision in Comic Sans.
Yeah, and then we know he never got over it. And this is just his way of spiting everybody. No, it was really nice yesterday because I got to not freak out for every single text message or breaking news that popped up to my phone. I got to chill, and now I'm back on edge.
So I am on edge. I'm waiting for this.
I should take up smoking or something. I don't know. I'm on edge.
I don't think you should take up smoking.
No, it's a really bad idea.
Yeah. I mean, you look really cool if you did it, though.
I don't even think you do look cool at this point.
I disagree.
Do people that smoke cigarettes still look cool to people?
If they're attractive.
I just think, wow, that's an expensive habit.
Yeah, like when a really beautiful woman is smoking a cigarette, I'm like, that is a very beautiful woman. And when, let's say, a fat, ugly guy like myself is doing it, I'm like, that's a fat, ugly guy.
Don't you think those things regardless of the cigarette?
Probably. But what I can say is, do I think the cigarettes hurts the attractive woman? No, not at least in the literal sense. Yes, long term, not great. But in the image sense, no, I don't think it hurts her at all.
I feel like everyone thinks like we live in the outsider still. Like I think now when you see someone smoking a cigarette, you're like, I can't believe they're still doing that.
It depends on the form. When I see somebody do I'm gonna hold it like this, like almost like a joint would be held if you're a noob. That's the kind of thing where it's like, oh, I'm so cool. I'm smoking my whole hand around the cigarette. I'm like, you're kind of.
Do companies still give out smoke breaks?
No. Now it's like a water break or like when I was actually in telecommunications, it was like a bathroom break.
All right, so
but it was like 15 minutes.
They've gotten rid of the idea that you just get to
peeing for 15 minutes.
They just got rid of that then. The idea that you just get to, because you smoke, you get to go take a 5-minute break every hour.
And now they just give them lunch breaks.
Now listen, I'm not a smoker. I've never smoked a single cigarette in my life, believe it or not. But I could see like 40 years ago me being like, shoot, 5 minutes an hour.
Yeah.
That's a pretty good incentive you guys are giving me to go smoke.
Is it worth the potential risk for cancer? We'll find out.
Everyone's doing it.
Now, I think an interesting development in the LeBron conversation is, although, and I kind of said something similar to yesterday, is LeBron coming home would just make me happy. I don't know that I could put championship expectations on this team because, quite frankly, I'd just be happy to watch LeBron at the end of his career. It would feel like whether it was 82 games or if he played here for 2 years, it would just be, however long the ride is, just pure enjoyment of watching LeBron. What has surprised me is when I've listened to Bob Myers talk about why, and we'll play that in the next segment, but Bob Myers talking about why LeBron should go to Philly or any of the other kind of avenues. I'm deeply annoyed by the NBA nerds like Kevin O'Connor who just go, I don't see it with Cleveland because he doesn't like James Harden. And that's so transparent and it's very annoying.
He doesn't like Evan Mobley.
Him either. But
he's a big anti-Mobley guy.
I like 2 of the 4 guys that are really good here.
He's been on a whole campaign of being anti-Mobley.
But, like, that has annoyed me. But the idea of LeBron going elsewhere, I realize that, like, if LeBron goes to Philly, if it's not going to be the Cavs next year, I'm going to want it to be LeBron with the Sixers. And this has just never happened. Like, when he went to the Lakers, I didn't want it. I wanted him to win, but I wasn't going to root for him to win it.
The Sixers are the team you're comfortable with?
Any of them but Golden State. Like, if he goes to Minnesota, Minnesota's never won a title. That'd be awesome.
The Heat thing is weird, and so that is one part of it, right? Because the 76ers, and this is Big Cat's take, not mine, but 43 years the Sixers haven't won a title. So he could do basically what he did here in Cleveland, and you could do that with the 76ers. You mentioned Minnesota. Minnesota doesn't win anything. And so like you'd have that same idea of, like, I'm going to give you something you haven't had before. I've been accepting of if he goes to the Heat the entire time. I think that's an all right story, all things considered. The Warriors thing will piss me off the same way it pissed you off, but I think that how the NBA world will look at this, I think LeBron is so hyper-focused on what people are going to say if he chooses the next spot, as long as it wasn't a Spurs or a Thunder, a team where he was obviously ring-chasing and just latching on for the ride, I think he's above criticism.
Yeah, I mean, as a fan, it's unless he says something along the way, like if he just goes, hey, I think this is my best basketball chance to win another championship, and that's why I'm going to Philly, it doesn't mean I have to love it. I'm going to be sad because I wish he would end his career here in Cleveland. But yeah, I would agree. I think to some degree he is above criticism in this because I really want his final act in the NBA to be able. I want the victory lap for him. Like, I want the extended goodbye because I think he deserves it. And I think anyone who says that he doesn't deserve it is a hater. The guy has been the face of the NBA for going on 24 years. He was anointed, and it was self-anointed, the king, but the savior of the NBA. He's the one guy that actually did inherit the NBA from Michael Jordan. Kobe tried and didn't do it. Shaq tried and didn't do it. Look at the litany of players who are great players that didn't do it. LeBron did it.
Mm-hmm.
And so, like, I want all the things for him. I prefer they're in Cleveland. I think he would get the most love in Cleveland.
Yeah.
But am I going to be at the, like, beyond the initial emotion of disappointment if he goes to Philly, Miami, or Minnesota? Am I, like, beyond that initial disappointment, I'm just going to go, well, man, if it's not going to be us, it better be you because I want you to get that title before you go, and I want you to go out on that note.
I just think he's above criticism in this. Again, like if you go to the Spurs, I think people would have a real problem with that because you're just latching on to Wemby's. But even the Warriors, I know you said you'd be mad about it. I've made a case for, I think, a month and a half now. I'd be livid about the whole ordeal, but I'd at least understand it from his perspective. No. I would because it's you're talking about Steph Curry and Draymond, one of his good friends, Curry and Kerr, the guys that he basically bonded everything up with at Team USA a couple years ago. The respect he has, even going back to Bob Myers and his time there, like there's something about that. The golf scene, Silicon Valley, everything that appeals to LeBron exists there. I would understand it. It doesn't mean I have to like it, but I would understand it.
Specific to the Warriors. Understand this. All right? That's every other team I understand,
no, but you
respect,
are going to give him the old
but
Peterlin pass on this. Yes,
not
you will.
on the Warriors.
Yes, you will.
No, I've said the Warriors are the one team you don't get the Peterlin pass
I don't believe you because if he ended up going to the Warriors, you'd be angry about the idea that he went to the Warriors, but ultimately you'd still root for LeBron at the end of the day.
I don't know about. Well, I mean, I'd root for good things for him.
Your love of LeBron will overtake your disdain for his final choice. And that's why I say he's above criticism because you'll be mad about it in the moment, but you will get over it, and you will tune into West Coast basketball, and you will watch the final LeBron time, and you will watch when he comes to Cleveland and give him a 5-minute standing ovation, and you'll do all the same things as if he'd gone to Philadelphia.
To paraphrase Meatloaf, I would do anything for LeBron, but I won't do that. No. I won't do that.
I think that's the L word that he started it off with. Yeah, I think that's right.
L word?
Instead of love, you changed it to LeBron.
Okay.
Yeah.
216-474-0092. At Nick Wilson says, at Jay Peterlin on social media. Social media reactions on X, powered by Scheiben Jewelers. Cleveland's premier jewelry store. Is LeBron above criticism in his choice? Want to hear from you guys on that one. Phil Steele. Phil Steele's college football preview at 2:40 today. AshleyBash.Cleveland.com and the Orange and Brown Talk podcast getting you ready for training camp, talking Jared Verse at 3:20 today. Quick hits at 3:40. And then at 6, Spencer Davies with your thoughts on the Cavaliers. La Watch at 4.0 now. And at any point, we could be getting the LeBron decision, so make sure to stick it here, not just all show long, but certainly all day long, because when you're going to hear it first, you're going to hear it first here, and you'll be able to react to it here as well. 216-474-0092. Is LeBron above criticism with his choice? And Bob Myers made a very public plea to LeBron. It was Chach. You're going to hear it in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Ask your doctor about Skyrizi. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZZI to learn more.
LeBron watches on.
And this fall, I'm going to take my talents to...
Could he make another return to Cleveland? We are the place for all the latest NBA news and rumors. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
You can listen to The Fan anytime, anywhere on the free Odyssey app or by telling your smart speaker to play 92.3 The Fan. And now you can find The Fan on YouTube, including The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima, 6 to 10 a.m. Baskin and Phelps, 10 a.m. to 2, afternoon drive. Nick Wilson, myself, Jonathan Peterlin. We go from 2 to 7 each and every weekday on The Fan's YouTube channel. Subscribe to our channel for free. Watch all the best content from your favorite shows in The Fan live and on demand now.
I honestly believe this is your best chance to win. You have to decide all the other things that are equally important. It's his life. He has to play. He has to face the scrutiny of his decision. They'll criticize him, which is his life, so he's been through all that. If it's about winning, let's talk about this team, because you can win here in Philadelphia. If you want to talk about other stuff, about what's this guy like, what's that guy, by the way, he knows players, a lot of them better than I do, their games. This is a guy that probably watches more basketball than anybody understands. Like,
That's a fact.
He's not just playing, and he's probably watching the game in February that nobody's watching. So he knows, not only does he know the guys, he knows how they play.
Real kiss-ass move there from Sixers president of something or other, Bob Myers, former Warriors GM on the Game Over podcast, which is co-hosted by Rich Paul.
He's not even Sixers anything at this point.
Yeah, that's right. He's whatever Josh Harris is.
So he was the interim in the meanwhile after Daryl Morey and then now in between Gansey. But he works for the Blitzer Harris group.
That's right. Yeah.
That's his big. I think it might be the Harris Blitzer group is how they actually refer to it.
Harris does have more money. That's how it goes.
Tough for our guy Blitzer.
Yeah.
Which in an odd twist, if he does the same stuff he'd been doing in other spots, because like remember he oversaw the hiring of Dan Quinn in Washington, and like he does all these different things for their properties. Well, when the Guardians eventually do become part of the Blitzer, situation, that could be our future Pobo at some point.
Well, screw
right
that guy.
there, Bob Myers.
Yeah, screw that guy. And if he ends up signing again, not going to be mad at LeBron. We'll be mad at Bob Myers.
Bob Myers could bring us Lindor.
So yeah, I don't think so.
How about that?
I don't think so.
How about that wrap around?
Don't want him. Now definitely don't want him. But no, I just think like it struck me as a little bit desperate that Bob Myers, who's one of the most powerful dudes in the sport for the reasons you illustrated, went on Rich Paul's podcast to make a public plea to LeBron. Like, if I'm LeBron, that sounds a little bit like he was sniffing LeBron's ass a bit. And
Is that what LeBron wants?
Yeah, but I don't think in that way. Like, I don't think LeBron wants that publicly. I think he'd like to be sniffed privately.
I don't know. I don't know that he's above it, private and public. I think the 76ers realize that they got to throw everything in the kitchen sink at LeBron here. And so if one of the more powerful people in the sport has to almost beg and grovel in front of Rich Paul and then wax poetic about what a basketball savant LeBron James is in front of his agent and the guy that he obviously knows, I just think that's smart business.
Yeah, but here's the thing. Is LeBron going to look at that is the way I'm looking at it, which is it sounds desperate.
Well, they are desperate.
Yeah. Well, but again,
they are.
Like, there's a difference between I want to be wanted and I want you to look desperate in public.
I don't think the 76ers are above the understanding that they have an injured superstar in Joel Embiid that they can't rely on. They made a big, massive swing for Jaylen Brown, and they like Edgecombe a ton. You got to like Maxey a ton. But what might tip the scales is, in fact, someone with LeBron's talent.
I just think if we're going to talk about the fit issues between LeBron and James Harden, which, again, I think are fair, I would just split those two guys up. Those guys don't play the same spot on the court, though. LeBron and Jaylen Brown do. And I think it'd be really interesting to hear how LeBron feels. I'm sure he's got to respect Jaylen Brown's game, because Jaylen Brown is a top 15 player, and that's honestly coming off a bad year. I think most years people think he's a top 10 player. But Jaylen Brown is also a difficult personality, and there is some overlap on where they like to sit in the court. If this was LeBron and Maxey, I think LeBron could see Maxey as like his next Kyrie Irving.
Sure.
LeBron with Embiid, with Jaylen Brown.
He publicly loves Maxey, by the way. He spoke about that. The Brown part of this, and we obviously got into the fit side of that. I think that's very interesting. But the relationship side of things is the part I'm not 100% buying there, Nick. I think LeBron in the past, I don't know, has it been like 2, 3, 4 weeks, whatever it is, has gone out of his way to speak so glowing. He defended Jaylen Brown on Instagram just the other day. I think just yesterday, there was some big, long post that LeBron put out there that defended Jaylen Brown. I don't think he got over the Bronny situation, though. Like, I really don't. Like, that hurt LeBron, you know? You just talking crap about his kid courtside in the NBA. Like, I don't know. I think it's been not phony from LeBron, but I think he's trying to cover up the idea that he hasn't. Him and Jaylen Brown, I don't know that they see eye to eye.
I just think, listen, do I think LeBron could win a championship in Philly? Yeah, I do. Do I think LeBron could win a championship in Miami? Yeah, if they get a couple shooters there. Right now, it looks like a lot of guys that like the ball and not enough good shooting. But again, I think he could win one there. I think he could win one in Minnesota. I just think he'd kill LaMelo Ball at some point, or at least LeVar. But like, I think LeBron could win a title with any of the teams on the board that aren't Golden State. I don't think Steph and LeBron together are enough at their ages.
Yeah.
And I just don't think they have that other card to play.
Golden State's not a good enough team.
But everybody else, I think, like, everybody's arguing about fit, and I'm like, I think they're all going to be good fits because LeBron makes things work, and I think he showed that last year as the third guy.
I don't think it's an accident that we've gotten down to these teams, right? The idea. Now, I don't know. I wondered about Denver only because I just didn't know what Denver's goal was. Were they just trying to break like the scoring record and for points per game, and that's it? Mm-hmm. Like, is that all they were trying to do in that? Is it
throw back to like the 1999 Paul Westhead?
They're just trying to see like, can we break records for scoring on every night? Is that all they're going for? But like, LeBron fits everywhere. That's part of LeBron. But like the teams that we've gotten down to, I don't think it's by accident. They've all offer up that same thought process of this could in fact be our missing piece.
216-474-0092 is LeBron is LeBron above criticism in his choice? Let's go with BP and Pepper Pike, who would like to talk LeBron Watch, or Le Watch as we're calling it. Oh, real quick, buddy, what'd you say?
Got a John Fanta situation on our hands here.
I'm here. Can you hear me?
I can hear you now. Can you hear me now?
Cool. No, I used to live in the Philadelphia area, so I used to have friends.
BP. We're going to pop you on hold. We're going to pop you on hold just for a second.
Die-hard basketball guy.
We love BP, so we want to give him a chance here. Mac, if it sounds clear, go ahead and let us know. If BP can call back. He's always great with that.
I want to hear his thoughts. I like his thoughts.
I just want to hear to me, I look at LeBron's decision differently. Like, I look at this as like a joyous kind of thing. And like, again, if he goes to Philly or Miami or Minnesota, I am going to have to adjust a little bit. But in the end, like, I'm really excited to see where LeBron's going to finish his career off. I hope it's in Cleveland, but I'm excited for him. I'm excited because I do think at the end the Lakers did not treat him with the proper respect.
Yeah, that's fair.
I don't think that's the way he should go out. Wherever he goes, I hope they treat him the way they would in Cleveland, because that's what he deserves after carrying the NBA for 24 years.
No, I like that point. This is much better than him being in a Lakers uniform and that wine and cheese crowd that only shows up to watch celebrities that can't even appreciate what LeBron is trying to do.
Yeah. Let's go with BP. I believe he's called back now. What's up, buddy?
Hey, guys. It's good to be on with you both. You know, I used to live in the Philadelphia area, so I do have friends back there, and they're thinking they're getting LeBron. So they thought once they got Jaylen Brown, they think, that LeBron might be coming their way. I disagree. But when you really look at the basketball fit, I mean, LeBron fits seamlessly here. If we keep the core four intact, and even if we have to trade Jared Allen for some reason, then Mobley will slide over. But LeBron, I don't think he can trust Joel Embiid. I mean, Joel Embiid plays 30 games a year. He never makes it to the finish line in the playoffs. So I think he would be foolish. I mean, I don't want to call LeBron foolish, but I think it wouldn't be a wise move to go to Philly. It sounds good on paper, but Joel Embiid is always hurt, where I think LeBron can count on Jared Allen and Evan Mobley. And LeBron's not the defender he used to be, so he needs defense. He can't just go to an all – that's what they had with the Lakers, was an all-offense team, and that didn't work. So I still think we have the best shot. I think it's going to be a great fit, and it's going to be a great ending. And I still think we can win it all with LeBron if we can, keep most of our role players.
BP, we appreciate you, buddy. Thank you so much.
I get it. No one trusts Joel Embiid. I don't trust Joel Embiid either. But Maxey
is still elite.
Maxey averaged 28 and 7 last year. Maxey was incredible. And you throw Jaylen Brown with Maxey and even Edgecombe and then LeBron. That team in and of itself is competitive.
Yeah, I do think Philly should be the biggest threat. If we're just talking basketball reasons, I think unfortunately the playmaking stuff with LaMelo is not going to offset the fact that LaMelo is LaMelo. LeBron with Anthony Edwards could be fun. I don't like the rest of the pieces they have. Miami, again, they need to get some shooting in there and like some guys who can play 20, 25 minutes a night. Philly scares me. Just from a basketball perspective, that is just an overwhelming amount of talent. I think LeBron would put them into a category of their own if he were to go there, fit issues or not. Phil Steele's college football preview in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. Hey guys, Nick Wilson here for Bookman & Son in Brecksville. Here to tell you, I'll never buy jewelry a different way because I didn't get it right the first time. I went to a big box jewelry store, didn't know about Bookman & Son yet, and I got ripped off experientially and financially, and it left a bitter taste in my mouth for many years. And then I
when the Cavs open Summer League play Friday afternoon against the Indiana Pacers. Headline Sports News continues every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Mackenzie Flume.
Talk sports deep into the Cleveland night. Overtime with Jake Volnick. Weeknights at 7. Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Nick and JP back on Afternoon Drive. We do have Ashley Bastock coming up in about 40 minutes here. But football is upon us. Training camps coming up with both Ohio State and the Cleveland Browns here shortly. And there's only one way to get ready to talk football, and that's by heading out to the Wise Heart Right. We make it right. Call Kyle Wright hotline and welcome on the man, the myth, the legend, Phil Steele of Phil Steele's College Football Preview. Phil, welcome to the show.
Hey, always great to be on here in Cleveland.
Well, it's great to have you here. Obviously, we're starting to ramp up for football ourselves. Training camps in the air here. And, of course, one of the great tried and true methods of letting us know that football is back is the release of your gigantic book of football. I know it's officially called the Phil Steele College Football Preview, but I just call it a big book of football. I do want to ask you, before we get into, like, individual teams, I'm always curious because you guys do such a great job of chronicling every possible team. How has the transfer portal and player movement era, how has that impacted or maybe made your job a little bit more difficult?
Well, I'll tell you, this year, Nick, it got a little bit easier because there was no second portal. The prior 3 years, it was really difficult. You not only had the portal after the season was over, but then the portal after spring was over. So I do the magazine in a 3 right-through process. The first right-through is done right after the season ends. The other one's pre-spring, and then the other one is after talking to the head coaches. Talked to 133 of the 138 head coaches this year, going over the rosters with them. But in the prior 3 years, I would have to rewrite in that third right-through, players moving back and forth. It was a complete mess. This year, and the coaches I talked to, by the way, this year, all said that it felt more like a team in the spring because the players you entered spring with, you knew were going to be there at the end of the year. You didn't have to worry about having, I can't put this guy third string, he's going to transfer. You could also coach the players more this year because they couldn't transfer. And the same thing, the players felt safer because you weren't going to bring somebody in to replace them. So almost every single head coach I talked to said it felt more like a team this spring. And I think we're going to see better football on the field. But the transfer portal did make it more difficult, but I like the fact that this year there was no second transfer portal window.
All right, so with that being said, let's hop right in here. Because I think some years it's been more obvious. As a college football fan, I was trying to put together my first tier of championship teams, and I thought it was a little more difficult. Who do you consider to be in that first top tier of potential championship teams this year?
I think the very top tier, if you start with the Big Ten, you'd have to list 3 teams in there, which would be Ohio State, Indiana, and Oregon. If you go to the SEC, you've got 2 teams in there in Georgia and Texas. The top team in the ACC, I feel, is Miami. The top team in the Big 12 would be Texas Tech. And then, of course, Notre Dame, which got left out of the playoffs last year, I think has an excellent shot. I think if you're looking for the elite of the elite coming into the year, those would be the teams. But let's keep in mind, coming into last season, Indiana wouldn't have been in that mix, but Indiana ended up winning it all.
So it's interesting you've said that because I was looking at a lot of different power rankings, a lot of different analytics, and I was actually surprised that people have Ohio State just a touch above Indiana. Do you think Ohio State's the best team going into the regular season in the Big Ten?
I could make a case for Ohio State, Indiana, or Oregon, any of the 3 teams to be the top team. I think offensively, Ohio State's probably got the best offense in the country. You're looking at Julian Sand at quarterback. You're looking at the best receiving core in the country. My number 2 rated offensive line. Bo Jackson was a 1,000-yard rusher last year. They have talent at running back. If you have one area on the offense which you have a little bit of a question, be running back. But I think Ohio State might have the most explosive offense in the country. Now, last year they had to replace their number 4 top draft picks on the defensive line. This year they only replaced the number 2 and the number 6 DC. Linebacker would probably be my biggest concern, losing a couple of number 1 draft picks. But I think you can make a case for Ohio State being the top team. You could make a case for Indiana, and you could make a case for Oregon, any of the 3 teams being that top team in the Big Ten.
What do you make of Julian Sayin? You talked about how this offense is going to be really good. How much of this is Julian Sayin? How much of this is Jeremiah Smith? How much of this is Bo Jackson, et cetera?
Yeah, I think Sam clearly one of the best quarterbacks in the country. I like the fact that he came in as a freshman last year, was highly efficient, right at the top of the efficiency charts, hitting 77% with 32-6 ratio. You got to love that. And now, I thought at the start of the year, like the Texas game, they sort of, didn't want him to throw his full offense and give him the full offense to work with. And that might have been part of the reason that Ohio State only had 203 yards in that game. But I thought as the season went on, they gained more and more confidence, and he'll be one of the top QBs in the country. I just think it's a whole combination of all those guys together. As I mentioned, my number 2 rated offensive line, best set of receivers in the country, Julian Sayin, and the top-notch running backs. This is just a loaded offense this year.
Phil Steele of Phil Steele's College Football Preview with us. We are, of course, talking about Ohio State, talking about the college football landscape. You mentioned Texas. It made me think of Arch Manning, and obviously Arch Manning has been anointed since going back to his high school days. What are your expectations for what seems to be Arch Manning's final season in college this year?
I think it's going to be a big year for him. Let's go back to last year. It was a first-time starting quarterback. Yeah, he had a couple of starts under his belt, but none of them were big games. So it was the first time being fully in control of the team. He had a young offensive line last year. They only had one returning starter in the offensive line. And they were sort of going – they look at the start of the year, he started out rough. But he finished out the year really strong. And this year, when you look at his supporting cast, the offensive line is a more veteran unit this year, rated number 18 in the country. You look at the running backs. They had in Hollywood Smothers, who had 1,000 yards for NC State, Raleek Brown, who had 1,000 yards for Arizona State. They've got Michael Terry, a redshirt freshman, who was my number 3 rated guy coming out of high school. Derek Cooper, number 6 this year. So they're loaded at running back. And then receiver, they returned Ryan Wingo, their top guy from last year, as well as Emmett Mosley, but then they add in a Cam Coleman, one of the top receivers in the country. So he's got a better supporting cast than he had last year. He got better each and every game last season. I think Arch Manning's going to have a fantastic senior year, and you are correct. This will be his final year in college football.
We're doing a lot of quarterback. You're looking at and seeing, like, all right, who could the Browns be interested? And there might be 5 in the first round taken in the 27 draft. When you look at these quarterbacks, and you have to look at ones that only the Browns would draft, but in general, who are your favorites across college football right now?
Yeah, I think when you're looking at, Dante Moore's a guy that could have been a first-round draft pick this year. In fact, everybody thought he was going to come out and be that first-round draft pick. Opted to return for another year of college, and he's got a great supporting cast. I think Dante Moore's going to be one of the top guys coming out. You have to look at Sayin. You have to look at Manning, the 2 guys we talked about. How about Drew Mestemaker? This guy never even started a game in high school. His first game was a bowl start for North Texas, and all he did last year was throw for over 4,000 yards for North Texas. Now he steps into the Big 12. I think he could have a big year. Darian Mensah from Duke brought over his top receiver with him from Duke as well, and Miami is loaded again this year. And then C.J. Carr from Notre Dame. I think those are probably the guys right at the top of the board of the NFL charts this season. But also keep your eyes on USC. When I was talking to Coach Lincoln Riley, going over the squad with him, he feels that Jaden Maeva is a guy that's going to elevate himself to be a first-round draft pick this year with a big year in 2026.
Phil, one name you didn't mention there is Indiana's Josh Hoover. He transfers over from TCU to take over for Fernando Mendoza, last year's, the most recent number 1 pick in the NFL draft. I know you gave us a little talk on Indiana there, but how big of a change-up is it going to be for Indiana going from Fernando Mendoza to Josh Hoover?
Well, the first thing you notice going from Mendoza to Hoover is probably the height. Mendoza's 6'5", Hoover's just a little over 6 foot. So that would be the big difference there. However, I'll go back to my first conversation with Coach Cignetti when he was at James Madison. He had an inexperienced quarterback. They had just lost the Sun Belt Player of the Year the previous year. I'm like, okay, Coach, what are we looking at? And he said, Phil, every year we have an all-conference quarterback. And I'm like, okay. He's like, we will have an all-conference quarterback this year. I'm like, oh, all right, we'll see. And guess what? They had an all-conference quarterback. And when I talked to Coach Cignetti this year, he felt that Hoover is pretty much in the same place as Mendoza was last year coming out of spring practice. There was some ups, there was some downs. But I've got full confidence that Coach Cignetti will develop Hoover into an all-conference caliber quarterback and put him right up there. Now, the interceptions were a question mark with TCU last year, but he's got a better supporting cast here, better run game, better defense, doesn't have to throw it as much as he did at TCU. So I've got confidence that Hoover's going to have a good year. I find it tough to wrap my head around the fact he could match what Mendoza did last year, because Mendoza was fantastic, but I think he will be a really solid quarterback for Indiana.
Do you feel like Cignetti and Indiana are going to be able to keep that edge? The edge initially being Mark Cuban just spending more money than everybody. It feels like a lot of teams have caught up.
I don't think they had the biggest NIL budget in the Big Ten last year. I think, naturally Ohio State's right there. And I think when you look at Indiana, the key is Cignetti. He is a guy that gets the most out of his talent. You ever watch this guy in the fourth quarter of a game? They're winning 49-0. He looks like they're losing the football game. He wants you to play the full 60 minutes and really gets the most out of the talent. And talking to some coaches, when I talk to the coaches, go over the squads with them, we don't normally talk about other teams, but some of the coaches brought up, they're like, man, the only guy that could win a bye game is Cignetti. Who develops talent, who picks the talent the best, as far as the transfer portal, Cignetti. So he's got a lot of respect from among the other head coaches.
All right, Phil. We got a little interest in Deion because obviously we got Shedeur here. It's year 3 of Deion in Colorado. Is that year 4? Gosh, math is hard for me. However, is Deion set up for success this year at Colorado?
I think there will be a better team than last year, but I don't think it's going to be what they did back in 2024. Remember, in 2024, they were a surprise. They got the 9-4. They finished the season ranked at the end of the year. They had a really good defense, and, of course, they had Shedeur Sanders at quarterback. Now, Julian Lewis he stepped up a year. He moved up a year from high school. He should have been a senior in high school last year. He was in college. He figures to take over the starting quarterback job, but I don't know if Lewis is going to be the guy this year. I mean, as far as one of the top quarterbacks in the Big 12, I do like the go-go offense that Brennan Marion's bringing in there, and they add in Danny Scudero, who comes over from San Jose State. He was a Blitnikoff finalist last year. They had in Cam Perry coming in from Miami of Ohio. They had in DeAndre Moore from Texas. So they've got the receiving core. They've got the go-go offense. Defensively, there is good talent on that side of the ball. They bring in a lot of transfers, but this is a very transfer portal-heavy team. I did an article in the magazine this year in the Big Ten section about homegrown teams like Ohio State. They use the portal, but they rely mostly on guys they've recruited. Colorado's the exact opposite. They're mostly a transfer football team. I think it's another losing record for Colorado this year.
Big Ten has won 3 straight national titles. They're 4-0 against the SEC in head-to-head playoff games. Yet Greg Sankey continues to insist that not only are the conferences close, he says the SEC is the best by far, despite that Big Ten dominance. And even going as far as saying it's a pretty narrow band, and the only reason why the Big Ten's won some of these is because of unusual bounces. Like, is Sankey has he lost the plot, or is the SEC really still the better conference?
No, I think the two conferences are close. I would not say that right now the SEC is number 1 and the Big Ten number 2. I wouldn't say, I think that they're very, very close. Overall, I would think the SEC has a little bit better depth. I think when you get to the very bottom of the conference, the SEC might have better depth. But you look at the top of the Big Ten, I think you got 3 legitimate national title contenders. And it wouldn't surprise me if USC entered that mix this year, or even a Michigan with Whittingham entered the mix. Meanwhile, the SEC, it's not as dominant at the top. So clearly the Big Ten, winning 3 straight national titles with a chance at 4 straight this year, has earned the right to be there. And they probably have a little bit more NIL money. So we were seeing the shift where it was every year in the magazine I would put SEC 1, SEC 1, SEC 1. Now it's pretty much tied between the two conferences each and every year. The Big Ten's clearly right there.
The only way you can get ready for college football and the return of football in general is to go get Phil Steele's college football preview. Again, check it out, philsteele.com. You can order it there, select stores as well. Phil, you're the best, buddy. We appreciate you. And again, you've done it again. You guys continue to do it. Congrats on the latest edition of the Big Mag.
Hey, I appreciate that. 376 pages this year, and don't waste your gas looking for it all over. It's only at Barnes & Noble or Books A Million. Those are the only two places to get it brick and mortar-wise. Always fun talking football with you guys.
Phil Steele of Phil Steele's college football preview on the Wise Heart Right, We Make It Right. Call Kyle Wright hotline. We'll react to what he had to say about Ohio State and Julian Sayin in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
in a mixed nuts cast of characters in the playoffs, he was the best player in a playoff series.
It's not that LeBron guarantees a championship, not by any means necessary, but it makes you feel better about their chance to win one with him than it does without.
The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima. Weekday mornings starting at 6 a.m. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan. It's a 3 o'clock hour.
I'm not wavering. I might be wavering.
On Afternoon Drive.
The Fan is looking for a winner. Enter the code word SMILE, S-M-I-L-E, at 923thefan.com before 7 o'clock for your chance to win a pair of tickets to see Tim McGraw at Blossom Music Center July 17th as part of the Minutemen Workforce Solutions concert series. Get tickets at livenation.com. It's all from Live Nation and 92.3 The Fan.
I think Sayan clearly one of the best quarterbacks in the country. I like the fact that he came in as a freshman last year, was highly efficient, right at the top of the efficiency charts, hitting 77% with 32-6 ratio. You got to love that. And now, I thought at the start of the year, like the Texas game, they sort of, didn't want him to throw his full offense and give him the full offense to work with. And that might have been part of the reason that Ohio State only had 203 yards in that game. But I thought as the season went on, they gained more and more confidence, and he'll be one of the top QBs in the country. I just think it's a whole combination of all those guys together. As I mentioned, my number 2 rated offensive line, best set of receivers in the country, Julian Sayin, and top-notch running backs. This is just a loaded offense this year.
Phil Steele in the previous segment giving us his thoughts on Ohio State. I want to get to the Guardians' loss last night and the 2 things that I think are going to be the big takeaways from it. Before we do that, I think Julian Sayin is going to be really good this year. I think Ohio State's going to be really good. Mm-hmm. I'd be shocked if they weren't in the, at the very least, the round before the title game this year. They've just gotten to a point where they reload, and I think Sayin's going to take a step forward. The only thing I can't figure about Sayin is how the NFL is going to treat him if after this year he goes to the NFL. Because he is an undersized quarterback that's, and I don't just mean that height-wise. He's also undersized in just like his build.
Yeah.
And you add those two things.
They say this offseason, he's put on a lot of weight and he's gotten bigger in the workroom. Now, maybe that's guys. I listened to Joel Klatt's podcast a couple days ago, and he was raving about that. He's like, everyone is telling him that he's been living in the gym and he's put on a lot of pounds of muscle. Sometimes when they tell us that, it's not reality, though.
Yeah.
So I'm open to that process, but it is one thing that guys like Joel Klatt are raving about.
Well, but I just think I think he's always going to be fighting those allegations because with Baker was an undersized dude that was he had a thicker build.
Yeah, he did.
Sayin just has a naturally slimmer build, and you pair that with the fact of this is not a guy that has a lot of elite tools around him, and it just kind of makes you wonder, all right, is this a A.J. McCarron at Alabama situation?
Jalen Daniels is the guy I think of immediately in this, right? Daniels won the Heisman and put up one of the better seasons you'll see in college football, and he went number 2 overall, and that's fine. That's good. But even in his time in the pros, and again, awesome rookie year, and then we saw what happened last year, there's so many people that are I'm worried that he's going to snap in half. I'm worried that he's just the slightest thing is going to just take him out, and it's going to be something that I think Washington fans live with for the next decade of watching him play football because he is slight of frame, and you just have to constantly think about that. It's something I was concerned about him coming out of college with.
So we will keep the football conversation going at 3:20 with Ashley Bastock. We also continue the watch. At any moment, it could happen. It could also not happen for a couple days. So you're going to want to stay tuned to all of this. If you guys did miss a moment in our show, use the Rewind feature on the Odyssey app. Powered by Integrated Restoration, your local experts in water, fire, and storm disaster restoration. I kind of thought the Guardians going on the road after the way the Chicago series ended, going up against the Twins, below 500 team, kind of thought maybe, hey, a little bit get on the road, maybe get a couple of wins against a team that you're better than. Mm-hmm. And that did not happen last night as Taj Bradley looked like Cy freaking Young.
Bradley did look great. That was not on the bingo card, by the way.
Yeah.
He looked really, really good. It was the second inning is what did it for me there. Yeah, the Bazzana era. Rocchio couldn't complete the play on the slow chopper. Manzardo couldn't get the out at first after looking towards second. Bazzana and Manzardo collided on that foul pop that could have ended the inning. It was a comedy of errors defensively, and I just kept wondering to myself, we're going to do the rest of this season with Bazzana at second base. That seems pretty clear. You're not going to change him right now. I don't think he's going to be a second baseman long term.
So what's interesting is, because I think this is going to be the real conversation over the next, almost kind of like with Spencer Fano. I've looked at 2026 as like his audition to be the left tackle for the next decade for the Browns. If he doesn't look good enough, he'll slide into guard or center, and he'll be fine there. With Bazana, I kind of feel like this season is his audition to be the long-term second baseman. And it's funny, before he came up, I thought, well, a year from now, Stephen Kwan won't be here. You slide Bazana up, and you get defense back up in the middle infield. And then I watched Bazana play for a couple weeks, and I was like, oh, well, he doesn't look bad defensively. And then the more you watch him, the more you see it's not getting better. And I do think, I think left field makes a lot of sense for him in the future with the way he's built, because the Guardians, they really have a thing about defense up the middle. Second base, shortstop, and center field might be the most important things beyond catcher. For defense first players, I think you're 100% right. I think it's a short timer at second base.
I mean, I think it's going to be Bazana, Watson, DeWalter. That's your outfield next year, and that sign me up for that. That's nice. I like that. But
I don't know. Watson still's got a lot to prove. I know he struck out 3 times last night. He's still got a bit to prove.
Yes, but like an ideal world here, and again, we can interchange it as what it is. But I think the reality of this is that I watch him. I've watched him play enough second base now, and you mentioned it's not getting better. No, it's not getting better. And last night, you can point to losing that game to what happened in that second inning. And I just don't know how comfortable the Guardians have built so much of why their pitching staff has been awesome in the previous half decade around having one of the best defenses in the sport. I appreciate going offense over defense in certain spots. You got to do it. But then you got to start hiding some of these guys. And left field, right field, that's where you do this.
Yeah, and if you were it's so interesting. If you had a lineup that was chock full of good players and you just needed a place for them, you could keep them at second base. You don't have a lineup that's chock full at every position, though.
Right.
Like left field will be available. It's technically available now, but you don't want to do that change. They already did that to poor Cooper Ingle.
And I think in season right now, I think it wouldn't be the right call either for Bazana.
Yeah.
I would imagine he's taking 500 ground balls at second base every day, and he's really trying to make sure that he can make this one work. I just think I don't know. I have no idea. Is he any good in the outfield? I have no clue. But that's what this outfield, this offseason is going to be him trying to find out if he can do it.
I will tell you, yesterday represented what is felt like, and this is part of my confidence in the Guardians, is they've just had the cascade of bleep roll the wrong way every time. You get a great start from Cantello. Sabrowski does what he does. You get the errors in the second inning. And they haven't pieced together a lot of complete games offensively, defensively, or from that rotation. And so there is a part of me that's like, I'm such a fervent believer in the talent that I think eventually those hits that are just being caught are going to fall. Eventually, you are going to get a Cantillo great job, followed by a great bullpen performance. I do think those things are going to happen. But watching last night's game, it was just good God. It's just every time there's a positive, there's a left turn. And I feel like that, despite the fact there's still 2 games above 500, that has felt like more than just this year, but more than just since Hosey got hurt. That goes back to even when they were 5-6 games above 500. It was they just weren't getting everything to click on the same night. Everything,
which is
one
weird,
thing would click and everything else would be crap.
The first 2 games of the White Sox series was the opposite of what you're describing. And I was like, all right, maybe they're starting to turn this around. And then 3 games later, it's like, oh no. I'm in the 6th or 7th inning, whatever that is.
7.
And I'm like, Franco Ailman's out there, which, by the way, can we just talk about his delivery for a second? I love watching Franco Ailman pitch. He's the type of guy that you...
What about Franco Aleman?
Is that his name?
Yeah.
No, not to me.
Not anymore.
Not to me in the slightest bit.
Because he ails you, man.
Guys, I watch a lot of these games on mute these days.
No, it's fine.
But the point is that like his delivery where he rocks back and fakes you out of things and then goes to the plate. He's a perfect 1990s baseball player where you just go like a Rod Beck type where you just do the arm swing and you just practice it at your house until you have it down. He's fun. I like him.
Now, you're more concerned about the Gardos than I am, so this is where I get to ask you, there's 2 games?
2 games away in the Central right now between the Twins and the Guardians. So, we obviously have 2 more games left in this series. So, in theory, you could end this series with a tie with the Twins in the AL Central.
So, if the Guardians get swept, is your thoughts on the AL Central and the Guardians' place in it change?
I mean, I think it's got to, right? Because you're not at that point. You will have not only given up the lead in the AL Central, you'd be basically tied for second, and in a spot where I don't think the Twins are very good. I don't think anybody thinks the Twins are very good. But how am I going to sit here and say that we're a million times better with what this lineup currently is?
I won't be concerned. I still think like they lose a series and you move into a tie for second place or third place, however you want to see it. I'll still probably be at like a 3 of concern. But yeah, I mean, at some point you would expect a good week of baseball to go your way. And I do think they're due, but I thought they were due for a couple weeks. And much like you, I thought they were due with the White Sox thing. I thought they were going to get that series win, and we saw how it went.
Yeah, I think a lot of people slept on the rest and the other parts of this division. And now you look up, Tigers were awful in May. Absolutely just atrocious baseball in May. They've now won 6 out of their last 10 series. Like they're starting to, and they might have to trade Skubal at the deadline and wave the white flag. But there's a lot of parts of this division that is now starting to wake up, but the Twins are definitely one of them. And so this might be the type of thing we look up a month from now and we're back to the White Sox and the Guardians and not even thinking about Minnesota. But it hit me as I'm sitting there and I'm like, you could be in a tie with Minnesota at the end of the series. And we've said some nasty things about this Twins baseball team this year.
And I will continue to do so. 216-474-0092. If the Guardians lose this Twin series, if they get swept, does your concern level in the AL Central change? AshleyBass.Cleveland.com, the Orange and Brown Talk podcast will get you ready for training camp in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Headline Sports News continues every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Mackenzie Flume.
The Cavs have locked up Donovan Mitchell this offseason. Could this be leading to a return for LeBron James?
Dominate on 3. 1, 2, 3. Dominate.
Get all the latest Cavs breaking news right here on your number one source for Cavs talk. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Quick hits coming up in 20 minutes. La Watch continues. Will LeBron choose Cleveland once again? Larry Nance Jr. going to Indiana. So somehow we got stuck with Thomas Bryant in that divorce.
I don't really want to watch Thomas Bryant play basketball anymore.
The funny thing is, I didn't feel that way until the playoffs.
The playoffs. No, it was 100% the playoffs.
And then it was just like the heat check that he is perpetually on.
It was that 10-minute stretch that he got in where they picked on him, they bullied him, and then I didn't want to do that anymore.
All while doing just some of the dumbest stuff I've ever seen. But welcome back to Cleveland, by the way, Thomas.
What a meltdown. Yeah, some people kick the man as they're leaving town.
Yes.
We kick the man as they sign the new contract to keep him in town.
Yeah, it's called Midwest humbleness. You're welcome. But we do have training camps starting up in a couple weeks for the Browns to go ahead and continue the conversation about the Browns. She most recently wrote a What Will Year 2 Look Like for Carson Schlesinger? That's part of their series on Cleveland.com, 15 Browns questions for 2026 on the Wise Heart Right. We make it right. Call Kyle Wright hotline of Cleveland.com and the Orange and Brown Talk podcast. Ashley Bastock joining us right now. Ashley, welcome to the show.
Thanks for having me, guys. Glad to be back.
Glad you could make it after Taylor's wedding this weekend.
Yeah, you've recovered.
I did. I recovered, guys. Can you believe I was actually at the Noah Khan concert in Pittsburgh the night of the wedding? So my little short appearance on New Heights was not enough to get me an invite, unfortunately.
You might be the one media member that didn't
I was going to
go.
say, it seems like that could have been enough.
Yeah.
It seems like that's all it took.
Right. It was that many people. I'm kind of surprised I didn't make the cutoff, guys. What's going on?
I do want to know. This is actually a really interesting spot because I saw a lot of people go out of their way to let everyone know. We went to a wedding on this weekend, and gosh, it was great. And then yet there are people like Charles Barkley who've gone out of their way to say, I turned down an invitation to this wedding. What is a bigger flex? That you actually got invited to and went to the wedding, or that you turned down an invite to what was given the press coverage of like a royal wedding between Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce?
Yeah, I feel like the bigger flex might be turning it down, right? I mean, 1,000 people went. It's obviously the hottest invite in town, but I think my gut reaction in that is to say you turned down the biggest wedding invite in recent memory. I think that's pretty much the biggest flex you can make, is it not?
Depends on how you're flexing. Like when Charles did it, it was a legit flex because he was like, I just don't want to deal with that mess.
He's just too old for that nonsense.
Like other people have gone about saying, I didn't go and I was invited. And it seems like they're doing that for clout. And those people I tend to think are awful.
Yeah, I think you have to look at it on a case-by-case basis. I think the Charles Barkley one, though, is a good example of how it would be a flex and, sort of that grumpy-ish, like, I'm not dealing with this mess tone to it. Makes sense. But then some people, they say, oh, I turned it down. It's like, did you actually even get an invite, or are you just saying that? So I think we have to look at it on a case-by-case, guest-by-guest basis, in my opinion.
It would have been really funny if you just told people you went. It's not your mentality. It's not you. It's not who you are. But it would have been really funny if you were just like, I got invited. How many people in your life feel like they would have believed you?
Ooh, how many people would have believed me? I think I would have had a good chance at fooling some people, because when the clip from Daryl and I on the weekend show showed up on New Heights, I had a lot of people reach out to me and say, oh my gosh, I can't believe you got to talk to them on New Heights. And then me having to explain, no, I didn't get to talk to them. They were replaying a clip from the weekend show over at 92.3. This was not me and Daryl being on the podcast. It was simply them reacting to a clip. So I feel like I could have fooled, I don't know, maybe like 60% of the people I told that to if I had gone that route.
Ashley, I know you have this great piece on Carson Schlesinger year 2. It's a pretty darn good draft class from 2025. Of the 2025 Browns draft class, who do you think it's most important takes another step this year?
Yeah, outside of Carson, I would say maybe I think it's most important for, well, we could go Shedeur Sanders, which seems like the obvious answer because quarterback, without quarterback, you have nothing, we all know. And I think if you can prove, hey, I'm the guy, you solve a lot of problems for the Browns going forward. So I think outside of Carson and Shedeur, which to me maybe are the most obvious answers, let's go with Quinshon Judkins and talk about this Browns run game, how important it's going to be in the Todd Monken offense, really show people that he's back from that injury. And can he contend with these defensive coordinators who are just going to be able to plan for him more in year two because they have more film on him? So I'd go with him outside of the two obvious guys.
ESPN comes out with their top 10 rankings, and they're in the middle of it right now. And Jared Verse was voted the 10th best edge rusher in last year's survey, but he dropped to honorable mention this year. How much pressure is on Jared Verse to not only, have a good season, but also he's living in the shadow of Miles? It seems incredibly hard.
Yeah, I think it's an interesting question because I imagine there's pressure, right? But I also imagine there's sort of that freedom of knowing, like everyone knows that Miles right now is sort of in that one-of-one category. Like you're not as one person going to make up for, in particular, the sack production. And I think obviously in terms of edge rusher styles, they're very different, whereas Miles is, he's one of those edge rushers that's good at everything, but the thing he's best at is using his bend, which, you talk about the flexibility, the way he can move around an edge, whereas Jared Verse is more of that power rusher right now. So he needs to, diversify that pass rush plan a little bit, which I think is to be expected when you have a guy who is good and only going into his third year. So I imagine there's some pressure, but I also imagine there is some freedom in knowing, hey, I don't have to be Myles Garrett. I'm never going to be Myles Garrett. He sort of talked about this in his intro press conference. He's Jared Verse, and he's good at what he's good at, and he's a competitor, and he wants to show everyone that he's ready to step into this role. But I do imagine the pressure from the sack production standpoint is going to be there because he's still a guy who had 7.5 sacks last year. You want to see him, I think, getting consistently in that 12 to 15 sack range in order for this to be a success in terms of what the Browns envisioned they were getting when they traded for him.
Ashley, ESPN's survey that they do of NFL executives and coaches, it just came out for the edge rushers today. Myles Garrett, obviously number one. Jared Verse, actually not one of the top 10 guys, despite being, I think, 10th last year.
Yeah, where are you going with this?
What was that?
Where are you going with this question?
Wait for it. No. Wait for it.
Go ahead.
Does Jared Verse have to be a top 10 edge rusher?
Stop it. That setup was the same as. Come on. Ashley's laughing because she knows she knows it.
No, that's where I was going to go. Does he have to be? Because we're going to do the topic later. Does he have to be a top 10 edge rusher for the Browns defense to be elite this year?
No. Ashley, break this down for a second really quick. Did he set it up the exact same way that I set it up?
Yes, and that's why I said it is mid-July. We can just tell it is mid-July, right? It was the
We got to play that. We got to play Mac. Where am I at
here? But I have a different question. Just
ask the different question. Why did you set it up the same way?
Because I wanted to remind her that it was ESPN's top edge rushers. Because I focus only on your question, not the setup to the question. Everybody knows that about me.
There you go. So what was the actual question there again? Remind me.
Well, I don't know if you know this. ESPN just came out with their top 10 edge rushers.
I have heard this, and I've heard that Miles is number one and Jared Verse is honorable mention after only being number 10 last year.
Okay.
That's right.
So now that you're briefed, does Jared Verse have to be a top 10 edge rusher this year to go ahead and have this defense still be elite?
You know what? I'm actually going to go ahead. This might surprise some people. I'm going to say no. I don't think it's that big of a deal if he doesn't climb back into that top 10 immediately this year. But I think largely why I think that bigger picture is because we're seeing some really good defenses across the league. I believe I brought this up on this show before. I think about the Eagles 2 years ago. I think about the Seahawks this past year where they didn't have any single double-digit sack getter on their roster, and that was the best defense in football. So I think you're seeing more. For me, it's less about Jared Verse and can Jared Verse be a top 10 edge rusher, and more about can this Browns defensive line successfully spread the wealth, particularly in sack production. Because I just think we're seeing more and more like defensive tackle has become the more in vogue position across the league, and getting D tackles who can create quarterback pressure, right, and not just eat up blocks. But I also think like if you get that production from across the line, it obviously makes it harder to stop, and like you're not seeing as many of those double teams now. I think Jared Verse is going to see more of those than he has previously, because that Rams line he played on was pretty good. I don't think he had to contend with as many of those double teams and chips as he's going to have to contend with here in Cleveland. But for me, I think it's less about the individual, more about can you still make up that sack production and get guys like Alex Wright, maybe Isaiah McGuire, get Malik Collins to come back and be healthy and have 6+ sacks again? Can Mason Graham take that next step? That really is more so what I'm curious about.
Outside of the quarterback competition, what excites you the most about heading into training camp? It could be a battle, it could be a storyline.
Yeah.
What are you attaching yourself to?
I'm really attaching myself to these pass catchers right now, because I think this football team has some young, exciting pass catchers, and particularly in Casey Concepcion and Denzel Boston. But you think about, we're getting Harold Fannin in week 2, but I do think there's kind of a lot of unknown. You know, Isaiah Bond had a really good spring, and I think before it was this idea of, he's your speedy downfield threat, but we know he's added 15 pounds of muscle. I think they're going to be able to use him in a variety of ways. And I think that about Denzel Boston, too. Like, I wouldn't just pin him into being, your red zone threat guy. I mean, he has very sure hands. We know he's played some in the slot even. He's very versatile, and so is Casey Concepcion. And for me, it's not just about Casey in the pass game. It's about him as a returner. And that punt returner, they're going to be able to solve a years-long problem. So outside of the quarterback battle, I think how these pass catchers sort of emerge and the different ways they're using them are really going to be a thing to watch this training camp.
Ashley, if we think, 6 months from now and how the season can end, how many wins and losses are on the line in terms of getting the quarterback right out of the gate?
What do you mean by that? Getting it right next year, or if they've gotten it right this year?
Meaning getting it right this year and starting the right guy first. Meaning everyone says, whoever wins is going to give us the best chance to win, right? That's nebulous. Or not nebulous, sorry. That's a subjective thing. So if they get it right, the right guy takes the job. What's the difference between doing that or maybe struggling to find the guy for the first couple of weeks or first half of the season?
Yeah, I mean, it's all interesting in terms of their schedule this year and knowing, like, they are the team traveling. I think it's like the second fewest air miles. Their schedule is noticeably easier than it was a year ago. But that being said, they're coming off of a 5-win season this past year. So I would say worst case scenario, you're talking about a team in the 3 to 5 win range if things go wrong, if you don't have that guy right, just because we've seen that team get those benchmarks in the last 2 seasons when they haven't had things figured out. And then again, I mean, with this offense right now, it's so hard because we haven't seen it. So I would still set the ceiling somewhere probably around 8 or 9 wins in terms of a successful season, just because much more than that. I think you're asking a lot of things to go right with a lot of young players. And you keep in mind the fact that not just is this quarterback position unsettled, not just do they have a bunch of new pass-catching weapons, but this O-line is completely remade. So that's a lot to ask for this offense. So I think 8 or 9 would be my ceiling if, hey, everything goes right, you start the right quarterback, the quarterback's playing well. I think that's kind of the record we're talking about with these guys.
Ashley, excellent stuff. I would encourage you to go ahead and look at ESPN's series about ranking the
some good stuff
top
out there.
10 edge rushers, and that's based off of GM and coaches, of course. Ashley, great stuff. Appreciate you.
Yeah, thanks, guys. I'm really curious where Jared Verse ended up on that list. I'm going to have to go take a look now.
Oh, look at that. I think he was honorable mention, but I could be getting that wrong. Ashley Bastock there on the Wise Heart Right, We Make It Right, Call Kyle Wright hotline. I am challenging our guys to get your question and how you set it up.
I would like
and
this.
my question, because I don't remember your question and how you set it up. I feel like you made a lot out of that. I don't think it was word for word.
I hope we already have it. Like, can you check the logger? Do we have this figured out? We need to figure this out.
We'll get on the internet. We'll get our top IT guys on it.
And if it's too close, you'll never hear it. You'll never hear it.
And quick hits coming up in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
We're celebrating the grand.
ProDesk. Bring us your materials list and get a quote in minutes. Handwritten, a photo, or even a sticky note is all you need. Keep your jobs moving faster and on budget at Lowe's. Valid through 7/8 while supplies last. Selection varies by location.
July could make or break the Guardians season. Talk about the Guardians anytime you want. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
ESPN comes out with their top 10 rankings, and they're in the middle of it right now. And Jared Verse was voted the 10th best edge rusher in last year's survey, but he dropped to honorable mention this year. How much pressure is on Jared Verse to not only have a good season, but also he's living in the shadow of Miles? It seems incredibly hard.
Yeah. Ashley, ESPN's survey that they do of NFL executives and coaches, it just came out for the edge rushers today. Myles Garrett, obviously number one. Jared Verse, actually not one of the top 10 guys, despite being, I think, 10th last year.
Where you go with this?
I feel like it was different enough. Because you didn't add, you were just like ESPN's thing, comes out. I gave the dimensions of, it's coaches, it's executives. I gave a little more detail to it. You were a little more nebulous.
Yeah, right.
We just happened to get the second part of that almost completely identical.
Almost completely identical.
Yeah. So it was just different enough.
I do love how in your voice you're acting like you're breaking news to her. Like, there was such a I didn't know if you saw. I mean, here it is.
Listen, I'm a firm believer in honesty, integrity.
Sure.
Organic? I don't know. That was another word that PDs use. I did not listen to your question.
And that happens from time to time. That's all right.
No, I did. I clocked, as the kids say.
Yeah.
The part where you're like, is he under a certain amount of pressure? I did clock that one.
I don't even know about that. I
did, because I wasn't going to ask him the pressure.
You would have had to you have had to slept walk through the entire answer on top of it, because it was all Jared Verse based. So the assumption that you made there was that, in listening to Ashley talk about Jared Verse, was that the question came from something that didn't involve the ESPN article?
Nah.
I'm trying to. I don't know.
My only response right now is nah. Let's get to quick hits.
From the latest news and rumors around the sports world to the sound bites you need to hear. Hurry! It's Quick Hits.
Usher's concert, a big hit last night. He came out on stage rocking a number 4 Browns jersey. Don't worry, it had Usher's name on the back.
Yeah.
Just amongst friends here. Should Usher have chosen literally any other number?
I think any other number would have been better. Yeah. I don't know, man. There's a lot I want to say.
Did he get booed at all?
So I might as well just say it.
Did he get booed at all?
The man does a concert with Chris Brown.
Yeah.
I don't think what people do to women in life is really what's standing in the way of Usher's opinion of people.
That's fair. It's fair. Actually, I might go the other way. He might really have like a strong preference of people who are just awful to women.
He's like, if you're awful to women, I need to hug you close.
I'm going to go ahead and celebrate.
I want to put you more in my camp. So that's the only way I see it. Is like I don't think he's really ever let any of that stuff get in the way. Now I do think that it was just completely an accident and not intentional in any sort of way.
Do you think the Browns could have been like, hey, Usher, don't know if you've paid attention to Browns football the last 5 years. Can we maybe give you the number 5?
So I would imagine that Usher and Usher's people didn't go on like NFL.com and go ahead and like, hey, I need to put an Usher jersey on it. Like the Browns gave this to him.
Oh yeah, 100%.
The Browns did this in many ways. Now,
I just thought that was a better use of the number 4.
I think they just asked him for what number he likes. I would imagine.
Oof.
Now, is there Usher in like any other city anywhere wearing like a 4 Baltimore jersey or something? Like what jersey number does he go when he goes to other cities? That's what we have to find out here. If in Baltimore he wears a 52, then it's going to be obvious he likes to wear what he perceives to be the local favorites jersey number, and that's just a miss.
I mean, he is the namesake. He is the 4th. So that's why he usually
he's Usher the 4th?
Yeah.
Yeah. So there are 3 other Ushers, and I've never met them.
I don't think is that
Usher Raymond the 4th. Actually, that actually does.
I didn't know his real name was Usher.
You didn't know? What do you thought his real name?
I thought it was a stage name. I did not know that. I swear on my life, I did not know his real name was Usher.
I was kind of blown away at how many people were downtown last night for
a lot of people. Yeah.
Like I remember like going through the list. I'm like, well, the Gardos clearly aren't home. The Cavs are in Cancun. We're not too early for the Browns. I was like, is big thing going on at Playhouse Square. Yeah, I mean, they make it impossible to get on or off the highway in Cleveland because we have to do all the on-ramps all at once because that makes sense. But I got on the on-ramp over on 22nd, and I came up and got on 77.
Mm-hmm.
And, I mean, it was backed up till whatever that building that has that the sign on it. Like, it was backed up as far as I've ever seen it backed up coming into Cleveland.
I hear getting out of that stadium has been a nightmare for people.
Yeah.
An absolute nightmare.
Yeah.
And so, like,
by the way, great job, City of Cleveland, on this one.
But at least we're using the stadium, right? For the longest time, everyone just complained we only used it for, 8 games a year, and that was it. At least now we're having 2 concerts in a summer instead of the standard 1 for the entire time I was downtown.
Real quick, I was going to tell you guys, I went to the concert last night, and I think Usher's camp's just a little out of touch because his DJ was wearing a Myles Garrett jersey.
Oh, okay.
I did hear that.
Well, hey, Miles isn't terrible to women, so he's actually good to women. So maybe that's a nice development for Usher.
Some could argue too good to women.
That's true. That's true.
Myles Garrett jersey, it's going to be classic at some point. It's just not right now.
Yeah.
It's just in we have like a 3-month window where you just maybe don't wear those Myles Garrett jerseys, and then like a year from now, it's going to be fine again.
Actually, now that I'm thinking of it, I like hey, Usher's like, hey, can I get the number 4? It's kind of my number. And can I get some jerseys for my guys on stage? And they're like, yeah, we got a back stock of jerseys that you guys can choose from.
I'm not going to give you the ones that can sell.
And it's Myles Garrett, it's Joe Flacco, it's Nick Chubb. It's everybody they've moved on from the last 3 years.
Amari Coopers.
You ever go to the clearance section at like the Dick's Sporting Goods or any of those outlet type stores or anything?
No.
It's always Nick Chubb and Baker Mayfield jerseys still.
But the problem is,
how do we still have these around? Baker's been gone forever. You still show up and there's still like 1 million Baker and 1 million Nick Chubb.
Because they only take 25% off. It's like the man has not been here for, like, you should be selling this for 10% just to get it out of here.
It should be like $7. Instead, they want like $45 for a jersey that should not be that. That's a good point. All right, Richard Jefferson. He was on a podcast, and he made these comments that got the internet world a-talking.
He told me, but I can't tell anybody. He told me exactly what was going to happen. He told me the date that he was going to tell the Lakers that he moved away. Then he told me where he was going to go. He told me not to tell. I know the whole plan. Me, him, and Rich Paul, we've been talking. So I kind of know their whole strategy. They're waiting on some other dominoes to fall to make sure everything's aligned. You notice how once he told the Lakers he wasn't coming back, they signed all the players the next day. So he's just waiting on a couple of things. So me and him are going to stay together. We're probably going to chop it up today. We've been really kind of game planning how we want everything to go for the next point, but
couple of dominoes got him.
That's a Road Trippin' podcast. The amount of people that didn't understand that he's just trolling everyone was wild.
Yeah. I literally heard it on 3 shows, one of which is in Cleveland today, setting it up, and they didn't have the audio yet because it was posted 13 hours ago, but apparently their producers are lazy. And at 2 national shows and 1 local show, and everybody set it up like, well, RJ said it, and every time the producer had to be like, I think he was joking. And the host every time was
obviously joking.
Was like, well, I didn't hear it, so I'm going to take him at face value. It's like, you're not taking him at face value. Your producer just told you. It was so funny that it played out the same way for 3 different shows, 1 in town, 2 nationally, that I'm so glad you actually played this.
I think now, is that just people just seeing the captions for something and not actually hearing it? Is that maybe the problem attached to that?
Like my assertion of your Guardians take
That's
yesterday.
Right. That's exactly
That's
right.
Vacation, Nick.
You know, different than
working man.
Working man.
Yeah, I just ignore your questions when I'm on air with
you.
That's
right. There we go.
I'm a professional. Jackson Chourio, Brewer star.
Yeah.
Having a pretty nice night last night. The Brewers were up 10-2 in the 9th inning, and he is a righty, and he came up to bat left-handed. Mm-hmm. And it was a big ha-ha moment. The Cardinals pitcher, I can't remember his name, threw like an eephus pitch. And Chourio actually just smoked it to like right center. It was actually a really good hit. For a guy that's never batted left, it was really impressive. The tried and true guys have gotten very upset about this. Dan Clark amongst them. Baseball bloggers have said this is disrespectful to the game. There are too many guys that fight to be major league players that never get to do it, and Chourio made a mockery of the game. Are all those people turds?
Basically.
Yeah.
It's nice to know that they stopped for 3 seconds complaining about Paul Skeens not pitching great for a month. That's nice. It's good. We got a think piece out there that isn't just about that. Who cares? So hold on. So do we care when a pitcher or a position player goes into pitch at the end of these games?
No.
Nobody calls that a mockery. We say that's smart. You're saving your bullpen. You're just throwing it out there. The game's over. It is what it is. The game's done. It's over. Who cares?
Yeah. Also,
maybe Jackson also is really pretty good at this and just not good enough to do it at a major league level.
Well, here's the other thing. I think it's apparent by the Cardinals' reaction to it, by basically just, again, it was like
giving him a meatball
pitch.
Yeah.
It was just a pure meatball. And it's apparent that they didn't have a problem with it. Like, it was a 10-2 game. There's nothing, like at that point, Jackson Chorio's basically punting on first down just to go ahead and not be a D and drive up the score.
The surprising thing about it is that Jackson would give up an at-bat.
Yeah.
In a world that is so heavy on your statistics, it's kind of like when NBA players stop. Now, they changed this rule because NBA players stopped chucking three-pointers at the end of the time because it would count against their three-point percentage and their field goal percentage. So they stopped doing that, and the NBA had to come in and change that rule that basically with X amount of seconds left, if you just chucked one, it wouldn't count against you because they wanted people to still do that. And so like these guys care about these numbers, and they care about this so much. The idea that Jackson would be like, yeah, one at bat out of 500, it's cool. One at bat out of 600, whatever. I'm just gonna have fun. Actually, I appreciate it even more now.
Myles Garrett, Jared Verse, and exceeding expectations in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
though he acknowledged several hitters need to get it going as New York now trails the first-place Rays by 4 games in the AL East. Headline Sports News continues every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Mackenzie Flume.
Follow the Cavs every morning. The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima. Weekday mornings starting at 6 a.m. It's the 4 o'clock hour on Afternoon Drive.
My pride's never recovered.
And football talk coverage on The Fan, presented by Xfinity. Score the most reliable Wi-Fi, one price, 5 years, guaranteed. Xfinity, imagine that.
I imagine there's pressure, right? But I also imagine there's sort of that freedom of knowing, like everyone knows that Miles right now is sort of in that one-of-one category. Like, you're not as one person going to make up for, in particular, the sack production. And I think obviously in terms of edge rusher styles, they're very different, whereas Miles is, you know, he's one of those edge rushers that's good at everything, but the thing he's best at is using his bend, which, you know, you talk about the flexibility, the way he can move around an edge, whereas Jared Verse is more of that power rusher right now. So he needs to, like, diversify that pass rush plan a little bit, which I think is to be expected when you have a guy who is good and only going into his 3rd year.
AshleyBastock, and the Orange and Brown Talk podcast with us at 3:20 today. If you guys missed that, always check it out on the free Odyssey app or on 92.3 The Fan's YouTube channel. Don't forget to like our videos. It'd be a real shame if you forgot to like our videos. This being said, that was in response to your totally awesome question about the ESPN edge rusher rankings that nobody else then totally copied almost word for word. Say, you know, like one question later about the pressure on Jared Verse. Now, I thought it was just interesting looking at the rankings and seeing, it's like, yeah, Miles is great.
Yeah.
Like, once you get past, like, the top 6 edge rushers, it's not like the, 7 through 10, like Jared jumping into the top 10 is that big of a gap. Because, like, TJ Watt, who is at, like, 7 sacks and is, I think everybody kind of agrees, he's not washed, but he's not who he was 3 years ago.
AFC exec says definitely in decline.
Like, I think it's interesting that he was still put 7th.
I think that was a respect move, was it not?
Yeah, or it's kind of like just enough people who haven't paid attention to TJ Watt voted for him.
I also think Nick Bosa, though, that you know what I mean? That's also kind of that's a respect play in there. There's a lot of guys that have done it, and you just kind of, I mean, and the voters clearly acknowledge if he was healthy. If Nick Bosa was healthy, he's in the top 5. He's there, but we haven't seen him be healthy. The torn ACL, the second time he's torn his ACL in his career, is going to impact that. And so,
so that does drive me crazy. Isn't that fake, though?
What do you mean?
Well, I mean, I'm going to vote for him out of respect. It's like he can't see this. He's not Nick Bosa, and be like, wait, that guy from Seattle didn't vote for me as a top 10.
But I do think enough people care about the rankings and they care about where they sit in the rankings. Maybe not necessarily Nick Bosa, but like I thought this happened to Denzel Ward. I mean, we didn't get into Denzel Ward in the top cornerback stuff, but Denzel Ward is 7th overall. If you just took last year, he wouldn't be the 7th best corner.
You and I disagree. I thought he was actually really good last year. Really good. He wasn't peak Denzel, but I thought he was still really good.
Yeah, we've disagreed on this, and that's okay. That's fine. But
safe place. Trust you with the nest.
There's no other way to. I thought it was a respect play, and that's fine. I'm okay with respect plays. I think it's interesting that Jared Verse gets the honorable mention over Trey Hendrickson. I thought that was nice. That was a little bit of a, I don't know, that's a game-recognizing game moment for Jared Verse.
I think it's interesting, like, specific to your question to Ashley about pressure.
Yeah.
I think right now, because we're excited the idea of Jared Verse, and because I think the Browns are going to be better than people expect, like, and again, I think they're going to be a 7-9 win team. I think that's very likely, probably heavily weighted towards 7, but I think 7-9 wins is the wheelhouse of expectations for them. For me, I think it's a little easier to not start thinking about, how Browns fans are going to feel about Jared. But yeah, if we get 5 games into the season and the Browns are 1-4 and Jared Verse has no sacks, I have a feeling that the pressure is going to start to mount from Browns fans and the frustration is going to mount from Browns fans.
Yeah, I don't think he's under zero pressure. I don't want to get this confused, but the idea that he'd have more pressure here because he's replacing Myles Garrett than he would have playing on a really strong defensive line, but a defensive line with Super Bowl aspirations with the Rams, I just don't get on board with. Like, I get it. You don't want to be the guy to follow the guy. That's really tough. I understand that. Living in Miles' shadow is not something that he wants. But, like, I'm sorry. He's playing a really important – he was in the NFC title game last year. Like there's high stakes that's attached to playing on that Rams football team that he just won't have here.
There is, but when the Rams lost, nobody said, I can't believe Jared Verse didn't have a great game in the whatever game, right?
No, but they might have said
that
if Sam
will
Darnold,
be the case here.
No, but they might have said if Sam Darnold hadn't been able to throw for 35 points and basically have the best Sam Darnold game he had, not only in that postseason. Remember, Sam Darnold wasn't lighting up the scoreboard in the first couple games of that postseason. Like, if anything, the Seahawks had gotten to more of dink and dunk with Darnold and not going explosive, and then he lit up that defense in that NFC title game.
And who took the brunt of it? It was the secondary.
Well, the special teams took the brunt of it.
In terms of Sam Darnold's game, it was
split,
secondary.
It was split by one play. But I would imagine if we were doing LA talk radio, and I, again, take it for whatever it's worth, I would imagine Verse and that D-line that's supposed to be getting a lot of pressure on him did take some brunt when they really unpacked it all.
You said it perfectly there. Verse and that D-line. When you get traded for Miles, you become the face of the defensive line, whether that's fair or not. And because there isn't a guy, like if you ask Browns fans right now, who are your highest expectations for on that defensive line, it's going to be Jared Verse.
He definitely has more places to hide here. Or, sorry, to hide in with the Rams.
Yes.
That I agree with 100%. There are definitely more people, and there are definitely there are better players on that defensive line than Jared Verse is. And so, like, it's not all on him. I just think playing in really important games and being in the not only the Super Bowl window that the Rams are in right now, but being as heavy favorites as they are to have a deep postseason run, like there's a lot that comes with that. The Browns thing, there's not much pressure attached to this year. You're gonna have pressure because you replace Miles, but there's not a bunch of pressure.
I really think it depends on how it looks. I think the worst thing that could happen to Jarrett in terms of how people view him in Cleveland is to get hurt, because if he gets hurt and has to miss an amount of time, it's gonna be hard for him to make that up no matter what he does in the games he plays. And there's something about this town that has just razor thin patience with guys that get hurt. I do think that's been a part of why Denzel gets knocked in town when he doesn't get knocked.
We deal with a lot of people that do get injured a lot with the Browns.
Well, but even like Baker. Like Baker played hurt, and it's one of the first times in my life I've seen a guy play through injury, and it was a zero sum. Well, you're not playing good enough through injury. Screw you.
Yeah.
Right? And again, that wasn't everybody. That was a certain amount. So I think the injury thing would add some pressure. I also just think, like, if you're the face of the defense and the defense takes a step back and this team isn't winning, I don't think it starts that way. I don't think it starts with tons of pressure on Jared Verse. But I think by the time you get to the middle of the season, I do think, and it's interesting, like the morning show today had a conversation about Jared Verse's ability to win over fans. I think that's also equally fair. Like, I think of the guys that has a lot riding on it this year in terms of fan expectation, because he was just traded for, and he was traded for Myles Garrett. We can talk about, well, the Browns got to get their quarterback and all that kind of stuff, and there is that pressure on that trade. But the face of that trade, until it helps you land Arch Manning or some other quarterback, is going to be Jared Verse, and it's specific to this year.
I know, but I do wonder what kind of leash he's going to have with the fans, because no one is expecting him to be awesome this year necessarily. The production should be there. I wonder, though. Like Mason Graham, we gave a pretty long leash to, and I think year one was not the greatest year in the world. It was fine. But
Sam Monson and the other guy saying that he was a disappointment last year, I thought was crap.
I don't agree with that. I agree with your sentiment there. I think that's crap. But I think most fans are like, but Mason's going to be good by the time we need him to be really good. And I do wonder if Jared Verse is going to get that treatment as well. Like, even if he takes a little bit of a step back, it's like, well, I get it. It's hard in week 13 if this is a 3-win team to get up, but I know that you're going to be there when we need you.
Oh, see, I think the difference would be a guy in the first year of his rookie contract versus, like with Jared Verse, by the end of this year, you want to feel good about paying him, because if it doesn't happen next offseason, it'll happen the offseason after. And like the only, I don't want to say downside, but one of the potential hiccups in this trade is you got 2 years to make a decision on Jared Verse, and this isn't just a $20 million decision. It's going to be a $35 to $40 million decision, depending on how good he is.
Yeah, it's funny, now that we've talked this out, I kind of have, not that I had many concerns going into it, but one thing I think we do have to wonder is week 12, week 13, week 14, how does he look? Because he has always, we talk about how much pressure would be on him. It's almost like, how does he generate pressure on himself in order to make sure in week 14, if he's on a 3 or 4 or 5 win team, that he's still jacked up the way, because with the Rams, couple years he's been playing for really good teams.
Yeah, it's kind of like that.
Always had that built in.
Different because Juan Thornhill was moved on from by Kansas City for reasons, and that's apparent.
Juan Thornhill's a nice example you're bringing up here, though.
But like Juan Thornhill coming in and telling people, change your attitudes. We got to change the way people look here. Juan Thornhill did not have that same energy 8 weeks into that season.
Right.
And I mean, a year later, the guy was dogging plays on the field.
He got a real dose of, this is different.
I don't expect that to happen with Jared Verse, because Jared Verse is a guy who's here because he's worked his ass off, and he's not like a pure skill guy. Like, he is a power guy. I think those guys have to earn it in a different way in the NFL than like a guy that's just a pure genetic freak like Miles.
Yeah.
But it is something that I think is going to be interesting, worth watching. Like, do I think he could be part of changing the culture like Rutenberg and all these guys have said? Yep. It's going to be his first time really losing at this level, potentially. And it's not even losing at this level. It might be the first time he stares down the barrel of a 3-game losing streak, and that's going to be the test.
Yeah, and looks around and sees all these other guys. And I think he's the type of guy that's going to take it really hard. Not necessarily that he won't be able to overcome it, but hard the idea that week 13, week 14, week 15 can just kind of be blah sometimes if you're on a not great NFL team.
216-474-0092. Does Jared Verse need to be a top 10 edge rusher, or sack getter, as some might call him, for the Browns to exceed expectations this year? I don't think he has to be a top 10. I also don't think top 10 is that hard of a bar, considering if you look at the top 10, there's like 4 guys I think you could legitimately rank Jared Verse ahead of right now, looking directly at you, TJ Watt.
Well, and he did. He made the top 10 list last year.
Yeah.
How'd he get bumped out of it this year?
Cleveland. Typical big media bias.
When it plays for LA, gets all the accolades. Comes here, honorable mention.
Jared Verse's hopeful big year and a breakout player or two for the Cleveland Browns in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Hey, everybody, it's Anthony Lima for
tomorrow as France and Morocco face off in the quarterfinals. Headline Sports News continues every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Mackenzie Flume.
LeBron watches on.
And this fall, I'm going to take my talents to...
Could he make another return to Cleveland? We are the place for all the latest NBA news and rumors. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
The Lead coming up in about 40 minutes here. Nick and JP back with you on Afternoon Drive. So LeBron is back out on the courses again today.
I did see that, yeah.
And it appears he's in Northeast Ohio. I don't know, did you see the video where LeBron does kind of the old dad thing? I'm not trying to fire shade here because it'd be something I do.
I just saw him in a golf cart. What did he do?
Well, he's like head bopping and he's kind of doing the sneer.
That sneer, man. He loves that sneer.
He loves that sneer. And again, I'm glad he's vibing.
Yeah.
Keep vibing.
Good for him.
But this is something that a almost 50-year-old would do, not a 42-year-old would do.
What, enjoy his time on the golf course?
No. I think it's the mugging for the camera while listening to music on the golf course and doing the head bopper.
I kind of let someone like LeBron get the old Peterlin pass when it comes to this stuff, only because...
The Peterlin pass.
He makes money off his Instagram and his social handles. And so,
do you think this one drives traffic?
Nobody knows he has to post.
Okay.
You don't get all these the deals and everything that comes with it off of just the bangers. You got to put quality out there, but you got to consistently do it. That's the name of the game, right? Consistently, day in, day out, do it. And so LeBron he's just adhering to that. He didn't make up the call to be like, I'm just gonna put this video out there. No. So one of his handlers, one of his social media team henchmen.
Hey, can you listen to some music in a golf cart and start doing the head bob?
Yeah, it was like, hey, LeBron, be really funny if you did that right now.
People eat this one up.
They plan all this stuff. They do. And so I with people like LeBron specifically, I never look at him and say, boy, you're being a doofus right now. I'm like, I get it. You have to do what you got to do here.
I do think that there are things that are planned out to a ridiculous degree of accuracy, right? I think sometimes
him working out on that big workout ball.
Oh, I think sometimes people give these guys too much credit. It's like an intern making $12 an hour that cuts these videos.
Not
for
on
LeBron.
LeBron's team. No, not on LeBron's team.
Oh, is it like a guy making $60,000 a year doing
this
it?
This is a real enterprise.
Yeah. I guarantee you that guy just goes.
He probably has. It's not Guy. He probably has 4 different people, 5 different people on this. Yeah,
and I guarantee you, none of them put that much thought into it.
You know what? I want to know one of the reasons why we know this is because Jason White has told the story about him one time. LeBron was going to retweet something from him and give him some love. He's going to show him some love, right? And the coordination that was attached to that single retweet was insane. The amount of people that had to check in and be like, all right, he's going to retweet it at 4:00, and then they'd come back, get back to Jason and be like, something happened. We're not going to go until 7. And it just kept. It's it turned into a whole everything. And that's what they do with this stuff.
I would take LeBron James' life, and so I'm not going to say I wouldn't. But the part of LeBron James' life that seems the most tedious is having a guy for everything.
Yeah.
Dustin used to talk about this. Dustin, known to have. He would talk. He's like, I got a shoe guy, I got a this guy, I got a this guy.
Yeah, guys. Yeah.
I was like, this is too much work. I was like, the amount of work it would take to maintain the relationship, even if they're on the payroll. For me, I work with 3 dudes every day, and Keith. Everybody else can kind of come and go, but I got to maintain 4 relationships every day. And it's a lot. And by the way, none of
a lot.
No. That's the point.
We're as low key as I think it gets.
You guys are low key. It's just that kind of day-to-day check-in, how we doing, all the stuff to collaborate takes so much damn bandwidth. LeBron's got 50 guys. That's just too much to handle at once.
Yeah, he's got a lot of people, but they understand. The videos, all this stuff, it all drives towards a bigger and better message, and it makes him more money and everything else, and so he's going to do it. I also do wonder, though, not all this is planned out. At some point, they had to be like, LeBron, you send us what videos you think are fun. I want to know what videos don't make the cut. The ones where LeBron is just like, yeah, this was awesome. If headbanging in a golf cart is making the cut, I want to know what doesn't make the cut.
Oh, man. That's a really good point. I was trying to think, what's dumber than this? I can't think of it.
We're at extreme levels of dumb, but part of that social media game is just put any content out there, and it doesn't matter what the content even is.
So while the watch continues here, so LeBron is golfing today. It should be noted Donovan Mitchell is also golfing today if you follow his Instagram stories. But
I never knew him to be a golfer.
People are speculating that they're at different courses because some guy sees different trees in the background. I mean, just on different holes, by the way.
Different trees. Unless he's in a different state. Is he in, like, if Donovan's like in back in Utah or something like that, maybe that's different.
But no, so the first guy says it's different course, and he shows these trees that have, looks like a separate tree with like red. But the problem is that could just be a tree on the course.
Is Donovan trying to signal, hey, LeBron, I'll golf with you?
Well, couldn't he just text him like, LeBron, you want to golf?
Maybe. I don't know how accessible LeBron is right now.
Sometimes you get a little Pepe Sylvie with things.
I got Bob Myers going on podcasts because he can't get a hold of LeBron. I don't know who can and can't. You know, they say, I mean, they've told us how many times that when LeBron was making his final decision about whether or not he was going to go to the Heat or come to the Cavs and do everything with that, Gloria was the only one that would be a conduit to the Cavs. Like they couldn't get LeBron wouldn't talk to anybody with the Cavs. Mm-hmm. Gloria did all the handling between everyone. Like when he goes 0 dark 30, he goes 0 dark 30. I wonder if Donovan couldn't even get a hold of LeBron right now if he wanted.
So that's the latest on Le Watch. We do have Saying No coming up in about 15 minutes here, but we're just talking about Jared Verse. We're talking about the Browns and Ben Solak. And you know, I am getting a little irritated at who people are picking out for breakout players for the Browns, because every time I hear somebody being mentioned, I go, that person's not paying attention to the Browns.
That's how I think every conversation has been, right?
Like Jacob Infante of Bleacher Report said, Tevin Jenkins, a right guard who's 28 and who's had a good PFF score the entirety of his NFL career, is your breakout candidate. Oh, by the way, he's on a 1-year deal. Just tell me you don't pay attention to the damn team. I kind of think we might have to throw similar allegations at somebody I like.
If Tevin Jenkins was awesome, that would be a different story.
He's already good.
He's fine.
I'm not going to argue difference between good and fine.
When he was a tackle, he was one thing. When he was a guard, he was another thing.
Yeah, I mean, his PFF grade each of the last 5 years has been 70 or above, or late 60s or above.
Chicago looks at him as being a massive failure, all things considered.
Yeah, they draft him as a tackle. Listen, I'm not going to get into a Tevin Jenkins argument, damn it.
And that's a team that's investing in Jedrick Wills right now.
Good luck with that.
Mm-hmm.
But Ben Solak might have to call out similar things here. He has Tyson Campbell as a breakout player for the Browns. Similar problem here. Tyson Campbell, until last year when the Jaguars had switched their schemes, Tyson Campbell was really good. That's why he got the $80 million extension for Jacksonville.
Yeah, it was like a 4-year, $76 million.
And then they switched schemes and he didn't fit it because they weren't doing man-to-man the same way. I kind of feel like Tyson Campbell is a cop-out pick for breakout player of the year. He's already broken out. He just got good again when he came back to Cleveland.
I guess we need some clarifications on what makes you a breakout star.
I feel like a breakout player is a player that's been ascending and now is, made it. He's a really good starter above.
You can't start from nothing, basically.
Yeah.
You have to at least showcase a little bit of something.
No, I mean, even a rookie can be breakout.
When I think breakout, I think basically coming from nothing.
Yeah, I mean, it's either from nothing or like a year, again, ascending player, wherever you are in your career. You can't already have been of like a certain ilk, like I think Tevin
Jenkins, though. Like Tyson Campbell and Jenkins share a lot of similarities.
They're
in the idea that
player of the year guys, though.
Yeah.
They're not like guys who haven't done bleep or haven't done enough yet.
All right. I can buy the comeback player of the year stuff. That's fine. Mainly because I think we're just getting very, very deep into our qualifications for breakout star. And I'm not even sure where I land on a breakout star.
All right.
Like I was thinking wide receivers. When we first thought of this, I was thinking, basically I came up with, I went to Denzel Boston initially, and then I was floating around like, how far does this go? Jerry Jeudy has been established for a long time.
Nope, that's a Tyson Campbell
So
thing.
he's just out.
2 years ago, he had a 1,000-yard season.
I know, but like in the NFL world, after last year, they basically just pushed him aside and said thanks, but no thanks. And here he could just be. Now he's been around the league too long, I think.
Yeah,
5 or 6 years.
7 years.
Yeah, 5, 6, 7 years. You're at a spot where you're no longer. You're not sneaking up on anybody. You got to sneak up on somebody.
216-474-0092.
Campbell's not a household name though by any stretch.
All right, but how many cornerbacks are that aren't like top 5 guys in the NFL?
It's fair. That's fair. We know wide receivers and running backs and quarterbacks way more.
Like even Denzel.
That's the fantasy football culture that we live in the NFL.
It kills me to say this. Even Denzel, because he's not an interception guy, probably isn't a true household name. He's just widely respected around the game by true ball knowers.
All right, but if Campbell makes it to a top 5, while also being the second best cornerback on the team, which would be a wild accomplishment, but if he makes it to like top 5, that's a breakout season, is it not?
Man, we're really haggling over this.
Yeah, I don't know.
Can we just call truce on the breakout?
Who are your breakout players? Maybe that's a better way to establish
I definitely would start with. I actually would start from the wide receiver room, Isaiah Bond. Like I think
that's a complete breakout.
I think that's a guy who, I mean, he didn't look like he belonged on the field for half the time last year because of when he came in. If he all of a sudden, even if he just became like a number 2 receiver for this team, I think Isaiah Bond would be the kind of guy that, I think that's very attainable for him, and I think that'd be huge given his speed.
Okay, I can buy that. I like that, and he also comes from a place of nobody has expectations for Isaiah Bond.
Do I get to say Quinshawn?
He's already. I mean, isn't he already? Didn't he make the top 10 list, or was he the honorable mention?
He was the honorable mention guy. But I do think
he's fringe. He's fringe top 10 already.
But I think the only thing is there are people in analytics that think he's not very good.
Like if I said Harold Fannin, wouldn't you make the argument last year was his breakout year already as is?
Now I'm going to use your mentality against you, but I think Quinshawn could be like a top 5 running back in the game this year. Like that's to me,
that's breakout.
Like Isaiah Bond is.
That's breakout. If you get to top 5, that's breakout.
Isaiah Bond could be a starting wide receiver in the NFL. That's a huge jump from where he was. Quinshawn, I think, could go from, hey, I think this kid's pretty good to, holy crap, you have to have him in every fantasy league.
Yeah, I think basically just about anybody that is like 3 years or younger in their career that then gets to top 5 in the position, breakout.
All right,
breakout season.
How old is Tyson Campbell?
26, 27?
26, 27. That's definitely not a thing.
1, that's not how that works. And 2, you also did it like you were eating a sandwich.
I am kind of hungry. Now that you've said it. So those would be the first 2 guys I taught. And I have more. I can keep going. But in terms of breakout candidates.
He was born in 2000, Tyson Campbell.
26.
Not from the old 1900s like me and you.
God's country.
That's what I always say.
God's generation, as many people have said. So I've given you 2 guys.
God's century.
Trying to make it work. I didn't make it work.
It was what it was.
We tried. We're having fun. So
it's all receivers.
I've given you 2. Well, I guess you did already give me Denzel Boston.
I did. Is there anybody in the defense? I think we're agitated that it's not defensively any defensive player is going to be like Mason Graham could have a breakout season.
Yeah, well,
that could be on the table.
I think
Schlesinger. I don't know that he qualifies for this. Last year was Schlesinger's breakout season.
Yeah, no, 100%. I like Mason Graham. I think either Wright or Isaiah McGuire could take another step this year.
I think Malik Collins was on his way to a breakout season until the injury last year.
McNeil Warren could be your Carson Schlesinger this year, though. Like a rookie that just arrives and is just there. I think he could be. Again, usage is always paramount with players who have a definitive role. Like he's a natural box safety.
Mm-hmm.
So I think as long as they're using him in the right spot, I think he could be that guy. But yeah, I think Emmanuel McNeil Warren could be that guy in the defense as well.
Yeah, I could totally see that.
Mac?
Could you also say Mike Hall, given the fact that he actually has a healthy offseason?
I think the only problem is you could. I just, like at least with Isaiah Bond, I have them saying, this kid looks really crisp, and the media's backing up. This kid looks great.
Yeah,
and like Mike Hall,
he won the previous month of every practice we were talking about.
Like Mike Hall, I feel like every time I hear anyone say anything, it's got a quick first step, but can't stay on the field. Even in OTAs, didn't he get hurt again?
Yeah,
and I wish he would, because Mike Hall and Mason Graham, like if you're gonna have a guy that's more of a natural run stuffer at one defensive tackle spot here. I'd love if the other guy was a undersized, quick twitch kind of guy. I just don't know. I think it might be more likely to be Aiden Huntington if we're talking defensive tackles than Mike Hall Jr.
Are we eliminating everybody on the offensive line except for Spencer Fano?
Trying to think. Well, I mean, no. Well, Jenkins has already been a Pro Bowler. That's Elton Jenkins, or Eggleton, as some people call him.
Zion could be in theory because the Chargers just basically gave up on him. That's a really hard position to be breakout player, though.
Yeah, left guard.
Yeah, that's
I'll
just
tell
a
you what
hard
really
one.
stands out about this whole team is that left guard.
I want
Zion
to meet the
Johnson.
person that's like left guard. You went from this to this. Let's do this. You're awesome. I love this.
It's going to be, oh my God, who's the offensive line guy that's really boring on air? I know it's not nice to say. I just got an email from him. I love his work. I love reading his work, and I've learned a lot about offensive line play.
Warren Sharp is the only one I look at for offensive line numbers and
Please
rankings.
hold. I would like to go ahead and talk smack about this guy.
32nd, Warren Sharp had the Browns' offensive line this year. 32nd. Did a whole composite of offensive line rankings, 1 to 32, and the Browns came up with 32. And his reasoning wasn't really anything to do with any player that's on this roster.
Born like Warren Dull. Brandon Thorne. Brandon Thorne was the name.
Yeah.
Hell of a,
We've had him on.
Yeah, hell of a writer.
Yeah.
Don't have him on air.
No, we're fine.
Yeah, it's a good guy. We're having fun, though. 216-474-0092. Ben Solak predicted Tyson Campbell is the Browns' breakout player. Give us your top 1 or 2 guys you think can be breakout players for the Browns this year. And Charles Barkley has no problem saying no. That's in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
This is what happens when you don't sponsor your job on Indeed. Next time, get matched with quality candidates with Indeed sponsored jobs. Visit Indeed.com/hire now and sponsor your job today.
Sign up to be a part of the fan club. Download the free Odyssey app and follow 92.3 The Fan to get all of the best audio and best stories sent straight to your inbox. 92.3thefan.com.
As always, you can listen to this show and all of our local shows on The Fan on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
The lead coming up in about 20 minutes here. Spencer Davies of Clutch Points coming up at 6 o'clock. We'll talk Le Watch and the latest on LeBron James. Again, we do not know if Donovan Mitchell and LeBron are golfing together. The internet says they are not, but at separate places on this planet, they're both golfing. We got that going for us.
I wish I was golfing. I love that LeBron is so obsessed with it. And when you see his swing, it's such trash.
Yeah.
It's just so bad. And it's just so funny to me because you don't have to be great at golf or anything like that to enjoy it. That's part of golf. That's the fun of it. But he's taking it so serious. And the idea that in even watching his swing and it just not progressing in any sort of way, it's mystifying to me. He's staying bad.
You mean you haven't seen any growth from LeBron?
No.
Not even a little bit?
No. And it might be one of the funniest parts about all this is that he's so into it and he doesn't have anybody in his life to be like, this swing is trash. And I get it. We're encouraging of him. It's a new hobby. No one's good at golf. No one's especially good at golf in the very beginning. But it's just really funny to me that it just has not gotten any better.
If LeBron chooses,
it makes me feel good.
If LeBron chooses anywhere else, my hope is that in his introductory press conference, he says, I was going to go home to Cleveland.
Yeah.
And then I heard a Cleveland radio host trash my golf swing, and I thought, I guess it's no longer home.
Yeah, I'd like that. That'd be nice because I would listen. I would not take any responsibility.
Would people also think that was Anthony Land?
Yeah, they put it to somebody else. It would not get attached to me.
Yeah.
The golf nerd side of myself, I would get really excited. Do you think at some point, if LeBron does come here, I wouldn't corner him, but do you think I could have a golf convo with LeBron? I know to say the things that I feel like he would get invested into the convo with.
I say you go one better. You say, if you golfed with me, I can make you a better golfer.
I think he's got a lot of people that could do that stuff, though.
Yeah, but they're all on the payroll.
Like I think he's got. I think he's got a
guy
lot
that just goes, that was dog bleed.
I think he's got a lot of. Yeah, I'll be the one guy that'll be honest with you, LeBron.
Yeah. Like, I'll be honest with you.
The swing sucks.
When I went golfing with you and Dustin, there was a part of me halfway through that thought, I probably won't do this with these two together again. It's a lot of pressure. There's a lot of judgment. I could feel your judgment.
No. I hate that you felt that way then.
Yours and Dustin together.
Because part of the fun.
His beautiful wife was there.
So part of the fun of golf that way is that golf is an incredibly encouraging sport. And so, like, if I was on the course with LeBron, all I would ever say is "nice shot." And if he asked for tips or something like that, I'd give it to him. But like, anytime you make bad shots, be like, "Oh, that was a great shot, buddy." Like the golf course is fun for that because it's like everyone's your hype man on the golf course. But the problem with this is that no one's told LeBron he really is not good at this.
I just was not feeling that hype from you, Dustin, or his wife that day. It all felt like judgment, and it's fair. I golfed like crap. I'm going to be very clear here. I was awful that day. Honestly, I was worse than I normally am because then I got in my head about it. I had like 3 good shots all day, and everything else was either 100 yards that way or 100 yards that way. I know how bad I was, but I felt that judgment. Levon in Cleveland. Levon, welcome to the show.
Levon, always Levon.
Damn it, these call screeners are so disrespectful, right. Levon.
It's Lezan. I'm not LeBron, but guess what? I seen him at the corned beef spot downtown. I swear.
Which one, Slimans?
No, the one on St. Clair right by Carolinas.
Do you know what he ordered?
St. Clair?
He ordered corned beef and french fries like I did.
All right. So, now, no accoutrement you can offer? No, like anything else?
I think he had on a pair of Michael Jordan tennis shoes, though.
Okay. All right. Wearing some Jordans. Love that. A little bit of respect.
I said, why you don't have your own shoes on? He said, I'm trying to be like Mike. I said, well, okay. We'll come back to Cleveland with me.
So that's how we know this combo didn't happen.
I'm trying to make you laugh.
If all of it wasn't a tell, the be like Mike part of it was that's the giveaway.
I'm a comedian, man. I'm trying to make you laugh, but I'm 100% that he's coming back because he likes the team. He don't even have to play into the playoff because we have a great team. All right, goodbye, brother.
All right.
It got me at the end.
There's a little Larry the Cable Guy, like, I'll tell you what, but it still works.
You got me at the end.
Yeah. Do you like comedians to do that where it's like, I am going to have a sign that tells you when to laugh? I hate it.
No.
I absolutely hate it.
No.
But for LeVon, I like it.
Well, I hate when it bails comedians out.
Yeah.
You know, it's just an exceptionally awful joke. No bit, no premise, no anything. And then they do their little tagline, and then they get you, and it's like, that shouldn't be funny, but it made me laugh.
In fairness, we have, hey, we're having fun.
Yeah, which is fun.
So, but again, we're not comedians. That's different.
No. And we also can't risk the idea that you're not having fun right now, so we have to tell you we're having fun.
We're waterboarding.
We can't risk the idea of you thinking it on your own.
Now, I would say I apologize to the listeners, but you asked for it.
I do remember, by the way, one shot in particular. We hyped you up on that day.
Yeah.
Yep. You hit a. We were off to the left hand side, and you hit a draw onto like maybe 5 feet ahead of the green. It was like a 130-yard shot, and you drew it over. And I just kept telling you how hard of a shot that was.
Yeah.
That was a hype man moment right there. I was like, I can't believe you pulled that off.
Listen, I might have felt more pressure from Dustin and his wife than you because they're members at that club. So I might be not giving you enough credit for being a good hype man in that. Maybe it was the whole experience I didn't feel great about.
Fish out of water experience, maybe.
Gave it to you. Oh, yeah. I walked up, you guys were like, oh, he's wearing a nice shirt. And I was like, guys.
We didn't see it coming.
Yes, thanks.
We didn't know what he'd show up in. It was a big point.
And then Dustin, who bought me my golf spikes, was like, nice kicks, man. And I was like, you bought them, dude. Like, can you just not do this? And from there, and then the first thing I did, because I already didn't feel great about it, the first thing I did was I whole-assed a shot. And it went 250 yards. Left. It landed in the other fairway, but it would have been beautiful if it just stayed straight.
I don't remember that one.
Yeah.
I remember the one on hole 4 that you must have hit maybe 20 yards to the right directly into a tree.
Oh, yeah.
But you connected on it, and even there, it went 20 straight into this tree, and big noise and everything, but you squared it up. You squared it up, you hit it solid, and I was just like, you squared it up. Maybe now as I'm seeing it, maybe you didn't understand that my hype man version of like on the golf course, which is it's just me constantly looking for things to compliment people on because I want people to have fun. Maybe you took it as being like not condescending, but maybe a little
condescending.
Because now in playing it back in my head, me being like, but you squared it up on this ball that just went 20 yards to the right directly into a tree, but you did square it up. You hit it dead center on the club face.
So I think what it might have been is, again, I think you're a casualty of the scenario. And again, Dustin and his wife were very, very lovely. But there was a judgmental thing there. So I'm already feeling judgment there. And then I'm not quite sure, is JP being genuine with this? So again, I think you might have just been in an awkward situation.
Always on the golf course. We're always just being positive out there. And it kind of kills me in a way to rip LeBron's swing. But it's the only thing I'm better than him in life. And so I'm gonna celebrate that.
I bet you like 2 years from now we look up and LeBron's really good at golf.
Well, so the problem with this is that he's got access to all of these great things and all of these great instructors and all of these great everything, and he's not getting any better. That's the problem I have. How do you have access to everything and your swing is still that bad?
Because he spends time playing basketball 99% of the time.
I know, but you see him the hours that he's putting into this. Mm-hmm. The time and the hours that he's putting into this.
The hours aren't even. Like his summer golf thing is not the same as what he does in like when the game's actually going on.
No, but he still is. It's a new thing for him. We don't know how intense he's going to be for like year 2 of him doing NBA and also golfing. But this summer thing has been basically every day, if not every other day, for 3 months now.
Also, Robert on from Brecksville saying, sending this to Ken and Anthony. Nick is bragging right now in the 440 segment about how much better at golf you are than him and would do anything for lessons. Is this a bit I'm not aware of?
I'm not aware of what he's doing.
All right.
I know they were golfing today.
Yeah?
They went out golfing today, the two of them. They went out with the buddies over there at Extend.
I do think so something we haven't done a lot because you've got 2 little ones under 4 years old at home, and very busy with my 3 kiddos. Mm-hmm. We probably should go golfing, but it can't be the next time I golf. I need like 3 or 4 times golfing to where the swing is tangibly back.
That's fine.
And it'll still stink, but I'll at least feel better about it as I stink.
Well, so what I'd like to do is be able to wrap it in around an endorsement opportunity, and so then we feel like we're 2 birds, 1 stone.
Yeah.
Because what they're doing right now is they're with a client, and so like they have the excuse built in of like, oh, guess I'll be gone all day, but I'm also doing work. That's what I want in life.
Yeah. Well, see, here's the problem.
That'd be really nice.
A client could come in and think like, like a Golf Galaxy or a golf store or even a golf course. And then they would go right to our sales team and they just give it to Ken and Anthony. 216-474-0092. Why does LeBron still stink at golf? The lead in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. If you're looking at new trucks this month,
this the last time we're going to make a big deal about soccer for at least the next 4 years?
Yeah, big question about blown opportunity with the embarrassing loss on the pitch.
Was it so embarrassing if I didn't really know what I was watching in the first place? It's the Emerging Podcast Scene, presented by Extend Technologies on 923thefan.com and on the free Odyssey app.
Soccer to me.
It's 5 o'clock on The Fan, and it's time for The Lead with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin on Afternoon Drive.
Win a 4-pack of lawn tickets to see your choice of John Mellencamp, Thomas Rhett, Chicago with Sticks, or Billy Idol at Blossom Music Center. All you need to do is enter the code word WORLD, WORLD, by the end of this hour. 923thefan.com to get registered to win. Courtesy of Live Nation, where for a limited time, buy 4 lawn tickets to select Blossom shows for $99 at blossommusic.com.
Spencer Davies coming up in 1 hour's time. His late watch continues. Speaking of LeBron, did you piss off Kevin on Twitter?
Oh, no.
He said, JP, to say he is awful and his swing hasn't improved is ridiculous, especially coming from a 20 handicap player. Now, here's the problem with Kevin.
Not a 20 handicap.
He then put video of LeBron's swing, and it is not good. It's just objectively not a good swing.
I know.
He just never brings it back the whole way.
Yeah.
He brings it back
he shortens it very much so.
60%
Yeah.
and then go but then
You're seeing what I'm seeing, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. No.
Yeah.
It's been miserable.
Here's the thing. Unless there's a medical condition I don't know about with LeBron, if I at morbidly obese can extend all the way up and then swing through, again, I'm not saying I do a good job, but at least the swing looks like a swing sometimes. I feel like LeBron should be able to have that go all the way back.
I don't get it. Now, I'll give Bronny credit. Bronny, for only playing for like a year, has a very pretty swing. Bronny's got a nice swing.
The younger you get into, my little brother Aaron is an incredible golfer because his grandpa would take him out all the time to go golfing as a little kid.
Yeah, it does help.
I didn't start golfing until I was like 16, maybe 14.
Yeah.
And again, would do it a couple times a year. So he has like a muscle recall that I just don't. He also happens to be athletic. That helps.
That does help a little bit. Yeah.
He could run.
So what's LeBron's excuse?
Yeah. Ouch. Bob Myers, the president of sports for Harris Blitzer Sports and Entertainment. They own the Sixers. He was on the Game Over podcast with Rich Paul. He believes that LeBron should join the Sixers.
I honestly believe this is your best chance to win. You have to decide all the other things that are equally important. It's his life. He has to play. He has to face the scrutiny of his decision. They'll criticize him, which is his life. So he's been through all that. If it's about winning, let's talk about this team, because you can win here in Philadelphia. If you want to talk about other stuff, about what's this guy like, what's that. By the way, he knows players, a lot of them better than I do. Their games. This is a guy that probably watches more basketball than anybody understands.
That's a fact.
He's not just playing, and he's probably watching the game in February that nobody's watching. So he knows, not only does he know the guys, he knows how they play.
I would imagine LeBron's got a lot of respect for Bob Myers because he has openly talked about how much he loved what the culture and everything was of those Warriors teams that beat LeBron. So I would imagine there's a lot of built-in respect because Bob Myers built that. I think the 76ers aren't a bad choice if you want to win, but I also think a lot of the teams we've discussed, including the Cavs, also sit in that same bucket the 76ers do.
Yeah, probably the most funny, maybe the funniest thing to me is watching NBA guys say, well, Minnesota's the best place if he wants to win. No, it's Philly. No, it's Miami. I think it was Bobby Marks said Cleveland the other day. So Bob Myers is talking as if it's an absolute fit and better than anything else, and it's like, well, nobody in the NBA can agree where's the best place for him to go.
Which is funny because it shouldn't be hard. It's LeBron James, I
actually think because it's LeBron, I think people weight what LeBron does best differently from person to person.
Okay, that's fair.
I just look at LeBron as a guy that can play make for everyone, and he's truly a point guard in a power forward's body, which means I think you can play with anyone.
Which is funny because in how you've described him before, you think he would have to, and I don't disagree, he brings the ball up a ton, obviously, but in my version of LeBron, it's more of when he was taking a back seat to Austin Reeves and Luka, and it's like he brings it up sometimes, but he didn't bring it up every time, and it's a little bit different, where he'd have some of those things he did with playing alongside Luka would work here playing alongside Harden and Donovan.
I want him to run the first team, Harden to run the second team, and in the fourth quarter, they split bringing the ball up. I think that's what would make sense.
Yeah, that'll be interesting. Jason Lloyd of The Athletic joined the morning show today. He talked about the time that LeBron took a long time to make his decision.
they're in the mix. There's no question about that. You know, part of me thinks that if it wasn't Cleveland, they would have gotten that message out by now. You know, I think that he does have some regret over how the decision went down in 2010, and certainly we're far removed from that. But I've seen the playbook before because again, 2010, 2014, 2018, it all looks so familiar and it all feels so familiar. And I just think that if he wasn't serious about this and about coming here, I think that they would have gotten that word out by now in subtle little ways. Because I've been part of those conversations in the past, and I know how they operate. I know how they do that.
Yeah, what's interesting about that is I agree with everything Jason said about if he wasn't going to come here, he knows he doesn't want this to be the decision 2.0. It took him so much work and so much winning and so much, narrative shaping to get away from the original decision, which it really does feel like a zero-sum thing. It's either an absolute yes or it's an absolute no, and if it was absolute no, we'd already know by now.
Yeah, it's funny. We've gotten in arguments before or gone back and forth on the idea so far this week about whether or not LeBron knows what he's going to do or knows what and I feel like the presiding thought is that he knows. You got these meetings with Draymond. You got, and listen, the Rich Paul stuff I can't buy too much into. Rich Paul's got to produce content. Okay, that's all that is. He's a podcast host more than he is an agent for LeBron when he does that stuff. I have a hard time thinking that LeBron knows exactly what he's going to do as of this moment.
I will tell you, whatever he does, within reason, again, Golden State is a non-starter for me. But if he goes to Miami, I'll get it. If he goes to Philly or Minnesota, it's going to look weird in those uniforms, and I don't think those are the best ways to end his career. But if he ends it with a championship, maybe that changes the way it's going to look and feel. To me, Cleveland is the easy win, and it's just a layup for him. Yeah. I hope that's what he chooses. But I think once I get past the kind of initial sadness, I do think wherever LeBron ends next year, I do want to see him win a championship because I feel like people have started in real time. I think they're bored with LeBron, and I think they're starting to say things that I think are wildly stupid, like, oh, he's just not who he was 10 years ago. Yeah, no bleep. He's going to be 42. And I would love for him to end with a championship as not necessarily this, but it would effectively be a double deuces to everybody that has been a LeBron hater the last 3 years.
But I think what LeBron's got to learn throughout this process is that even if he doesn't win a title, but let's say he goes to Golden State and just, I don't know, they get out in the second round, but he's smiling all the time and is thrilled because he got to play with Steve Kerr and Steph Curry, people he's respected and like for enough NBA fans, this doesn't include us here because we have some stake in this, but for enough NBA fans, that'll be enough. Then he doesn't have to win a title. It look like you're having fun out there and have a fun rest of your last year, basically.
The Guardians have lost 3 in a row after dropping the series opener to the Twins last night after a start. Joey Cantillo was asked about the team's attitude heading into the All-Star break.
I think it's fine. I think, obviously, we just had a long homestand at home and we had the day off and we were excited to kind of finish this last week strong. So I think everyone feels good and I think everyone's pretty confident we're going to finish up here strong and take each day as it is and good things will happen.
Yeah, we talked a little bit about this earlier in the show. We mentioned the second inning and how it just snowballed because of about 7 different defensive mistakes and how that wasn't great. One thing we didn't bring up, though, I'm gonna mention your guy here for a second, Chase DeLauder. He's got hits in 8 of the last 9 out of the return of the IL. 5 multi-hit games during that stretch. He's really hitting the baseball in a solid way. It continued last night, and I've been impressed lately.
The Gardos are 10-15 in June. They're 3-3 in July, and I actually had this thought even after they lost. What was that on Sunday?
Yeah,
I don't think there was a team in baseball that needs the All-Star break more than the Guardians, and the problem is they've got 2 more in Minnesota after last night, and then 3 in Miami to close out the first half. At this point, you're just hoping to get 2 wins in the next 5 games just to try and stay roughly around 500. You just need to stop the bleeding after the last 3 games.
Well, so what's tough is that, and they got good pitching last night, but in the previous couple weeks, the pitching has just not been what it was for the first couple months of the season, and you couple that with our offense that is just not a good enough offensive team.
I still
think
you're
29th in the league and runs scored. It's just not good enough.
I still think you get Hosey back, right? The young guys keep getting their at-bats, and I still think there's a better offensive team here. It's just if one night it's the offense getting 3 hits, the next night it's the defense, or some nights it's the same thing. Another night Gavin Williams gives you a turd of a game, or Tanner Bybee. Another night Zabrowski has a bad night. Like, it's just, I do think that stuff ebbs and flows. There's a part of me that's just like, you've had so much bad luck in the first half of the season, or just the wrong thing happening at the wrong time.
Mm-hmm.
The one night you couldn't have a defensive lapse, it happens. There's a part of me that thinks you're going to kind of moonshot back, but you got to get healthy.
It's funny, in the post game yesterday, one of the stats they flashed across was something to the effect of how the Guardians are 1-5 or 1-6 when they have 3 or fewer hits on the year, and it was like, who expects to be like? Who expects to be? I'm surprised to even have one win within that. Like, who thought that was something that we needed to not only know, but also something that we should be like, oh yeah, close to 500 when you have 3 or fewer hits. Like, no, you're supposed to be bad in that stretch.
Yeah.
They were again last night. Ashley Bastock, Cleveland.com, joined us today at 3:20. She talked about her expectations for Jared Verse in his first year with the Browns.
I imagine there's pressure, right? But I also imagine there's sort of that freedom of knowing, like everyone knows that Miles right now is sort of in that one-of-one category. Like, you're not as one person going to make up for, in particular, the sack production. And I think obviously in terms of edge rusher styles, they're very different, whereas Miles is, he's one of those edge rushers that's good at everything, but the thing he's best at is using his bend, which, you talk about the flexibility, the way he can move around an edge, whereas Jared Verse is more of that power rusher right now. So he needs to, diversify that pass rush plan a little bit, which I think is to be expected when you have a guy who is good and only going into his 3rd year.
Listen, if Jared Verse has a really nice first year with the Browns, and they are reasonably competitive, and I think that's like a 8-win team, I think people are going to be really excited about Jared Verse because I do think his style of play is going to get people going. If he has an injury, or if the sacks don't come this year, and the defense takes a step back, and you're a 4-win team, yeah, I think people are going to put a little bit more pressure throughout the actual season itself on Jared.
I think if he has that season, I think the grace that fans are going to allow in a world where we give no grace to just about anybody, I think will surprise people. Because although Jared Verse is following Miles, obviously, I think fans really just care that he has it all together when they're actually important and when they matter the most.
I worry. Because, right now, Browns fans either are, a little bit more hopeful than I thought they'd be. It's kind of like myself, or maybe more just apathetic. There's not a lot of cynicism. It's going to take about 2 weeks into this season for the same anger that we saw rear its head. Browns fans are pissed. They're pissed at where this organization is, and certainly where the last 2 years. It's how this fan base that 2 years ago thought Kevin Stefanski was a top 10 coach in the NFL turned on him in ways that, I didn't think we'd ever see. I thought we were going to be the outliers, and then halfway through the season, you saw that. I think there's still that residual anger there until the Browns get on the right side of things again. That's kind of where I think, again, that's not about Jared Verse. It's more about just where we are with this team.
Yeah, I think you're right. It'll be interesting to follow, obviously.
I got a little Gardo's update when we come back. We're going to have a laugh. And we got Demos, Dwayne. We're talking LeBron. The watch continues in the impact for LeBron on Donovan in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Hey, guys.
of the officiating. The World Cup's continuing tomorrow as France and Morocco face off in the quarterfinals. Headline Sports News continues every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Mackenzie Flume.
Leave the garage door open and turn up the fan. Spend the summer with your home for Cleveland Sports Talk. 92.3 The Fan.
Spencer Davies coming up in about 40 minutes here. Nick and Jonathan back on Afternoon Drive. Want to get to LeBron, Cavs, implications and whatnot as the watch continues. Got a couple calls on this as well, but I'm not sure if you saw the Guardians starting lineup today.
No.
David Fry leading off in left field.
All right, good.
Chase DeLauter in right field.
I mean, I don't know why I said good at David Fry leading off, but okay.
No. You're just trying to, again, it's like the golf thing. You're trying to be positive.
Yeah, I was processing. Yeah.
Chase DeLauter hitting second and right.
Okay.
Then Rocchio at short. Then Hoskins. Then Bazzana at second base in the 5 spot. Arias in the 6 spot. Then Manzardo. Then Hedges. And then Khalil Watson, who, again, I believe last night was batting second. He did strike out 3 times, but was batting second. Khalil Watson now in the 9 spot.
It's a weird lineup, especially. I mean, so Manzardo was batting 4th last night, right? He was in the cleanup spot to then get pinched hit later in the game, and in like a crucial part of the game. Phelps went off on that today. I don't know if you heard Phelps or not. Phelps must have like 6 different times went off on that pinch hit at bat, and what went down there.
Yeah, I know that Kyle is not a perfect player. Okay, Jeff Phelps is right though. This is.
Well, so, I mean, it's just getting in the weeds is all it is. And so, like, clearly they're trying to do the splits on it. But Arias, they have, like, the same numbers.
Yeah.
It's not like any massive difference between I didn't understand it.
Well, and here's the thing. When Kyle was really good last year, he couldn't get in the lineup every day. Like, at some point, you just got to, like, there are maybe a handful of guys who can play every day in this lineup when this lineup's 100% healthy. And Kyle Manzardo we should probably find out right now if he's one of them. Because we're starting to get to a point where next year the arbitration starts, and I don't know why I said the arbitration, but next year arbitration starts. He's going to start getting relatively expensive if he hangs at the big league level. If you're going to have to pay the guy $5 million in a year or two, you might want to know if he can hang every day or whether he's more of a 115, 120 day guy. And I know the stat. I get you want to ride the splits. And maybe you don't think he is a starter. You don't know until these guys go out there.
I just wondered if, and this is where Vogt is kind of, I think, majoring in the minor. I did wonder if it was just because Arias had a home run the other day, and he's just trying to maybe ride the hot hand is all that is. Because I feel like he does that a lot more than people ever give him crap for.
Do you think it's Vogt that has this Scrabble lineup, or do you think it's
it's the front office. For 95% of teams in baseball, the lineup decision and construction comes from the front office, and then you're just basically doling it out. And so I 100% believe it's coming from the front office. I also think, and this is where I want to be kind to Stephen Vogt, because I don't like what he's been doing lately in a lot of different ways. But usually when that happens, it's not we have to remind myself of this. It's usually not the manager's fault. When you see them make these type of decisions, typically, especially for the lineup stuff, it's coming from the front office. The in-game stuff, though, when you see them make dumb decisions, especially out of the bullpen, it's because you don't have the guys. Like baseball is a very obvious sport that way. When you see them make wrong matchup decisions and go to the wrong guys out of the pen, it's typically because you don't have the talent attached to, and it exposes you in an awful way.
The only thing I would say about this,
I can't explain the pinch hitting last night, though.
It does set up for a little bit of. If you don't like that pinch hitter, it's the front office's fault. If you don't like that lineup, it's the front office's fault. I'm not saying you're wrong.
That's what baseball
by the way,
is these days.
But I just that's the only part here is that it's easy to get to the conclusion of what is it you actually say you do here, Stephen Vogt.
That's why the analytical world has been down on managers for how long now, though? You know what I mean? Like a lot of this is managers are way more. That's probably part of the reason why they hired him as well. Is the idea that. You're supposed to be a rah-rah guy. You're supposed to be you do the intangible sides of this. It's not necessarily the actual X's and O's of the game that you have to rely on. We have smarter and better people doing that for you.
216-474-0092. Who do you blame for vomiting out that lineup tonight?
I don't know
do
what's
like
happening with
DeLauder in the
Bazana.
2-hole, though.
Yeah, DeLauder in the 2-hole makes sense. Why is Bazana out of the 1 spot, though?
I don't know. I just feel like once you put a guy there, it's so hard to find guys who are consistently good at the leadoff spot. And I'm I get David's got to be in the lineup. You don't have anybody better than David Fry right now. People might disagree. Yeah, he is. At the very least, he's a platoon player with where your lineup is right now. I just don't think you need to put him atop the lineup. That's just
no. It just doesn't.
When
doesn't
Bazana has been off and on a really.
I thought what you were going to tell me is that Bazana got the day off.
No.
When you said David Fry at 1, and why I said all right, good is because in my mind I was like, all right, that means Bazana. They're giving the day off after yesterday's basically just bad day at fielding, and I don't know. I was like, it's a weird time to give a guy a day off, but I just assumed that's what that was.
Now we are continuing Le Watch. Well, LeBron James is playing Le Golf, and I do think it was interesting. And I saw this comment by Danny Green that I wanted to get into. And again, Demos, you stick right there. Dick, you stick right there. Got a lot of reaction to get to on this one. Mm-hmm. But here's former Cavalier, former LeBron teammate, Danny Green, talking on the No Fouls Given show and what Donovan Mitchell needs to win an NBA championship.
It's going to take LeBron. It's pretty simple. I mean, you get LeBron James and you get James in the postseason to play like we know James can play, you have a really good damn shot. Obviously, Evan Mobley, too, if he continues to grow. But they have a good setup. They have a good team. They have good pieces. You know, I don't know who they'll end up keeping if LeBron comes or getting rid of. But if you still keep Jared Allen and Evan Mobley, great bigs. You got Max Strus who can shoot and is gritty defensively. Like, you still got, I don't know if Schroeder's there or not. Like, you got some pieces that can hoop. You know, Tyson, I like his game. So, yeah, you got some pieces. And it's in the East, so you have an opportunity.
I do love that he was just starting to go through the whole damn roster. Here's the thing. I don't think Donovan Mitchell is going to win a championship in Cleveland ever, unless LeBron comes here. I can't see them having the wherewithal to trade for a better player than Donovan while keeping Donovan. This roster is also, it remains wonkily built. Like you just can't believe how, again, you just neglect the wing in the most important era of the wing player ever in the NBA, the way Kobe Altman has. And so LeBron James is the guy that you can plug into this situation and do the things that you need in the NBA postseason, and is a guy that I think can carry you when Donovan falls short in games that he's not having his best game.
Yeah, he's a missing piece. It becomes vital to have somebody like LeBron. That's why we're hanging on every word that is coming out of these different NBA reporters and people that don't even really know LeBron very well. I agree with you. I don't think Donovan's winning a title on his own. I can make a further argument that if you don't land LeBron, I don't think it's crazy to be talking about them trying to trade Donovan Mitchell next summer if things just go south.
So I agree, and I want to make it clear, though, because I don't want to make this just...
I don't know who's taking that contract, though. That's the hard part of that, but yeah.
I'm sure there will be somebody. Now the question is, can you get dollar for dollar, which the answer is probably no. I think what's interesting about it, I want to make it clear, I'm not saying this just from the Donovan standpoint. I don't know that you can win a championship if Donovan's your best player. I just think, I know that you can't win a championship in this scenario with Donovan as your best player. And what I mean by that is, I think Donovan's path to a title is Jaylen Brown's. If you try and design a way to build around an undersized guard, in Jaylen's case, I think he's a true point guard. In the case of Donovan, he's more of a combo guard. But if you try and build around an undersized guard, yeah, you got a lot of athleticism, a lot of shooting, and a lot of athleticism, shooting, and defense around him. That's the way you do it. And that is... You just don't have a lot of that here. You have a guard-centric roster. Your bigs are maybe not the most developed or just never will develop offensively. Like, it's just really, this is just a real, I so much respect Kobe Altman for making the Donovan trade, but then kind of just letting things take 3.5 years before you ever get to truly tinker with the guys around Donovan, and not your bench guys, not your like fifth man on the roster. We're talking about like the other guys that start with him. I think that's, if we write the post-mortem 5 years from now and why you didn't win a championship with Donovan, one, it'll be because LeBron never came home again, and two, it'll be because Kobe never got off his duff for the first 3.5 years, and he waited too long to where you were expensive and didn't have the right pieces around him.
I don't think that's how we're going to talk about it 5 years from now. I think I will talk about it if they don't win a title, is that Evan Mobley never took that next jump. I think Mobley's going to take a lot of the brunt of that. I think that the way this was constructed, I really do think this is the downfall of this team, is the idea that they thought Mobley, at making max money, by the way, was going to be something that right now he isn't. And so you couple that with Donovan, who also turned out to be something that maybe it was promised and we thought he would be. He turned out to be not that guy because he's not the killer in the fourth quarter the way Brunson is. And he's somewhere between 10 to 12th when maybe you hoped he'd be somewhere between 5 to 7th. You couple that, you didn't miss by much, but you missed.
I think it'll be a massive cop-out if that's the narrative for both Kobe and Donovan. I do. And I mean that with respect. I know I criticize him, but that doesn't mean I don't think Kobe is, at very least, a good GM. I don't think he's a great GM, but I think he's a good GM. And I think Donovan is a very, very good player, top 15 player. But the difference between top 15 and top 5 is the position you play, how you're built, and whether you can win a championship as the best player. I really do. And again, there aren't 32 guys that can win a championship on their own. There's maybe 5 or 7 guys.
Well, even within this, though, you do need guys to have playoffs like you've never seen them have before. Part of the reason why the Knicks were so dominant in the first 3 rounds of the playoffs was Karl Anthony Towns was playing basketball like we hadn't seen Karl Anthony Towns play before.
Yeah.
You know, and so there's
deep voice Karl Anthony Towns, not zesty voice.
Like he meant business, you know? And so there's an element of that has kind of just eluded this Cavs team. And maybe we'll talk about that at some point, the idea that you just need to have the stars align almost when you get to the postseason. But there's like 6 different reasons why. But I would imagine when Kobe Altman puts his head down tonight, he thinks to himself, if Evan Mobley had developed the way that we thought he would, we wouldn't be nearly in the situation that we're in right now.
216-474-0092. Is LeBron the only way Donovan wins a championship in Cleveland? Demos, you've been waiting patiently. We appreciate that, buddy. What you got for us?
Hey, the answer to your question is probably. We'll see. But I want to just step back and look at the arc of LeBron's entire career, right? He comes here out of high school where he always wanted to play. He leads us almost to glory, and then he books for Miami. Burning of jerseys, just the worst ending to his first chapter, right? Comes back, delivers, does what he said he'd do. All-time great Cleveland, but he's still going to be playing, and he goes out of town. He has to come back here. He has to come back here to finish the story. 3rd time's a charm. The arc of his narrative coming back here. Do you want to see him finish his career like Michael Jordan did wearing a Wizards uniform? I mean, come on. Right now, I think everything that's happening is all the lawyers are trying to figure out how they're going to turn this into a TV show, how they're going to maximize his, the end of his career. And the only place it makes sense to that story finish properly is here in town. And if God help us, he helps us bring another championship here, his glory will be unmatched, and Donovan will get his ring.
But what quick, Demos, what if he goes to Philly and wins a championship? Doesn't that completely refute the Jordan allegations? Because Jordan never really came close to winning a championship in Washington.
True, but winning a championship is hard. And, is Joel Embiid gonna is he going to be a solid player, or is he going to get injured again? Who knows?
He is a solid player. He's just never healthy.
Even without Joel Embiid, I've made the case that they can still be pretty competitive.
We don't care about Philadelphia. How about that?
Maxey.
Well, why are you getting mad at us? We're just simply saying Philadelphia's a pretty good spot.
No, I want this arc. And I want the arc to be Cleveland, and I think that's what's going to happen. I think everybody wants that.
Part of the reason why the Jordan Wizards time is looked at so whatever and so blah is because they won like 40 games that year. Yeah. They weren't even in the postseason.
They weren't a good team.
They weren't a good team. So if he goes to the 76ers, if he goes to the Heat, if he goes here, he's going to be on a good team. It's already going to be different.
I get that. I'm just saying the narrative demands he finish here. That's all I'm saying.
So here's what I would say. I don't think you want LeBron back. I think you think you're entitled to LeBron being back, and I don't.
I'm a season ticket holder. I really want it.
Well, I get that.
Yeah.
Well, congrats on all your success. I believe that's the.
I really want that.
All right. You said you wanted it. You didn't.
Good Lord. Got real thirsty there. Be good, buddy.
Thank you, Demos.
Bye.
The thirstiest we've heard that man in a minute there.
Got a little scared.
It did, I know.
A little scared there.
Like, all right. Okay.
I get it. I understand it.
I just, where Demos and I listen, I think Cleveland does allow him the cleanest ending to his story.
Well, hold on, you said entitled there for Demos. Do you feel like there are a segment of Cavs fans that feel entitled to LeBron?
Yes.
All right, what do you mean by that? Let's break that down for a second.
That LeBron owes them something, or that LeBron owes it to Cavs fans to end his career here. I don't think he owes it to us. His debt was paid to Cleveland the second he won a championship.
Mm-hmm.
And people forget he left the second time because look at the state of that roster. That was not a good roster.
And so that's where I can even take it a step further, and I could say the NBA world, LeBron doesn't owe you anything at this point.
Yeah.
Like the NBA world as a whole, that's why I'm kind of imploring people, whatever decision he does end up making, and we can push the Cavs fans aside for a second here. I'm just talking like broad NBA fan. I don't think they're going to go crazy over it and go, I can't believe it, LeBron. I hate you for this. No, I think he's above that right now.
I don't know about that.
I think he should be.
I don't mean like unanimously, but I think...
No, I didn't mean it that way. I just meant he should be. Not necessarily that the reaction's always going to suck because people out there suck. That's the reality of it. But I think like if the world was filled with a bunch of me's, then the reaction would be, all right, LeBron, you're above criticism. You've earned whatever spot you want to take, and I can't get mad at you one way or another.
So is the takeaway here, if the world was filled with a bunch of yous, it would be better? Can I use that? Can I take it to that extent?
In this one instance. in this, the reaction would be better in this one instance.
216-474-0092. Nick Wilson and Gandhi here.
Never get a tea time if the world was a bunch of me's.
Is LeBron the only way for Donovan to win a title in Cleveland? And can I have that conversation about Donovan and being taken for granted in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan?
If you dread dealing with your insurance...
feels so right, it almost feels wrong. The Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Get 0% APR for 60 months, plus 0 payments for 90 days, or 1.9% APR for 72 months on the Hyundai Tucson, Santa Fe, or Santa Fe Hybrid during the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Hurry, offer ends August 3rd. Call 562-314-4603 for details.
Listen to 92.3 The Fan on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn app.
Spencer Davies coming up in about 15 minutes here. Is Marcelo Hernandez really hosting the ESPYs? Did I see that right?
Oh, I mean, I don't even watch the ESPYs at this point. If he is, he's kind of local, isn't he? Didn't he go to college around here?
Yeah, he did.
Yeah,
he
is hosting it.
He is?
Who's hosting it?
Marcelo Hernandez.
Yeah, all right. Oof. I don't know. I mean, listen, I don't want to say I didn't like the guy. I watched his stand-up. His stand-up was just fine. It was all right. It was what it was.
So I think that's my...
He seems nice.
What's funny about it is, so I agree, he does seem like a nice guy. So what's funny is I like his character work on SNL. Like his who's the comedian...
What, the espresso bit with Sabrina Carpenter?
No. And by the way, I'm so sick of Domingo.
The wedding one?
No.
That was kind of funny.
No.
It had its moments.
Hispanic guy playing a over-the-top Hispanic guy. It's a little too dat fan for me. It's a little on the nose.
Okay.
But I do like, oh my God, who's the guy that he was on like not USA Today, Good Morning America impersonating? Sebastian Maniscalco.
Oh, that's a good bit.
Like, when he does that stuff, I think he's really funny. His stand-up is just not funny to me. And, like, even his stand-up, like, I've seen his stand-up about, like, I went to school in Ohio, and I was like, none of this is interesting to me. So I guess my point is, like, I think Dana Carvey's one of the greatest impressionist character work guys ever. I would never want to see Dana Carvey host the ESPYs.
Okay, but you know what this is? This is the idea that they had, I think it was Shane Gillis was last year.
Mm-hmm.
Well, Shane Gillis pissed off a lot of people. And so now when you get somebody like Shane Gillis out there, it pisses off some people, then the next couple of years you got to play it a little safer.
Yeah, but I think that's the thing. Like,
that's what sucks.
The reason why Shane made sense to me is Shane is an elite sketch performer. He's also an elite comedian.
He's an elite comedian, yeah.
Marcelo is not. I don't think he's an elite stand-up comedian.
I know, but he's safe. He's going to be he's milquetoast in many ways. He's not going to how's he going to rock the boat? He's going to do his Maniscalco impression. People are going to think that's funny. Maybe Sabrina Carpenter jumps out as well. He's going to play the hits. He's going to be wildly inoffensive, and it'll just be what it is. The amount of athletes that were pissed at Shane Gillis was shocking to me last year.
And yet again, they
didn't understand the bit. The athletes don't understand the bit.
Yeah, it's so funny because
they're so uptight about themselves.
Yeah, well, I think that's just athletes in general. Well, that actually
that's
is
what
the
I'm
thing.
saying. Yeah,
that's what I found out. Yeah, I've always thought like, hey, our job's to have fun and bust some balls or whatever. I didn't realize. Charlotte was the first time that I realized how thin-skinned athletes are.
Mm-hmm.
And I worked with Dustin. No, I'm kidding. That was a friendly. That was friendly. Dustin does not like my bust his balls though. But no, like I remember, like again, these are guys who are like these big, tough, macho athletes, and then you would like make a joke about them, and it would hurt their feelings. And I was like,
yeah.
Aren't you like a millionaire? Aren't you like? Couldn't you like kick my ass 6 ways from Sunday?
Mm-hmm.
And a funny joke, by the way, because all my jokes are funny. No, a funny joke is the thing that hurts your feelings.
I know, but I think that's the reality of it. I mean, think about it. All these people came out after Gillis's stuff last year, and they were just talking about how pissed off they were about the whole ordeal. So this is ESPN weighing down. You're gonna have Marcelo for a year. Maybe we'll dish it back to even someone safer the following year, and then we can get back to the good stuff. I don't watch the ESPYs though. I'm surprised. I tuned in for Gillis last year. That's how I remembered
it.
Yeah.
But if it's a good host, I'll give it a chance.
I typically don't tune into the ESPYs at this point.
Yeah, it's not a great product. I just don't even understand why we have the ESPYs.
It was something to fill the time during the worst week in sports, and it was something to kind of give them content as they were trying to maneuver around the All-Star game, and then it's just kind of become a thing.
Award shows in general are awful. Are we taking Donovan Mitchell for granted?
I don't know about for granted. I feel like he falls in the umbrella of Cleveland athletes they're just not beloved. It's fine. It's okay. I can never truly understand or explain why some athletes are beloved in this city and other athletes aren't. I wonder if this will start to change now that he's signed for a second time, because I do think part of that conversation and part of why people were maybe, I don't know, hesitant to really wrap their arms around Donovan is because you just thought Donovan was going to leave. You thought he was going to go. And the idea that now he signed another contract here, maybe that builds him some goodwill. But I can't explain it. I mean, Myles Garrett was never really beloved. Shane Bieber, never really beloved. I'm talking about people that are really good. One Cy Youngs, one Defensive Player of the Years. I don't get why in this city some people get that and some people don't.
So the Myles thing, I felt like I had a better pulse on because we've just had so many incendiary conversations about Myles, you know? Like, and it's just everyone had an opinion on Myles. When I heard Lima kind of first start bringing this up, what was that? Was that Monday? I don't know. Whenever, or it might have been a video.
It's been an ongoing thing. We did it last week,
When
too.
I saw it, I was like, where are you getting this from that he's not beloved? Because every Cavs fan I know, when I say that I'd be comfortable trading Donovan, looks at me like I'm the Antichrist.
No, I think there were a lot of people, though, when you said that. It was more split than maybe you realize, because it felt like to me there were enough people that were living in the world you were living in as well.
That's interesting. I didn't feel that way at all. Like, and I'm not just talking about I'm talking about any of my conversations about the Cavs. Like, I feel like I have Donovan an appropriate level. Like, he is if he fulfills this contract, he'll go down as the second best Cavalier in history. But unless he wins a championship, there's going to be a sizable gap between him and LeBron. He'll still only ever be number 2, but with a championship, even with LeBron, he can at least move himself up and create a little less separation between the two. That being said, I think the idea that we're giving him LeBron power is asinine to me. But again, that's another thing that when I say it, I don't know where all these alleged Donovan haters are coming from, that Donovan isn't beloved.
Because I'll tell you where it's coming from, because we don't have a bunch of people lining up right now to be like, how dare you? We don't have a bunch of people right now to be like, to tell you anything, like to even say and mention the idea of Donovan not being, unequivocally beloved. No one's calling up for that defense of that. And so there are people that I feel like when they struggle, you can't speak on. Jose Ramirez is one of them. When J-Ram struggles, we all just kind of, all right, it is what it is, right? Because he's beloved. He's earned that right, but he's also beloved. We didn't talk that way about Nick Chubb. Nick Chubb's last year here, he wasn't good. Nobody wanted to say it. Nobody would discuss it. When Donovan struggles, people talk about it. No one's shy to do that.
I just didn't know if this was another case of Anthony Lima becoming the biggest Cavs shill in the history of Cavs shill. Seriously.
Turn it into Whammer?
Is his last name actually Gilbert?
I don't know.
I mean, he's got people on the Cavs payroll sending him stuff, or at least he's saying they are. You can't get him to say a bad word about Donovan or James Harden.
Should we have him do a list of things he actually doesn't like about the Cavs?
I think so. Help? I think Lyman needs to reconfirm himself as the ultimate Cleveland sports skeptic.
Is that for the longest time it was Max Strus. Mm-hmm. Max Strus is about to be shipped out of here, right?
Yeah.
So
but Lyman's not calling for it.
We'll completely cleanse our hands.
Give it to me!
We'll completely get rid of the thing that Lima at least has hated on this Cavs team for a while.
Is that Lima to the Cavs, by the way? Screaming, give it to me? I just want to make sure. I mean, that's one of the smartest basketball guys in town. And the man, I feel like is this Kobe Altman? Is there a puppet scenario? Where's Kobe's arm? 216-474-0092.
Enjoy the bulge.
Is Donovan Mitchell being taken for granted in Cleveland, and is Anthony Lima secretly a Cavs plant? Spencer Davies, clutch points in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Mackenzie Flume.
You can now watch The Fan live on YouTube. Catch The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima from 6 till 10 a.m. Baskin and Phelps 10 a.m. till 2 p.m. And Afternoon Drive with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin from 2 to 7 p.m. Each and every weekday. It's free. Subscribe to 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. It's the 6 o'clock hour.
Someone step on a duck.
On Afternoon Drive.
1 hour to go. Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin. If you missed a moment of today's show, don't forget you can watch all 5 hours of this show on 92.3 The Fan's YouTube channel. And, of course, subscribe to 92.3 The Fan's YouTube channel. It is free after all. You like free, don't you, you cheap bastard? And I'm just trying to we always try and butter them up.
I know, no, it's nice.
Now I'm trying to attack them.
Well, every now and then you got to keep them on their toes.
Yeah,
you
know, it's negging the listener.
Yeah.
You idiots. Just kidding. That's Mac. And don't forget to like our videos. We desperately need to be liked. We continue the watch. Has anyone gotten to the bottom of where Donovan's golfing and where LeBron is golfing?
Hey, people seem to think LeBron's in Miami.
I mean, he could do it.
They look at they think there's like different type of like palm trees and such in the back of this video from LeBron. I haven't done the Zapruder film on it, but people think that he's in Miami.
This is the problem with internet sleuths is 90% of them are stupid.
Yeah, they're not good enough at it.
Well, but you just never know when the 10% is actually gonna like pay off.
Hey, where are the people from that oh geez, what's the name of it? Something with cats. The documentary where it was basically people in Canada hunting down murderers. Don't F with Cats was the name of the documentary. Get those people on this. We'd have it figured out in 2 seconds.
Is it Don't F with Cleveland, or would it be Don't F with LeBron?
Don't F with LeBron.
Yeah, that's fair.
Clearly. Yeah,
I'd like it to be Don't F with Cleveland. That would be nice. However, we got In Case You Missed It coming up in about 40 minutes here to go ahead and continue to talk about Le Watch. We head out to the Weishart Right, We Make It Right, Call Kyle Wright hotline. Cleveland's very own. He's a gentleman. You also know him from Clutch Points. About 75 other jobs. Spencer Davies joins us now. What's up, buddy?
What's happening, fellas?
All right, we need you to weigh in here because the internet's loose. We're not sure if they're full of malarkey or not. Do you think LeBron is golfing today in Cleveland area, like the Akron area, or do you think he's back in Miami?
Ooh, that's a great question.
Only kind of ask.
Wish I could answer that. I wish I could answer that. I really don't know. I think he's still here. Just thinking that way because he was obviously, hanging around Golf Galaxy last week, and he had, going out to the, to the club or whatever the other night and all that stuff. But I feel like he's been back here for a minute, and he's been just chilling at home. So I wouldn't be surprised if he was still home.
Should we be taking Miami more serious? And the only reason why I say this, I saw that video with the streamer. I think his name is Nelk, and he was with Giannis. And like on the stream was like, oh, says LeBron's going to the Cavs. And Giannis's face and his expression on all this was like as if like I know that this can't be true because I know something because there's some sort of insight that I have. Have we been sleeping on Miami?
I caught that too, JP, and that was an interesting reaction from Giannis because he was like, wait a minute, wait, LeBron signed with Cleveland, and then it was obviously one of those random accounts, but. I think you have to absolutely count Miami in there as at least a possibility just because they went out and, expounded all their assets to go out and get someone like Giannis. And obviously Bobby Portis came along in that deal as well, signed Tim Hardaway Jr. there as well. And they're clearly going to go for it. And they're trying to compete in this Eastern Conference that has gotten absolutely loaded in the last few weeks. Just looking at the moves that Philly made, Mike Gansey doing a great job there. Toronto going after Kawhi Leonard. You've got so many different teams that are trying to go for this. And here's another thing, too, like aside from New York and even, Boston still being in the hunt, you look at a team like Indiana who's going to be more healthy, and they have obviously a very good talent in Tyrese Halliburton, but they brought in Ivica Zubac last year, and they've got a lot of pieces, too. So the Eastern Conference is going to be crazy. So I think that Miami is absolutely in the mix. I think Cleveland is obviously in the mix. Golden State stuff, that's been a little bit cryptic. I don't know. Apparently it was reported that LeBron's hanging out with Draymond Green. I didn't know that was necessarily something that you report in news, but all over the place with this LeBron watch stuff. And I was asking, my friends the other day, I'm like, how many times are we going to go through this at this stage of our lives? It's 2026, and we're still talking about a LeBron watch, even when he's in his early 40s.
All right. So with that, do you think LeBron's asking Pat Riley if he gets to have his cookies this time?
That's a great question, because obviously that didn't end the greatest, and even the public comments that Pat had at that time wasn't the best. Listen, I think that LeBron is obviously a savvy businessman. Rich Paul is a savvy businessman. All that stuff on the whiteboard, the podcast, Bob Myers being on the show, trying to court LeBron to come to Philly. Everyone's going to try everything. And I think LeBron has an idea in his mind, but this is an interesting situation, though, because he's kind of got the power in this sense, and he's also willing to leave money on the table for the first time in his career. So, this is legitimately a comfortability thing for him, and, who knows what happiness means? I'm sure that you've gotten that question the last couple of weeks since that report came on. But it's all dependent on what he wants, what he truly wants, and how far away he is from being done, too. Because even Rich Paul on his podcast, a few days ago was like, listen, this isn't his last year. I don't know where you heard that from. So he's got options, clearly.
All right, Spencer, where do the Cavs sit in the East with LeBron, and where would they sit in the East without LeBron?
With LeBron, I'm still considering them a, top 4 team. Without LeBron James and the current iteration of the Cavs, they bring back James Harden like they're supposed to, with that, wink deal around the deadline and that 2 to 3 year contract that is expected to come around here when the LeBron dust settles. I think that they're anywhere between 4 and 6 still. I think that there's not really much room for them to ascend. But staying right where they're at in terms of the regular season, and then seeing where the chips lay after that, and I think you get another shot at it in the postseason, and you try to get obviously that further and into the finals and try to win a championship. Donovan Mitchell leaving $80 million on the table and signing that extension yesterday, I think is a big sign for his belief in this team, and also what he's willing to sacrifice to get more talent here. And there's not a second apron issue anymore. There's still a little bit of a first apron issue if Harden comes back, and they've got to pay that up, obviously. But currently, they're not even a part of an apron at the moment. So a little bit of flexibility, and we'll see what happens with Dennis Schroeder and Max Strus. Maybe even think about Jared Allen if that's something that they would like to do. If a wing would come in, don't know what their mindset is at the moment. Don't know what Kenny Atkinson's thinking. But those are just options in terms of what they have to offer. Because I highly doubt that Evan Mobley would be on the table at this point. There's just too much potential still, and also a guy who was All-NBA second team 2 years ago and reigning Defensive Player of the Year in 2025.
For the people that don't love this fit for the Cavs with LeBron, why do you think that is?
I think that you're looking at a three-man trio, a trio in that first five that isn't exactly known for its defense, and you're a little bit aged, right? You're not quite as quick-footed or as nimble. Yes, you're strong, but do you have the agility? Do you have the ability to keep up if, say, someone's trying to get by you? We saw a lot of that in the playoffs, obviously, with Donovan and Harden having a tough time keeping guys in front. LeBron could still do that from time to time, but he is getting up there. He's obviously still athletic as heck for what his age is, and he's an incredible specimen as far as his body goes. But at some point, you're going to have to be able to have point of attack defense, and you're going to have to be able to stop the other team. And plus, too, this still screams half court to me if LeBron comes along, because living in transition, even though he was really good in transition for the Lakers last year, James Harden is someone that slows the game down. Donovan Mitchell, someone that slows the game down. Their identity is different. So I think that's the kind of bugaboo when it comes to LeBron as far as being a fit here. And plus, he's sort of playing up a position I would say sometimes at the 4, depending. Again, this is all dependent on what happens if Jared Allen's around, and that's why there's so much like incomplete to this, and it's hard to speculate.
All right, Spencer. Big question here. I know you've been out at Vegas for the rookie league there. The big question is anybody talking about anything that isn't LeBron right now?
Ooh, so most of these people right now, I think, are just so fixated on the LeBron stuff, and it's truly remarkable. It is. As I was saying earlier, it is 2026, and we're talking about LeBron James' free agency decision towards the end of his career. And you know what? He's earned that because he's still that dang good of a player. And what he did in the playoffs this year for the Lakers when Luka Doncic was hurt and Austin Reeves was hurt, and the fact that he came in as a number one option still at his age to do what he did was remarkable, flat out remarkable. And, we know that he loves to play the long game here. He's having a blast. He's playing golf all over the place. He obviously had the retreat with the 2016 championship team. He's just having a good old time right now. And I think Rich Paul's having fun with this too. And it's like I was telling the guys on Saturday, man, like Rich Paul knows exactly what he's doing with this show, Mind the Game. He is getting a ton of attention. He's getting ability to market his clients. He's getting the ability to control and spin his own narrative doing that. And it's also bringing attention to that media area for him, which this is unprecedented. I can't remember or don't think that there's ever been an agent on a podcast that has a podcast with the ability to do this. I cannot ever remember an active front office member being on a podcast with another agent spitballing in public the way that Bob Myers was this morning with Rich Paul, right? This is completely unprecedented. So he's using this to his advantage. I think he's also delaying this a little bit because they want to get Anthony Davis paid, whether that's in Washington or whether he gets moved somewhere else. That's another thing. But I think that he's trying to get those guys mouths fed as well. So LeBron is the centerpiece of this, but I think the other guys are also benefiting from it.
So you're in Vegas right now?
I am not in Vegas right now. I will be in Vegas on Sunday.
Oh, on Sunday. Oh, so you're gonna miss the Darren Peterson, AJ DePonsa matchup tomorrow night.
Man, yeah, and I wish I could watch that one live. I'll tell you what, Darren looked really, really good this past week at his summer league, and man, he moves different sometimes, man, and it's awesome because he's obviously a local from around here, started his career at CVCA with Matt Futch, and then obviously, moved on to bigger, better, things as his career progressed. But I'm pulling for him, man. It's really cool to see.
Are you saying Matt Futch is small time? Is that what I'm hearing? I'm not going to deal with that Futch today.
Time. No, Matt Futch is not small time. But Darren Peterson, he is a heck of a talent.
So are you. Spencer?
Oh, thanks.
Great to catch up with you, buddy. Enjoy Vegas. I've heard the prostitutes are lovely these times of year. I know you're a single man.
Well, they're just legal is all. That's the difference.
That's true. Well, they can be lovely if you pay them enough money.
You know what? I'm going to go ahead and leave that one alone.
All right. That's probably smart.
That's your call.
Yeah. Listen, it's America, brother. Just celebrate 250 however you want to celebrate it.
You got an open line if you want to discuss that one later.
Yeah, on air. Yeah, not off air.
Off air. No, straight to voicemail. But
on air.
On the air. 2016, man. We ain't doing that again.
Yeah, I vaguely remember that. I remember about 5 minutes of that. Be good, Spencer.
You too, guys.
Spencer Davies there. Clutch points. Wise, heart, right. We make it right. Call Kyle Wright hotline. We'll react to what he had to say.
What do you say happened in 2016? What do you say?
I do not recall.
What happened in 2016?
I totally recall. I'm just not saying it on air.
What are we missing?
Details. You are missing details. And we got to get to the hottest seat in Cleveland in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. If you're looking at new trucks this month, you know a Ram truck should be at the top of your list. I've done the Ram side-by-side with the competition, the alleged competition, and I drive a Ram. Why? Well, it started pretty simply. I headed to my Northeast Ohio Ram dealer.
accuracy and fairness of the officiating. The World Cup continues tomorrow as France and Morocco face off in the quarterfinals. Headline Sports News continues every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Mackenzie Flume.
On the road this summer? Get the most live sports talk in Ohio on 92.3 The Fan. Or binge our podcast on the Odyssey app.
With LeBron, I'm still considering them a top 4 team. Without LeBron James and the current iteration of the Cavs, they bring back James Harden like they're supposed to, with that, wink deal around the deadline and that 2 to 3 year contract that's expected to come around here when the LeBron dust settles. I think that they're anywhere between 4 and 6 still. I think that there's not really much room for them to ascend, but staying right where they're at in terms of the regular season and then seeing where the chips lay after that.
In case you missed it, coming up in about 20 minutes, that was Spencer Davies, Clutch Points, NBA and Cavs reporter. I think he's being a little too low on the Cavs. If LeBron comes back, I still think they're a top 4 seed, even if LeBron doesn't come back.
I would think so. Well, so if LeBron doesn't come back, I would imagine. I mean, there's a lot of teams that have taken some steps forward, right? I think they're maybe like fringe in that 4 area, but it's open because Halliburton's coming back with Indiana. Obviously, the Knicks are there, the Celtics are there, the 76ers are now there with Jaylen Brown.
Oh, I'm out on the Celtics as a top 4 team.
I don't know why you're out on him then.
Paul George, that's why.
Paul George isn't going to completely tank him. Tatum is still really talented. That team will still be a top 4 team, at least top 4-ish. I would imagine, because I haven't seen what Vegas has done to adjust it, but there's no way they've fallen beyond 4. Either way, you saw the Raptors in there. There's a lot better teams in the East this year than what there was last year.
I'll give you the Knicks. I'll give you the Sixers because the Brown deal. I mean, they were a play-in team, and that's before you traded for Jalen, and you had a whole mess of issues.
Yeah.
That's it. I don't think the Pistons are still – I think the Pistons were a plucky upstart. I would be shocked if they were a top 5 seed again. They really haven't gotten any better.
Pistons have done nothing. Pistons have just been sitting there doing nothing this offseason.
The Celtics are getting older, and they got even older with Paul George instead of Jaylen Brown. I think that's going to be a disaster. The Raptors –
a disaster? You think it's going to be a disaster?
Yes.
No,
yeah.
they were –
disaster to me is they're not going to be a top 6 seed.
But they were without Tatum last year, and you're just swapping out Tatum for Brown essentially in this equation, and Tatum's a better player than Brown.
Yeah, no, I actually think Jalen's the same level. I think Jalen's going to figure out. Sorry, I think Jason's going to figure out what it's like to lead a team all by your lonesome. That guy's never had to carry a team the way he's going to have to carry now.
The current odds go Knicks, Celtics, Cavs, Pistons, 76ers, Raptors, Heat.
Heat's interesting.
And they have the Cavs, Pistons, 76ers, and Raptors all with essentially the same odds. They give a very slight edge to the Cavs, but they're all in that same other group. The Knicks and the Celtics are pretty heavy favorites above what the Cavs, Pistons, 76ers, Raptors are.
So just to say, I actually am closer to where you are, which is maybe they're a fringe top 4 team, right? Meaning they could be 2, they could be 5, right?
Mm-hmm.
But if you get LeBron, I think it locks you in as a top 4 seed and might even lock you into a top 3 seed.
Yes, that I agree with.
LeBron,
Yeah.
Harden, Mitchell, Mobley,
Yes.
and Allen, assuming that's your 5 best players. Find me 5 better players, a better top 5 in the NBA.
Agreed. And I think that's why, this is so vital because the world you're living in without LeBron is going to be, you'll be in this little bit of I don't know, it's not even a middling part of the East. It's just a messy part of the East where on any given night, it's like, are you better than the 76ers? I don't know that you are. But with LeBron, that question gets taken away.
Now, with that being said, great stuff from Spencer Davies. I do want to play this. This is from 610 Sports in Kansas City. And this is Bob Fesco, right?
Yeah.
He had a conversation today about the hottest seat for the Chiefs. And we're going to play it. Yeah, it's in the system, Mac.
Maybe now.
Jake added it.
Maybe in a couple minutes.
You got it?
Maybe later on.
You got it? Let's go ahead and play that now.
Any day now.
It's an interesting question because you could take it in multiple different directions when you ask who has the hottest seat. I could look at it and say, are we talking from a national perspective or are we talking from a local perspective? Because I do think from a national perspective, the term hot seat may not be right, but everybody's watching Patrick Mahomes this year. Every single thing that he does for the first couple of months, or first couple of weeks, I guess I should say, of this season is going to be scrutinized and then scrutinized again and then over-scrutinized. And then we'll get the Zapruder films of Patrick Mahomes scene by scene by scene by scene, throwing passes and all of that kind of stuff. And so I think he's the player that is under the most watch this year by the national media. I think the person on the biggest hot seat potentially is Andy Reid. I mean, I think there's a lot of conversation both locally and nationally about how Andy Reid's going to utilize Ken Walker, how the offense is going to take that next step.
All right. One, I've not listened to Bob Fesco in a while. I forgot that he has the sports guy thing where he does the kind of little nasally and kind of talks very like this.
He's been doing that. That sounded very country almost.
Yeah, I started going very country. I don't know where that came from.
I think
Disregard the country.
I think he's from New York.
I didn't know he's from New York.
I think he's from New York. Yeah.
But I do like.
He's been in Kansas City for like 25 years now.
There's a specific diction that a certain amount of sports talk guys have. Diction, Mac. Good Lord. Get your mind out of the gutter. I still went Southern. But
you're doing like Fesco's country album.
And the Lord ran over my dog, and I ran out of beer.
See, Thomas Rhett. It's not that hard. Hey, we're having fun.
We're having fun. Now, this being said, I think it's silly that Andy Reid has is like the hottest seat there. Andy Reid could like punch a nun in public in Kansas City, and they would laugh and offer him a cheeseburger.
Well, even like the idea that Mahomes is going to have one of the hottest seats. It was like, in what world? Now, I do think he makes a good point about the scrutiny attached to it. That's a different conversation than hottest seat, though.
But haven't we gotten to the point with Mahomes and Reid? I don't even think last year's their gimme. I think they're going to be given time to be Mahomes and Reid again because quite frankly, we're just the body of work the 7 previous years was just so tremendous. I think the least that you're given nationally and locally goes right back to how good you were and for how long you were good. That was the best team in football for 7 years.
I know, and he's unequivocally like he's the GOAT in waiting. It's been understood, but how many? If they look like they did last year, the sky will be falling in Kansas City. Think about it, Mahomes. If he's just bad again this year, I think there are enough people lining up to and like kind of want to see that happen. I think there'll be conversations all around whether or not we never had this with Tom Brady. The idea that Tom Brady ever lost sight on what being a champion's about and basically being the height of his sport. Never lost sight of that. He always just kind of knew that he was locking himself up in his in like the Tom vs. Time documentary where he's just no lights are on, but it's him just dissecting film and making it all about football and avocado toast. Whereas Mahomes, I do feel like some of those convos are going to start coming. I think they started to come last year a little bit, and I think they'll just keep coming. The idea is he too much of did he swerve too hard into being a celebrity?
So I guess my rebuttal would be just because those conversations are here doesn't mean they're valid conversations. Like in 2008 when Tom got hurt and Matt Castle stepped in and they were like a 10-6 team, but I think they didn't make the playoffs. There was legit conversation from people nationally. Hey, is this the right moment to pivot? And it was the stupidest conversation ever. Even once you got into that gray area where Brady was good, they were in the playoffs, but they weren't winning championships or even going to the Super Bowl. There were years where people had those conversations, and they were always out of place. But to get back to the biggest thing, there's just no way. Like, I think for Kansas City, I think name an offensive lineman, and you might be able to say hottest seat in Kansas City because they I mean, good God, that was bad last year. Rashee Rice, for obvious reasons that have as much to do with as much to do off the field as they do football. Even Kenneth Walker III.
Yeah,
like that is. It's so funny because he was great last year, but he still hasn't kind of lived up to what I thought he was going to be in the NFL. But he's coming off an all-time hot streak and obviously winning the Super Bowl. I mean, I think I could launch a parade of people that have, honestly, Brett Veach, I think, has a hotter seat than Andy Reid or Pat Mahomes.
Andy Reid's not going anywhere until Andy Reid wants to go. I just think the Mahomes part of this conversation, I think it might exist with the idea that even though they had an incredible record a couple years ago, it's now been 2 straight years where he hasn't thrown for 4,000 yards. It's now been 3 straight years where he hasn't thrown for 30 touchdowns. Like there's some easy check marks that he's supposed to be hitting that he isn't hitting at this point.
All right, so if you take it from our buddy Bob Fishko.
Well, so all right, so it's like if we talked about like most hottest seat is different than who's going to have the most eyeballs and who's going to be paying the most attention, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like if you said Mahomes isn't on the hottest seat, but he's got the most attention to him. Most attention to him might be Jared Verse, who we talked about earlier for the obvious reasons of replacing Myles Garrett. Most attention is Shedeur Sanders. Most attention is, are we getting to any of the wide receivers there? I don't even know.
No, I think you're right about most attention. I actually think the hottest seat is the quarterback spot. Because I think it's going to be evident early that there's talent enough on this roster to win games. And I think there's a decent chance where if we're losing games in September and October, the only reason you're losing games are because of the quarterback spot.
Todd Monken's got a pretty hot seat, I would think.
How so?
Well, just the idea that it's year one, and if you go 3 wins, 4 wins, 5 wins, I think there are enough people that are lined up to think he's Jim Tom Sula, then he's going to be something that's going to be 4 or 5 years in the making. Even if you and I think that's unfair.
But wouldn't that be disingenuous?
Why?
Well, if like ESPN has them as the 31st ranked team in starting lineups across the NFL out of 32 teams, and if everybody thinks in their power rankings has them in the bottom 5. If they end up getting a top 5 pick or the number 1 pick, unless you're 0-16 or 1-15 or 2-14, didn't they kind of go where people thought they were going to go?
But it would have secured the idea that he was just a placeholder head coach. He was just the guy until you actually get the guy you really want when you have the number 1 overall pick or whatever that ends up being.
Well, but
and then
again,
you keep
that's
that going.
disingenuous. If you think they're going to be a team that has a top 3 pick next year and then they do, what was Todd Monken supposed to do to change your mind?
But it doesn't take you off the hot seat. It doesn't remove you from the hot seats.
But okay, what's the hot seat? Is it the hot seat?
I think we're talking
who
about
is the hot seat.
I think we need a better definition of the hot seat.
Are we talking about the literal hot seat in Berea? Or are we talking about people's perception of Todd Monken?
I would think it'd be whether or not you can get fired at the end of the season. Like, are you in jeopardy of at any point losing your job at the end of this season? I would say Todd Monken is. Not that I think he's going to get fired. I don't believe that at all. I think he's going to be here for 3, 4, 5 years potentially. But is it part of the discussion when you're talking about people losing their job after this year?
It looks like your old buddy.
It already has been.
Looks like your old buddy Nick Wilson is going to have to do something that he doesn't like to do often.
Oh, yeah? What's that?
But I'm going to have to do it right now.
Okay.
Because just you saying this, I think you're right, by the way. I think people are going to say it. It doesn't make it true. And Jimmy Haslam's a wild card. I got to lock it in. That there is nothing that Todd Monken can do to get fired after 1 year.
I just don't agree with that. Nothing
but I'm
he can do.
locking it in.
You can lock it in, but I don't think it's reality.
Well, but I locked it in.
We've seen coaches get fired after 1 year. Like
his name was Freddie Kitchens, and he was a booze hound. Should have never gotten the job. Todd Monken deserves his job.
I shouldn't have gone to Jim Tom Sula, but like Jim Tom Sula, there are all sorts of guys.
You're talking about boobs of all boobs. You're talking about Pam Anderson in her prime boob level here.
Gerard Mayo.
He got nice ones.
Stop it.
I just haven't seen the man without a shirt. When you said,
right?
I went Pam Anderson.
We've only seen
Prime, and you went
we've only
Gerard
seen Vrabel with his shirt off.
I'm sure he's got a nice set on him, but I just haven't seen it. Did you just Google it?
I didn't know if there's any Gerard Mayo shirts out there. If shirtless photos out there, I want to see if he looks as funky as the Vrabel shirtless photos that were out there.
The problem is also,
no, I did not Google Gerard Mayo shirtless.
Also, when you said Gerard the first time, I thought you were talking about a different Gerard. And
I could tell that's what happened, and that's what had me worried that I in fact did say the other Gerard, but I did not. I knew I didn't.
I'm sure they all have nice ones. All right, all Gerards.
You think so?
Yeah.
Yeah, 4-13, fourth in the AFC East, and he gone.
But yeah, that's because the expectations were different. And that's because Mike Vrabel was available.
Oh, yeah, because there won't be a good head coach that could be available to coach Arch Manning next year?
Decent rebuttal. 216-47. As soon as I said it, I was like, Mike Tomlin, Sean McDermott. There's another guy I'm not even thinking about. 216-474-0092. I think Gerard Mayo's got nice ones. And we're having fun. Who has the hottest seat for the Browns? Final segment of the show in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Chris Mack here to help you beat the books with Westwood One Sports. All-star snub Zach Wheeler goes tonight for the Phils in Cincy, and although he got roughed up in his last start, he still dropped 10 Ks in just 4 and 2.
ever. Take your business into the next generation. Try Odoo free at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
LeBron watches on.
And this fall, I'm going to take my talents to...
Could he make another return to Cleveland? We are the place for all the latest NBA news and rumors. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Final segment of today's show. I want to say a big thanks to our many, many guests today. Phil Steele. The Phil Steele College Football Preview, 2:40 today. Great stuff on Ohio State, just saying. Ashley Bastock, 3:20. Cleveland.com. Great stuff on your Browns. And then Spencer Davies at 6 o'clock today on the Cavs in the pursuit of LeBron. Big news here, by the way, on La Watch.
Oh, yeah. All right.
Shams now saying the Nuggets have been removed from LeBron's list of potential destinations per Shams. Wow.
All right. R.I.P.
I never really thought they were going to be a real place, you know? Like, I didn't think it was.
No.
Like, Minnesota's kind of a tough reach.
Minnesota's a reach, but at least with Denver, Denver came because Bill Simmons wanted it to happen, it felt like.
Yeah.
And then that just steamrolled, and then it just kind of became this like, oh, it would be fun to see how much they could score, but it was never practical.
I did want to see LeBron and Jokic together.
It'd be cool.
Like LeBron and AD, AD. LeBron and Anthony Edwards, LeBron and Giannis,
Yeah? What do you mean,
That's fine.
Doesn't do anything for you?
No, but like LeBron, the peak athlete of our times, with Nikola Jokic, who looks like me at 7 feet tall, minus about 60 pounds.
Yeah.
I just think it'd be really funny. I just think it'd be like that level of athleticism at 42 and that level of old, fat Eastern European. By the way,
Giannis is in too good a shape for you in this discussion.
Yes, yeah. I've seen enough. I want to see LeBron play with a fatty, is what I'm saying. I say that with respect because Nikola Jokic is still a top 15 player in the NBA.
Who is the fattest to actually good ratio that LeBron has ever played with?
It's got to be...
Might be Luka.
I was going to say Kevin Love.
He got fat Luka at the end, right?
Well, I was going to say Kevin Love, but the problem is Kevin Love got skinny when he came here. He knew he couldn't be fat Kevin Love here.
That's right.
He never played with Robert Tractor Trailer. I believe Tractor was gone by the time LeBron came here. Man, he really has not played with any fatties. We got to up those numbers.
Well, James Harden can get to the buffets if you need him.
Fat Harden.
Harden is gonna.
You Shaq at the end of his career.
You bite your tongue. That's Shaquille O'Neal. But yeah, you're right. He was fat as hell when he was here. Oh, he claims he's like, I wasn't that fat. You were that fat. Come on. As a guy who is right now that fat, I can tell you that was Shaq when Shaq was that fat.
He knows.
That's like the closest thing I'll ever have to Shakespeare right there. Let's get to quicketh hitus. It's actually not even the bit.
No, different part of the show.
Yeah. So this one's called In Case We Missed It.
The same thing, but you got it. All right, Big 12 announced a multi-year entitlement partnership. Why did they call it that? Entitlement partnership? That's a weird phrasing for that. With Monster Energy, okay? So it's $20 million annually, and it's going to be the Monster Energy Big 12 football and Monster Energy Big 12 basketball. They're going to have patches on the jerseys. There's going to be playing services with Monster's branding. I actually think $20 million is a steal for this. The Big 12, when you watch their games in any sport, you're just going to see Monster Energy labeled everywhere, and I'm shocked it only cost $20 million.
So I hear you, because I've seen people actually get pissed at the Big 12 for this. Yeah, it's $20 more million than they had before.
That's kind of how I see it. And it's like they're branding it, though. The branding's weird. So you're going to be the Monster Energy Big 12 football? Like, that. No one's going to say that.
Does that mean that ESPN in there, like, you know how they have the headers above the standings? Is it going to say Monster Energy, whatever the crap you just said?
I wonder if, like, their conference logo is going to have, like, the big M with the claw in it or something like that and then just be, like, a 12. I don't know. It's going to be different, I'll tell you that. But I didn't mind it. I was surprised it was that cheap, though.
I just love that college football, time and time again, has gone out of its way to say these damn kids and these damn money, and they are just whoring themselves out in ways that are like, they're like coming up with ways to sell themselves in the street.
Yeah. And then here we are.
Hypocrisy in college athletics. Who knew?
Yeah, what a day. Never thought I'd see the day.
The Pirates won their first Paul Skeens started game in 10 games, but the story was slugger Ryan O'Hearn Oh, boy, oh, he was having a 10 RBI game as a result of 3 homers in their 12-4 win over the Braves last night. Skeens shared his thoughts on O'Hearn's fate after the game.
I think it was kind of selfish, to be honest. Everybody else was getting on, and, home runs are rally killers. You get a 3-run home run or a grand slam, and it's just like, what now? There's nobody on, nobody can drive him in, so, good for him, I guess.
Did somebody tell Paul Skeens he's funny? Has somebody alluded to Paul Skeens? If they like, hey, man.
He went for a joke there.
You and that dry humor, you're real good at it. Make sure you use a monotone voice, and
it just felt like he
kind of dragged the joke out for too long.
It felt like he wanted to make a joke, but he didn't want to put in the effort to actually have the delivery attached to the joke, and so that's what you ended up getting.
Have I told you what I think is the biggest threat to his and Living Dunn's relationship?
What?
It's losing his hair.
Oh, she doesn't care.
Oh, that young lady could have just about any man, and his hair is about mid-top of his dome right now.
She doesn't care.
Well, here's the thing. Part of his joie de vivre was his hair. The man had great hair, and he's like a year into Major League Baseball, and he's peaking.
They've been dating too long. He's all right. He's all right to lose the hair now at this point. You got to remember, they go back to LSU. I mean, this is years now, and she's watched him win multiple Cy Youngs and dominate the sport up until the last month. And no, they're fine.
See, the problem is
she puts up with a lot that he does, but he puts up a lot with that she does too.
Here's the thing: you're thinking like a normal, sane person. I have gotten a certain level of fat. Vanessa stuck with me. I mean, she could leave me, but good luck. That's going to cost you a lot of money.
But Paul Skeens could get fat, and it'd still be fine. I think Livy, I don't know.
Boy, they play in different waters.
Call me naive.
You're naive.
She seems like she really likes him in these TikToks that I've seen.
Yeah, it's real love.
She flies all over the country. She's constantly watching his games. She's at every game. She's in bad seats at some of these games, cheering him on. Like she wanted to be an athlete's wife, and she's doing it, and it seems like it's lovely. And so, like, the only way she could do this.
Does she love him, or does she love being an athlete's wife?
Well, that's the only thing on this. The only way she could do this, it would have to be somebody in another sport that is as good as Paul Skeens is at his, and that's just a few and far between number.
I mean, I think
over balding, come on.
I think it's the way he's balding. And again, like,
he's fine. He wears a hat 90% of the time.
I didn't start with great dome, right? Like, this head, just it's the hair's not great. I got hillbilly hair. Half goes this way, half goes the other way. I never could get a good haircut, right? I think we're in the same ballpark there, okay?
Okay, then.
But the point is, like, you kind of knew, like, Vanessa could look at my dome and be like, this isn't going to go well. She could have at least seen that. And again,
I've had the same receding hairline since I was like 21.
Yeah?
It's been this. It's been the same way. Oh, jeez. Stop it.
No, man.
Stop it.
You look great is what I was saying.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now, what worked for Elise and I is that I presented this in the beginning.
Yeah, see?
She could have chosen day one to leave. I didn't present some great head of hair.
See?
I presented this day one.
Paul Skeens has hit her the old bait and switch.
Yeah, he presented a really nice head of hair, and now he's gone into this.
And like a 1.71 ERA, and now he's like a 4 ERA kind of guy.
If Paul Skeens
not
is
even the
going to
person
struggle,
she fell in love with anymore.
If he's going to struggle because his hair doesn't look perfect, we all have no chance then.
Yeah,
we
don't.
have zero chance. If that's all that is,
that's why we're smart men to stay with our beautiful wives.
This is why God engineered women in a great way. Once they love you, they're in. They're in. They're in.
Divorce is real common, right?
Hair is not. But that's because they didn't love each other enough in the beginning.
That's what it was.
That's what that was. Yeah. For the couples that are actually in love, they don't let hair get in the way, Nick.
Yeah. I don't think that's right.
That's what I tell myself.
I don't think that's right.
That's what I tell myself. I just don't want hair get in the way.
By the way, if what I'm saying is wrong, Mac, you gotta lock somebody down right now. That hair, Mac's hair is like a 10.
Yeah, Mac's got some nice hair.
That's like your one elite trait.
You could pull the whole bait and switch if you start going bald. You're gonna pull the whole. I mean, you got to get after this.
You really got to turn this one in while you can, because otherwise, no, I'm not gonna say no. We're gonna pull our punches at the end of the show. There,
I felt very attacked.
On what, the hair? It looks great.
Yeah, it looks great.
Good save.
I said it twice.
I'll be wearing a hat the rest of the week. Thank you.
No, what a full U.S. goalkeeper on that one.
I just mean we didn't have Skeens' hair.
You know, LeBron's got bad hair, too.
That's true.
I didn't see Savannah leaving him.
He's worth $1 billion. Don't mention Rashard Lewis. We want to get the king back.
No, please
Mac.
tell me all the ways that Savannah is just not Livy Dunn.
That was Mac.
Please tell me.
Robinson.
Please tell me
Thank
all
you
those
very
ways.
much. I was going to say that.
Please tell me all those
A
ways.
big thanks to Mac Robinson on the board. Yes.
Yes.
On my voice. I'm sorry. Drop my pen. Big thanks,
And your
Jake.
hairline.
I'll meet you in Temecula,
That's just,
young man.
that's just unnecessary. Is
Yeah.
what that is.
Yeah. Me and JP's great hair do not deserve that.
Don't bring him down with you.
Pretty
And your
much,
hairline.
that's what I've been doing the last 2 years. Big thanks to Jake Murray. Big thanks to Mackenzie Flume, a.k.a. Flume Dog Millionaire. JP, good stuff.
Had fun. We'll do it tomorrow.
All right, guys. See you tomorrow.
Keep it spicy, baby. Let's go.
I love you. Have a great day. Take care, Nick. Take care of him. He needs help.